Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to Demon's Souls. Man, I love that intro. Honestly, the original wasn't bad. It was good. It was a bit more jarring to then see the difference between being or seeing the intro and then being in game, and it. You know, that can be sometimes a bit difficult to stomach. I think, you know, the, what's it called? The somewhat similar issue persists in most MMOs, I would say, because for some reason MMOs have decided to have super intricate CGI cutscenes as trailers or even openings and that kind of stuff, and they somehow, like, I don't even know, even though they're the games that need to make compromises in terms of graphics the most, because they have to, right? They need to accommodate for a large amount of people being on screen at once, and so they have to somewhat compromise on graphics, especially if they also want to run on lower system requirements. But then they always decide to make really, really detailed and intricate cutscenes. That being said, it depends on how the cutscenes are set up. I mean, obviously, World of Warcraft is basically the best example for really, really cool cutscenes. And they even did that before their MMO days, right? Because you had those really great CGI in between cutscenes in the in Warcraft 3. I think, yeah. Pretty sure that that was always what interested me the most about the games. I was never really that interested in Warcraft as a whole. A friend of mine had the games, and well, let's just say that I'm just not made for real-time strategy. Maybe it was also the way I was introduced to it, because, well, first of all, I was still fairly young, right, when my friend introduced me to Warcraft. Now, keep in mind, it was not the MMO, it was the real-time strategy game. It was Warcraft 3 at the time. And what I had played previously was mainly in that sort of rough, or what I presumed to be that genre, were games like Settlers, right? Cutesy, sort of, well, not all cutesy. There were other games that were in the same vein. I mean, Age of Empires, for example. Although I didn't really play that particular game that much, but there were other games that were building games, right? And with those building games, yes, your enemies also built, and yeah, to a certain degree, you need to be aware of an enemy potentially overwhelming you when you take either too long, or when when you don't strategize very well. But for the most part, those building games have a lot less stress involved than real-time strategy. Real-time strategy, which is why it's called real-time, really demands you to, you know, be very, very careful in what you do. By the way, before, I want to get my body phone back, so let's quickly go to the underground temple, set my sign down while I'm still talking here, and just pray and hope that we get a connection, somebody we can help. By the way, do I still have the cling ring? I do need the thief ring. Let's put on the, where is it? Optimal hits, flame resistance ring. Let's just put that on. And in terms of items, yeah, that looks good. Just quickly put the sign down somewhere here. Should be, if I put it down here, I think that should be fine, hopefully. Wait, this way. Where is it? Blue eye stone. Let's see and hope. Where was I? Right, real-time strategy. So that's why I never really got into it at that point. my friend was actually, well, not really annoyed, but I could tell that they were a bit taken aback. They were also a bit older than me, and so they kind of, you know, when they saw that I was sort of playing with my by myself, right? I was playing by myself and completely fucking up, right? Because I was taking all the time in the world. I just sort of looked at my little village that I had built, not realizing that what was going to happen is a huge army was gonna invade me or something. I don't even completely remember how it was set up, but there must have been in the single player mode, you know, some sort of triggers or a time thing going on where at that particular time the enemy would rush in, right? So they gave you a certain amount of time to build defenses up and stuff like that, and then the enemies came and would have completely annihilated me if my friend hadn't come back and very, very quickly build up everything that we needed in order to defend against them. Point being, that wasn't really my genre at the time. Now, the thing is, for some reason, I never got back into it. I think with a lot of other stuff, but you can't be into everything, obviously, right? There is, you need to be, you can't get into everything because there is so much. So I just never looked at real-time strategy as a genre again. And honestly, I don't really care. Like, it's not like I miss it or anything. What I do remember, though, are the cutscenes from Warcraft 3. Particularly the one where... Is it Arthas? Yeah, it's Arthas, right? Who kills his own father on the throne. That was a very, very well done cutscene and very cool, and I was very impressed by it. And I thought it fit well. And the point that I was trying to make here in terms of cutscenes is that even though the difference in graphics can be jarring depending on how the cutscenes are done, and I also think depending on how they tell a story potentially, it can still work out, right? So I think the jarring bits in terms of a cutscene aren't necessarily the graphics or rendering technique or anything like that that is used. I think the successful MMOs also profit from that, and they've learned to, I guess, focus on other things. I'm not even entirely sure how to put that into words, but well, so first of all, Warcraft, and World of Warcraft, for that matter, I think they, from the get-go, had the big advantage of having this comic-style graphics. I know that some people maybe don't like to hear that particular phrase because it's suggesting that the graphics aren't really that sophisticated, but I wouldn't say that. I honestly like, I've always enjoyed, hey, there we go. I've always enjoyed the graphic style of Warcraft. I think it's good style, and it's honestly a very intelligent style for the type of game that it is, right? Darian, let's go. What's your setup? You look cool. Okay. Oop. do need to be careful here. Because I do actually want to defeat him because I want to get my freaking body back. I wonder how that side jump that he does looked in the original. Because for some reason, I still don't really understand... Oh, shit. I still don't really understand why he does it. Like, it's a bit of a, you know, I guess gauging you, right? Trying to see, okay, so... What's he on about? Like, how strong is this enemy that I'm facing here? I like it from a bit of a... Ooh, God. That could have been bad. Let's just heal a bit. I do like that they allow you to heal, by the way. For fuck's sake. Don't run that much. I just don't get... I think with the jumps, first of all, he definitely has a bit of an issue with facing the right direction. So very often he'll just start the jump thing, but for some reason it'll be facing the entirely wrong direction. Ooh. I got lucky there. Thanks for helping out. Come on! Kill the guy. There we go. Did it! I got my body back. It's actually faster than I thought. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I really think that the servers just sometimes have issues because for some reason last time it took way longer to find somebody. But anyways, I got my body back. By the way, this is where we left off last time. Well, not exactly here, but I did go in and defeat the Dragon God, which I still can't believe that you just... I don't know, I think the game still does it really well. Like, I don't mind the way they've set it up and the point at which this Dragon God comes into play. And I also think that you're maybe not even supposed to be there yet in the mines at this particular point. I feel like, you know, completely completing this particular archstone maybe isn't really what you're supposed to be doing right away. I think they sort of expect you to maybe go somewhere else after killing the spider, or alternatively, you're not even making it that far into the mines. But yeah, I don't know. It's not that easy to tell what exactly they want you to do here. Okay, let me just go through my stuff. Let's repair. Let's take a look at our wares. I think we can use the souls, because it would only be one level, and I think in terms of levels, I'm actually good right now, so I think it wouldn't be a bad thing to just buy, what's it called? Healing items. But then again, I have quite a number of souls here. Maybe I could do one level. Just use the souls to get healing items. The thing is just, I want to take the opportunity to get healing items because I don't want to run into that issue again of suddenly standing there without them. I'll never get this one. Seriously, can you sell stuff in this game? Because I really hope so. It would be annoying to have a billion different things of the same... what is it called? Well, the same object, essentially, in your inventory a billion times. Especially if you're New Game Plus, wouldn't that be incredibly annoying? Oh, right, I wanted to switch over my ranks. So we're going back to Boletaria, to the initial castle, the first level where you start. Because last time I kind of started doing the section after the Tower Knight, which now that I slayed the Dragon God, I'm able to go into. But, well, I honestly underestimated the enemies there a little bit. Because you continue on and the soldiers in the next part of the level are still the same. And there's one of those fat officials that's running away from you and more or less trying to lure you into... Well, I wouldn't necessarily call it a trap, but they're trying to lure you towards where there's more soldiers so that you'll be overwhelmed. The one trap that he does set up is very easy to avoid and honestly a little bit of a laughing matter, but, well. Point being, I need to go back there, and I did, since the specific enemy types were ones that I'd already faced, I did underestimate them a little bit, I have to admit. So we're not going to do that this time. I'm going to take my time getting through there and, you know, figuring out what we can do. Do I just want to switch back to the Thief Ring and the Providential Ring? I think that's honestly the best thing, because in terms of resistances, I don't really need anything else, and yeah, I'm just going to go back to those two. Cool. There we go. And then utilize the souls to buy more healing.
Well, we've long been...
The hyena. I think I've got a bunch of late moon grass right now, correct? I could also buy a bit of fresh spice in case I do want to do the next boss fight with magic as well. I certainly helped against the flame lurker, didn't it? Man, I can't get over how well implemented the online feature is. Honestly, why did they move away from this? I don't get it. This makes so much more sense to go into co-op to get your body back and profit because you'll have your HP back. Well. Wait, what? I want to purchase more than 2. Why can I only buy 2? Oh, because I can't carry anymore. Wait, what? It doesn't allow you to... That's weird. So I have to put them away. Okay. Well, I guess. I have to put them away and then I can purchase other ones. Oh. Yeah, let's just store them real quick.
You have a heart of gold.
Don't let them take it from you. And get the rest. Man, I was prepared to stand in front of the boss door for like 30 minutes talking about cutscenes. And now we're moving on. I mean, we can still do that. Okay. For the rest of the souls, I'm gonna buy bolts. The point I wanted to make is that I think even though CGI cutscenes can be somewhat jarring, it very much depends on, I think, well, a number of different factors in terms of style and setting and setup that they use for a for a CGI cutscene. I think that in Warcraft, it worked really well because of the graphical style, right? Because it was already, like, they matched, even though the CGI cutscenes obviously had way more sophisticated graphics and shading and character models and all that neat stuff, it still carried over the fundamental design principle that they had for their characters and their in-game models, right? And so it just felt like you sort of took another perspective. Like you specifically also in Warcraft compared to World of Warcraft, it was also the difference between, you know, having the camera further back and in the cutscenes obviously having a very cinematic camera. So it worked out actually really, really well because it did feel like you just almost took a telescope, right, or a magnifying glass and looked in on actual events compared to, you know, having the camera pulled further back and having this sort of strategic look at the map, which worked really well in my opinion. And then as we moved on, I think one of the games that I've been the most impressed by in terms of CGI cutscenes is Star Wars: The Old Republic. The MMO, right? The Star Wars MMO, which I'm still... I mean, it's still running, and you can play it without having to pay, right? It's a free-to-play MMO, although I think it is quite beneficial to pay for it as well. I'm still somewhat disappointed by that game because... Well, personally, I had always wanted to start World of Warcraft, but, you know, during those original, like, the vanilla game and then Burning Crusade, I started it shortly after, what's the second one? Wrath of the Lich King came out, right? Because this very same friend that had introduced me to Warcraft also introduced me to World of Warcraft. The issue being that at that time, we had just gotten internet, right? So my family was kind of on the fence. My parents didn't really understand it, and it was something you had to pay for monthly. So, you know, that was always a bit of a deal breaker, especially that monthly payment. My parents were very much against. And I do understand why, and I actually agree with them on that specific matter to a degree. The problem always obviously being that in order to really gauge whether or not a monthly payment is worth it, you really need to understand what you're even paying for monthly, right? And, well, I do understand that they were on the fence about it, is all that I'm saying, right? I don't mind it. It was, I think it was, at the end of the day, a good lesson for me, because I feel like I did learn to be very responsible with money from my parents, which I like. But since we were already paying for internet access, obviously my parents would have never allowed me to pay monthly, or they wouldn't pay monthly for something like World of Warcraft. And again, me understanding why monthly payments are bad, or can be bad, I actually agreed with them, because the way I was playing games, and still actually play games, maybe with the sole exception being Final Fantasy XIV, I knew that I wasn't going to play World of Warcraft, you know, all the time. I didn't, at the time, I didn't even know what end game of an MMO would be like. I didn't even know that that was a thing, right? I had no idea what raids really were, or what all the type of stuff that you could potentially do in a game like World of Warcraft. So, you know, I just started out playing the game, and the thing that I was amazed by was the sheer size of the world, the fact that other people were running around in it. And I, honestly got really engaged with just basic questing. And I was that type of person, and obviously still am, that is reading the quest texts. So that's what I was doing. And honestly, they're not bad, right? You'd assume that because of how many fetch quests and stuff are in World of Warcraft, especially back then, most quests were just, all right, kill 12 wolves, right? Get me 10 pelts, that type of deal. But they already had quite a bit of lore in the quests, and just in general, a very neat setup. And the way the quests guided you through the world, and it actually told you about specific places, right? Why is the settlement here? What are we even fighting against? There are a lot of really, really cool setups in those quests. And if you're interested in that, by the way, since we are also playing a Souls game, Epic Name Bro, right? The guy that does all the Souls content, or did all the Souls content on YouTube and still very frequently streams it, he is currently doing a lore playthrough of vanilla World of Warcraft. Since World of Warcraft Classic is a thing, he's going through, and I don't know if he wants to do all the quests or just the quests from a specific region. I don't know, but his title, last time I saw it, said something like 600 something quests completed, and he's also going through, reading them, wanting to understand more about the world, which I really, really like. And if I had time, honestly, I would play vanilla just for that, right? I would also like to experience World of Warcraft, at least to a degree, the way that it was originally envisioned. Since I am playing Final Fantasy XIV as well, though, 2 MMOs on top of other games is just impossible to keep up with. And I tried to keep up with Genshin Impact a little bit because I really enjoy its gameplay, but impossible to do when you're also wanting to keep up with 14 and everything that I still need to do in that game as well, or want to do. I shouldn't say need. Yeah. But then, to come back to the topic of cutscenes, I was intrigued by the Old Republic releasing because, and they got some flack for that, but it was essentially going to be a bit of a World of Warcraft clone, which a lot of MMOs tried to do, and most of them failed at. And initially, I did have issues with the Old Republic choosing another one of those more comic-y looks. I thought that it would have been better to have a bit more of a darker look to it. Honestly, looking at the end product, though, it was fine. I didn't mind it at all. And I think, obviously the biggest or coolest thing about the Old Republic was that it was fully voiced, and the story is actually good. And I really enjoyed going through it. The problem being that it had a bunch of trouble in other areas. Specifically, the way they did tutorials, the way a lot of it was set up, it was just sort of confusing. And me not really being that experienced with MMOs, the first dungeon I did was catastrophic, even though there was somebody there to help us, and they tried their best, but they had, me and 2 other people who had no idea what they were doing with them. And yeah, it didn't turn out that great, and that kind of turned me off of the game, because it felt like, it was this cool sort of Star Wars looking playground, but it didn't really do much with it besides the story. And I think that's still true to this day. I did recently watch a video about the current state of the Old Republic, and it's still, it seems that it's still very much worth it if you do like MMOs or the way they play, especially theme park MMOs, and you want to also experience a cool Star Wars story. I think it's very much worth it to go through that. But it just seems as if the sort of other systems around the game, or in the game, just aren't that great and aren't that, don't really keep your interest. So it's more of a MMO that you can play for the story and then drop type of deal. Which, now that we have Final Fantasy XIV, I would probably say, yeah, play that instead, because in case you do enjoy the MMO aspects of it, you could just stay in that game. That being said, I would very much like to go back to the Old Republic someday. Honestly, I'm surprised it's still running, but maybe they do have a dedicated audience for it. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still Star Wars, right? So I'd imagine a couple people are still drawn to it because of that. Anyways, they did some spectacular cutscenes, like really, really, really good cutscenes. For, well, I don't even know what they were for. I'd imagine probably also some expansion packs that they did. No idea what they did there, but I always enjoyed watching those. They're great, and some of them I would say are even better than parts of the movies. Well, they don't really contain story per se, because I don't think they ever really contain. They're more actiony, right? They have really, really cool action scenes in them, and obviously they're way too short to be a proper movie. So they focused on specific moments, I think, that they wanted to set up. For example, the destruction of the Jedi Temple. Was it the destruction, or kind of a, not really destruction, but attack on the Jedi Temple, and you'd only really see that attack, right? Not the setup, nor the consequences afterwards, but it was incredible. And I think it still very much worked, because while, again, just with World of Warcraft, the, how shall I put it? The graphical sophistication of the cutscenes was still far above what the game could do. Just with World of Warcraft, it kept its style somehow, right? Somehow they managed with those CGI cutscenes to encapsulate the style that the game was going for really, really well. And so it didn't feel jarring at all. And I would say the Elder Scrolls Online didn't do that great of a job at that. Not a poor one either, but maybe it's also that I mean, the one or two big CGI trailer things that I saw for the Elder Scrolls Online didn't really capture my interest that much. Elder Scrolls Online is a really weird game either way. I actually played it when it originally released, which was, yeah, not that great. I played it for about 2 months. I was really, really excited because Elder Scrolls was a franchise that I was incredibly familiar with. And, you know, I just, at the time, didn't really want to start an MMO that had already been in the market for very, very long. I wanted to have something that I could sort of experience with everybody else when it released. And so I, was really happy to dive into Elder Scrolls Online, but quickly realized that it had major issues and it really struggled to keep my interest, and I dropped it again. And then later on, when they released what was called Tamriel Unlimited or something, when they changed the entire world to where you could go wherever you want and make it more like an Elder Scrolls game, I did come back to it, but still didn't. It's not that I didn't enjoy it, but I think in a lot of ways it felt very. It just felt like it was too. It was, I don't know, it was sort of lacking a hook for me, right? Because the gameplay is passable, but not great. And the story isn't really existent at all. It's more like, well, you're doing a bunch of random quests, which is fine. The quests aren't bad. Some of them are really, really good. But without having an overarching plot going on, and there is one, it's just very, very badly told, and it only comes back every like 10 levels or something, so you're not very immersed in it at all. And yeah, I unfortunately, and now that they've come out with more stuff, I mean, a lot of people are enjoying that game, and I would like to go back to it at some point, but the problem is either I pay for it monthly to get all the content because, you know, even though I own the game and like the first 2 expansions or something. Oh, wait, no. At some point, I think the Morrowind expansion was freely available for everybody. Something like that. But yeah, so technically I could go back without paying for it, but I wouldn't have access to all the content. And to me, it was actually somewhat intriguing to have an MMO where I could have that pay to enter, but not pay monthly type of deal. The problem being, if you try to do that, you're actually paying way more, right? For some reason, the weird setup that they have would allow me to pay to enter, but I would have to pay like $180 or something to keep up with the current content, and then obviously always have to pay whenever they release new stuff, which, yeah, no, not doing that. Obviously I could wait for like a sale or something, but it would still be pretty expensive for me to get back into it, and I'm not doing that for something that I'm not entirely convinced I'll stay with. But I also don't really want to pay monthly because I'm already paying monthly for a bunch of other stuff, right? Mainly Final Fantasy XIV. So, as I said, since I know I wouldn't be able to keep up time-wise with the game, that's why it was so intriguing to me. This whole pay-to-enter type of deal would have been perfect, but since it's way too expensive, or rather more expensive than paying for it monthly in a way, yeah, no. Thank you. It's a bit unfortunate. And then Final Fantasy XIV as well, they do those big CGI cutscenes for every expansion, and I think they also do it really, really well. Even though they look somewhat different to the game, obviously, like with all the other ones, but again, they capture the style of the game. Well, the music helps a lot too. Seeing the same sort of character models and glamours, those things as well. And the fact, like, 14 does something, well, I guess somewhat, World of Warcraft and Elder Scrolls do that too, but 14 does it in a very meaningful way, which is that even though they're trailers to promote the next expansion, they contain a ton of story. And even though, well, it's told in a more indirect way, you get glimpses of what's been happening or what's going to happen. But they're doing it in a really, really clever way, in a very intriguing way. And yeah, they're really incorporating those CGI trailers into the story of the game. Mostly as sort of a bridge between expansions, right? So let's say the Heavensward trailer is showing events from the end of A Realm Reborn and then bringing you into Heavensward. And yes, some of that is also available as in-game cutscenes. So they're taking those and integrating them into the trailer, but they'll give more context to them. And for example, they're showing your character arriving in Ishgard and then, you know, realizing what's going on with the Dragon War. They'll also show, you know, a dragon attack on the city and stuff. Specifically with the Shadowbringers trailer, it was also really great because they showed events that your fellow Scions experienced while you weren't there as the main character. Yeah, point being, they did a really, really good job with them. And now we have Demon's Souls. I can't really, as I said, talk too much about the original Demon's Souls and what that trailer did compared to what the game looked like. I do remember that it was a bit more jarring than what those MMOs did. Somehow and that's also true for the other FromSoft games. I think that both the Dark Souls 1 and 2 intros have not really worked that well for me. I think just the difference in, I wouldn't say style, but well, that's the thing, right? That's the funny thing that I wanted to get at, is that in FromSoft's games, compared to those MMOs, the MMOs keep sort of their setup alive, they keep their story alive in those trailers, and they connect them back to what is happening in game. And that works out really, really well. The difference with the FromSoft games, though, is that you don't have any sort of cutscene in-game, typically, except for maybe a cutscene that shows you a boss introduction. And also, the way you interact with NPCs is very, very different, right? In, for example, Final Fantasy XIV, you get actual, cutscenes with cinematic camera direction and stuff showing and highlighting the characters, and they have voice acting and all that. That's not a thing in FromSoft's games. So the style, it's not the graphical style that's an issue with FromSoft's introductions or CGI setups at the beginning of the game, is that they are fundamentally different in terms of structure and how they're not developing, how they're showing the plot, right? They actually have a plot, whereas the rest of the game continues on pretty much without one. And I think that's not that great. I personally think that they should kind of rethink how they're doing that. Either don't do a CGI cutscene, right? Do it either in engine or not at all. Or alternatively, set it up differently. And that's so the remake of Demon's Souls has the big advantage of actually looking like the CGI cutscene they show you in the beginning. Which is probably due to the fact that it's actually done in-engine, just pre-rendered. So it looks a bit better, right, in terms of resolution and textures. It's a bit more clean, I guess, than the game itself, because the game needs to show all that but still retain 60 frames per second on a console. But I think the introduction to Demon's Souls here works. It's still not perfect, I think, because it still has that kind of major difference in terms of how because the cutscene actually has, it sets up the world, but then the game doesn't really do much with it in terms of how it tells you about it, right? It's more of a, hey, you run through it and you can look at stuff, but it won't really tell you that much. And it also doesn't really come back to those themes that they introduce in the CGI cutscene. Because that one, it actually properly sets up some stuff, right? It tells you about the fog, it tells you about why it's there, at least to a degree. It tells you about what I presume to be the big enemy of the game or something, even though we don't really know that much about it. But then you come in game and those themes aren't really picked up again. Yes, they're there. We know about the old one, and we know about the fog, but it's not really... Yeah, it's not really that great how they continue on with the events from the trailer. It seems very, very separate from one another. But at least the structure of the CGI trailer works a lot better, because it's just, for the most part, really a random assortment of action that happens in the levels, which is kind of what Demon's Souls is, right? It has these different levels and you can go through them and experience some really cool gameplay. So in that regard, I think the trailer works better, but it still doesn't really work that well as Final Fantasy XIV's or Star Wars The Old Republic's trailers, or CGI cutscenes in the case of Warcraft, which is interesting, right? Because now we're at the point where those CGI trailers really do look like the actual game, and still you see where the problem lies, right? It's not about the fact that there's CGI or the graphical difference so much as it is about the structure and how it relates back to the actual gameplay that you'll be going through within the game. So yeah, I find it interesting that there's this stark difference in that, and I do wish that FromSoft's games would just do more with it. Again, Sekiro probably pulling it off the best. I mean, Sekiro is the only game that FromSoft has that actually properly tells a story. All the other games feel more like you're sort of an historian digging through old you know, well, not fossils, but old texts, right? Instead of experiencing our story per se. But Sekiro also falls short in a number of ways. And I think specifically, well, you don't necessarily have to have cutscenes within the games, but with the stories they're trying to tell, I don't even want to call them stories, but, well, Sekiro does set up a really cool plot. And they actually do some stuff in terms of the world reacting to events, which was well done for FromSoft game. Not that well done in gaming overall, but well done for FromSoft game. And a welcome addition and change compared to their other games. But it was, yeah, very much still lacking in some fundamental areas, and it just has that issue of, well, I think it's partly that they are still not really telling the story all that well, so you're still lacking character interaction, NPC interaction, right? It all still seems a bit too static, I think. And you also know that they can do cutscenes because they do them, right? There are cutscenes within Sekiro and within the other FromSoft games as well, but they're either, as I said, a boss introduction, or maybe towards the end of the game, or whenever you open up, sort of a secret level or something, instead of them being used for what you would assume a cutscene to be used for. And now, again, people can argue, well, I mean, the games do try to be different in a couple of ways. And yes, yeah, they are, but I just wish that they would do more with it. And they can still have, I don't mind that they have a game like Demon's Souls, Dark Souls, whatever, that is very, very mysterious, doesn't really have a story, but is rather you uncovering whatever happened to the world. I think that is still a very intriguing setup and can work very, very well, as they've proved a number of times. I just wish that they would also go the other way, right? I wish that they would have a series like Sekiro that would actually be story-focused instead, with the same great gameplay. And they could keep both of them alive, right? I mean, clearly they can, but instead we get something like Elden Ring that is kind of like Dark Souls, but kind of trying to tell a bit more of a story, but also pretty much failing at that to a degree. And then it has some really cool character interactions and introductory cutscenes, but then doesn't continue on with them for some reason. I don't know. I just wish... I was really disappointed, actually, in Elden Ring's portrayal of characters, and they could have done so much more with, you know, Ranni, Melina, your opponents as well, right? With the Radahn and the people you meet at the Volcanic Manor, all the people that are originally introduced to you as shardbearers could have been so much more than what they were. And, well, I'm fully aware that I wasn't able to follow all the different quest lines, because if you don't know what to do, it's really, really difficult to do that, but yeah, it's just, it leaves so much potential on the table, especially with how insanely large that game is. It's one of those weird games where you wish they would have cut about 30% or maybe even 50% of the open world and instead focused on other stuff, right? Pour those resources into fleshing out your characters a bit more, fleshing out the world a bit more. Yeah, it's a weird one, I would say. Anyways, that was a whole bunch of talk about CGI cutscenes. Let's go back to the inner ward and show that fat official who's boss. Coming back to Demon's Souls here. Oh, by the way, I should probably check something. Yeah, I still don't really know how this tendency works. Somehow I definitely got more white tendency back in the Stonefang tunnel. I'm pretty sure this already looked like this last time I was here, so yeah, I'm really not that sure if cooperating with somebody in a level and slaying a boss really helps with the tendency, but how else would you do it? I mean, the bosses aren't there for me anymore. Well, maybe we can come back to it a number of other times and try if there is anything that I can glean there or understand. Don't really know. Man, the game just looks beautiful. Holy fuck. It's always, you know, now I'm talking about graphics again, but it's insane to me how, well, okay, maybe I shouldn't say it that way. The thing is, obviously, a ton of work has been poured into this setting, right? Obviously, the texture work, the assets work, everything is really, really outstanding. But the thing that brings it all together is mainly how lighting works and how it properly integrates all these different assets together in a scene, which is interesting because there are games that have potentially even higher sort of graphical features. I always find it funny when people, for example, you know, there are these big graphical comparisons. Oh, this game has ray tracing now, and you know, oh, they do big performance hit, but you can get it to work this way or that way, or you can buy like an insanely expensive graphics card and pull it off. And I'm just sort of sitting there going, well, yeah, sure. On a technical side, it's pretty impressive what the game's doing, but it still looks horrible because they didn't actually account for ray tracing being properly integrated into the game. So you'll have surfaces that have no business being as shiny as they are, right? You have surfaces that have reflections that, while looking great from a technical standpoint, don't really work all that well with the entire scene. And yeah, I don't know. I do find it interesting and funny how, you know, people are always looking for the next big graphical thing when a lot of people don't really understand what actually makes a scene great and what's important for a game in terms of what it looks like, right? Which is also a major problem that I've always had with mods. When you do like these graphical enhancement mods on PC for, let's say, Skyrim, never really been a big fan of those because, well, sometimes some of them are good, but most of the time they'll completely overdo something, right? Skyrim with 4K textures just doesn't work because the 4K textures will be incredibly jarring whenever they actually meet each other, right? Because a stone will still be what feels like 5 polygons. It will just have a 4K texture on it. So it'll look absolutely horrible. It doesn't fit at all if you put like a really, really high resolution texture on a low polygon model. It just doesn't work. And a lot of people fundamentally don't really understand that, right? Which is not to say that there are some great modders out there, don't get me wrong, and there are some people who do understand that and focus on, you know, graphical fidelity in a way that doesn't clash with the basic technical setup of what a game like Skyrim or the game's engine can facilitate. But yeah, I just love how they're able to blend objects into the scene in Demon's Souls here. And again, a big reason for that is it ambient occlusion? I don't think it is anymore, right? Now it's called something else, and it's also working differently, but it's just this, especially the transitions between objects, right? And the way that's done and the way the lighting works is what works so well. So whenever, for example, on the staircase here, right, you have this big, I don't know, stone pillar in the front, and then the staircase is leading up. Where those two meet, there is a shadow there, right, that you also have in the real world. So it's more realistic from that perspective because there is this shadow there that is, that should be there, right? Not every game does that. But it also kind of hides the jarringness between those objects, because game objects fundamentally work different than real world objects in that they're not, right? It's not two big pieces of stone that are put against each other, and then in the real world you would see some sort of seam, right? It would, however well it would be built, you'd always see and figure out how it's built, right? And it would look like, oh yeah, sure, that one piece of stone just ends where the other one begins. You would be able to see and tell that that's a thing in the real world. In a game, however, the problem is that these assets are created independent of each other, and even if they're one asset put together, it'll be sort of just moved into each other, right? So you create the pillar, and then you create the other thing, and you just sort of stick it into the pillar, right? And then you have two options. Either you add more detail to the object, that is always an option, and hide the gap that way, right? Actually create some detail that looks like a real seam between those two objects would look like. But obviously that increases the amount of polygons and rendering time and everything. Or you go the route that it looks like they've gone here, which is introduce interesting and, real life like shadows and, lighting around the objects that looks so realistic that it hides what would otherwise be a bit of a jarring transition between the two different stones. And I think that works really, really well here. Obviously if we go really, really close, it's a bit difficult. I would have to look at, if we're standing sort of here, you can see that it doesn't work that well anymore, right? It breaks the immersion because now the lighting bounces off of it in a very unrealistic way, and you can see that the transition between the two objects, there's just something off there, right? It's not entirely how a real world object would look like. But that's when you very specifically highlight it and break it on purpose almost, right? But yeah, if you don't do that, the scene comes together beautifully, and they have these things in here that are just honestly way better than what a lot of other games are capable of pulling off nowadays. Not because of necessarily the technical base, but rather because of how well they know what they want to achieve here, right? Anyways, I've talked for way too long. Let's very quickly go back to the Nexus, although I promise I will start right away, but I do have to pee. So the reason why I'm going back to the Nexus is I assume that it would be able to be invaded. If I would, I'm actually not sure if I'm standing directly next to the Archstone or in a boss room. I don't know if invasion would be possible, but I don't want to risk it either way. So I'll stay here for a second, take a break, and then we can properly continue our playthrough of Demon's Souls. Be right back. Alrighty. There we are. Finally back. I always forget that you jump back when you... whatever. I should press square in order for the character to just, put away the item instead of jumping back, but... oh well. Yeah. Let's go back and let's finally continue on with the inner ward. And this time not be overwhelmed by the soldiers, because I don't want to already have to go back and fight the Flame Lurker demon again to get my body form back. Alright, let's just see. Oh, right, I picked up enchant weapon as well. Should have used that when I was summoned. I forgot about that. That's also why I put the, what are they called? Catalysts. Why I put it back into the left hand, but oh well. Yeah, last time I didn't really go very far, but that was also because I stopped streaming at the time. I probably should have just waited and just started it right now, but oh well. Here we are. Just, fuck it, I said so last time, but that's also why Yharnam is probably my favorite level in Bloodborne. Like the first one. Is specifically because of the setup, right? Being in this enclosed sort of space, in a castle or city-like structure, something about this just appeals to me a lot. Alright. Can we... Why can I not target them? There we go. Hello. Were there only two? I still can't believe that these guys aren't actually jumping out of those things. The funny thing is they're not even really subverting your expectations here. I mean, maybe they are in a way, because it very much looks like they would attack you at some point. But then again, looking at these structures, well, I don't know what these carts looked like in the original, but it would be very, very unrealistic if the dogs would actually be able to break out of them, you know, on their own. Well, the things that are jumping out of them... Although, no, never mind. There are also dogs that are jumping out of these things in Bloodborne. I don't know, something about it is just... kinda weird to me. Because they're still standing here making noise, and yet they're not attacking you. Oh well. That also looks pretty brutal. Whoa. Holy shit, that sword. I didn't even really properly get to speculate about what might have happened here, by the way. Oh. Hello. What are you doing there? Did not see those guys up there last time. Is that the same official we're running after, or is it another one? Could be either or, right? Wait, isn't the one that we're running after still standing behind the closed gate on top of the staircase? Well, at least it looks like we, at some point, will be able to go back up there. I find it interesting that the one with the crossbow isn't shooting at you, though, when you're on the staircase. I mean, maybe he can't really reach you. He is pretty high up, but... wouldn't that be something that you'd assume they would do? Okay, there was also another access point back here, right? Yeah. This is close. Is this another world tendency thing? Oh, no. You need a key for it, apparently. Maybe this is a shortcut at some point. God, I wish that they would have kept the world tendency thing alive as well. In Dark Souls or the subsequent games. That would be so incredibly interesting. I mean... I always felt like the insight mechanic in Bloodborne is heavily underutilized. The idea of it is so awesome. But it just doesn't really do much. I mean, once you understand what it does, it's very, very underwhelming. I wish the insight mechanic in Bloodborne would properly, you know, change the environment and also be something that, because it's a very linear experience, right? Yes, you can buy stuff for insight, and if, you know, you can maybe on accident kind of go back and forth between different thresholds. But for the most part, it's just going to be a thing where you just acquire insight over the course of the game. It'll, you know, slowly rise in terms of the amount that you have. And yeah, there will be... The problem is also there are only two thresholds, right? The second of which most players won't even really reach before they get to the last nightmare thing, so they probably won't even recognize that it's the inside that can change things as well, because everything already just changes when you progress far enough into the game, right? So it's the same effect. Inside really doesn't do that much, unfortunately, and I wish that it would. I mean, imagine how cool it would be if Inside actually fundamentally changed the levels or opened up new potential routes for you to traverse through levels instead of just being, oh, now some enemies have like one additional attack. And, most people won't even really realize that that's a thing. Very, very unfortunate. And yeah, the thing that I find the most confusing is that Demon's Souls did it best. The first game that they did these things the best. And I can't really... I honestly don't understand how that's a thing. Oh, shit. I'm still fairly low on stamina for this. Or rather, yeah, it's really not that I'm low on stamina, it's just the stamina regeneration in Demon's Souls is certainly quite a bit slower than what I'm used to from the other FromSoft games. And so, this type of deal that I just did, fighting all three guys back to back and then blocking one of their hits and doing 3 hits on my own, I think in most other games I would have replenished most of my stamina in between hits or in between fighting one of them when the other one was approaching, but not so much here. Where's that guy? Oh, why are they running back and forth? Yeah, here it's this deal where you really need to be aware that you've still lost quite a bit of an amount of stamina, which honestly, I would say in terms of game mechanic, it's more realistic and it's more challenging, so I like it. Problem being that it... I think it forces you to be a bit more passive, which is probably also why they changed it in subsequent games, because they wanted it to be a bit quicker, a bit more actiony, maybe allow for more shield gameplay as well. I think particularly, being hit while holding up a shield is consuming too much stamina. Honestly, looking at this, now I'm thinking that, the main part of the challenge, I think, comes from managing your stamina regeneration, right? So you can only regenerate stamina when you're in your neutral stance, so when you're not holding up the shield or not attacking. And stamina in general, I guess in the real world, right, works very much like that, where you can do a bit of stuff at once, but it'll sort of tire you out, but after, 10, 15 seconds of rest, you'll be able to do a bunch of stuff again. I mean, that's practically how like weightlifting works, right? Just you do like a set and it's really, really difficult, and then you rest for a bit and then you do it again. And obviously the second time you do it, you're gonna be weaker, right? Your muscles already had some workout, so you won't be able to do maybe the same number of lifts as you did the first time around, but you will still be pretty capable. And I think that interaction in terms of stamina regenerating somewhat slowly is very interesting. Obviously it depends on the person. I do very much enjoy the style of Bloodborne where everything is just really quick. Sekiro works great as well. Sekiro actually kind of, which is probably why it's my favorite game out of the series, it kind of does that, doesn't it? Because Sekiro has this, it doesn't do it perfectly. I think I do have a couple of issues with how the whole, what was it called? Guarding system? I don't know. Well, you have like a big bar, right, at the bottom or top of the screen for your enemy and you that fills up slowly over time. And it it's more in line with the idea that it just outlined in terms of, you know, slowly getting tired out over the course of a fight. I do like that. I think it works quite well here in Demon's Souls, but not as well as it could. And I think, yeah, the biggest issue being that when you get hit while holding up the shield, I think it just consumes too much stamina. I think the main challenge here is, as I said, managing your stamina regeneration. The fact that you just need a lot of stamina per se, you know, like getting hit 3 times, for example, from these normal-ass soldiers will mean that most likely you'll only really be able to do 1 attack and then your stamina has run out. And I think, well, the problem is just how the game then... What are those 2 doing? What the hell? I think the main issue is how the game sort of handles it. And I think, well, for me personally, that was the biggest disappointment of Elden Ring. It's just how little how little options you have. Is that the right way to say that? But in Elden Ring, you don't really have that many options defensively. If you don't have a shield build, the main thing you can really do is either run away from your enemy or do a dodge roll, both of which are weird, right? And in Sekiro, it's just you're constantly engaged with the enemy, right? You never have to run away, or for the most part, you don't have to run away. It's just this constant back and forth, this really, really close duel between 2 opponents, and it's incredibly fun. And in comparison, in Elden Ring, most of what you're doing is dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll, attack, dodge roll, dodge roll, dodge roll, attack, right? It's not a very fun gameplay loop overall. Now, the fun then obviously comes in learning enemy patterns and potentially utilizing a really cool build that you came up with and really cool weapons, and Elden Ring has plenty of those. So in that regard, it does a fantastic job. But yeah, in terms of your movement and basic options, it's not that great. And Demon's Souls has a bit of the same problem here because of the slow stamina regeneration, which I do like for the challenge, but the problem is that you kind of end up with this weird dancing around, right? You'll target the enemy and then, you know, maybe you're blocking like 1 or 2 hits, but then you realize, well, I don't really have that much stamina for my opening. So maybe you'll do like 1 attack, then you're out of stamina, so now you'll have to retreat. And that's, I think, the biggest issue is this. The retreating mainly consists of, well, walking backwards, right? And that's not the most engaging gameplay. So I wish that it would be... I mean, again, this is Demon's Souls. This is their first game, even though it's a remake now, but it's completely fine the way Demon's Souls does it. The problem that I have is that they didn't really innovate on it at all in later games, right? They'll change some stuff around, like I said, you know, the how fast stamina regeneration is, maybe also how much stamina hits and being hit takes away from you. So they'll work on the formulas a little bit, but they never really change the core gameplay until you then arrive at Bloodborne. But even Bloodborne doesn't really, you know, it innovates and changes other things, but keeps the basic sort of stamina game the same, I would say. But yeah, looking at, well, as I repeatedly said, Sekiro was my favorite game out of the series from FromSoft. And I just wish that they would integrate, or I had wished that Elden Ring would integrate the 2 styles better, right? To the point where you would be able, because I want to do the same cool, you know, katana back and forth clinging of weapons that you do in Sekiro, but I want to do it with the cool knight like this, with a shield and a sword, and have this really cool back and forth. I mean, imagine how cool that would be, right? If you had the same Sekiro gameplay of, oh, I hit his shield, he hits mine, and then we hit our weapon, and it would be this constant cling, doof, right? And I think that would be awesome, honestly. But sadly, that's not what they went for the most part. What's happening? The other guy's just really confused what just happened to his friend. Oh. Did he see me now? No, he just ran off. I think I should move out of this. Oh, fuck. Did not realize he would do another follow-up. Yeah. It would be amazing if they came up with that, but nope. The heck are you doing? Why is he running back and forth constantly? Now I'm expecting there to be other guys on the rooftop somewhere. Didn't realize he would suddenly go and attack me. They have some really cool detail here in the scenes, honestly. Kind of wish I would be able to open up that chest and get whatever it's inside it. Alright, well, this does look very intricate. Honestly, the level seems to be quite a bit larger than I'd assumed it to be originally. A cool cathedral in the background, holy shit. Look at that roof structure. Seriously? How the hell do we even build something like that? Oh, did I honestly forget to pick up the... Of course I did. Oh, well, whatever. That looks crazy. Holy shit. The game noticeably drops resolution in these big scenes, though. In the performance mode, anyways. I don't expect it to do so in the... what's it called? Graphics mode? Quality mode? They always come up with the weirdest names for those. I don't mind the resolution drop, but it is noticeable. Probably not on stream, though. There's like an interesting sort of base in the... Holy shit, who the hell are you? Okay. Not really that tough, but I did not expect to be some sort of ninja guy in here. Also, something about the levels just having this level of detail here. I don't know, it's just walking through it in a slow manner, really taking in your environments, adds to the realism quite a bit. Is he gonna shoot at me from there? I don't know. There's this the drum sound in the background from time to time. I don't know why they decided to add that. Can I take this? I can. Interesting. We should probably deal with him first. Where was the... I could have jumped down here, right? So let's do that. Let's see. Oh, well, this is closed. Now he's shooting, alright. Blue Eye Knight Gauntlets. Ah, cool. I think I had the chest piece that dropped for me. Interesting, now they're giving you this as a drop. Sadly, I don't like that. I wish that they would have done it the other way around, right? So your basic knight set would have the stats that the Blue-Eyed Knight Gauntlets now do, or the Blue-Eyed Knight set, rather. Somebody following me? No, I think there was some sort of other sound. So that whenever you do find this set and drop it from enemies, that it would actually be an upgrade. Because now I'm in this weird situation where these things are pretty cool looking, but not an upgrade. They're a straight downgrade from what I'm wearing. Not a big downgrade, and they do have less weight and more durability, but yeah, overall, definitely a downgrade, so it's unfortunate. Gauntlets of the Bolitarian Knights are emblazoned with the image of the sun as proof of their commission from the king. Using Stonefang's hardened iron, they are heavier and stronger than regular gauntlets. Their weight slows stamina regeneration. Oh, wait a second. So stamina regeneration is also tied to weight. I did not really... I probably read that at some point, but just didn't really keep it in mind all that much. But yeah, that's one of those weird things, right? It makes sense, and I think from a gameplay perspective, you kind of want to have it that way, because what other downside are they going to introduce to a heavier armor, right? Stamina regeneration seems like that one thing to go with, but I would say overall it also makes heavier builds less fun than they could be. I do think they maybe should have thought about some sort of other way to, you know, set this up. Once again, very interesting that they chose the image of the sun here. So it's the image of the king, huh? The king that roused the old one? The banners that we see in the castle do not have a sun on them, though. But I'm also not super familiar with the structures of these types of things. Would they have... Maybe the sun is sort of the symbol of the military or their knights? But then the banner or this particular symbol on the banners here maybe references the city we're in, or Boletaria as a nation. I just assumed that maybe they would incorporate the sun into those as well, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Okay. I guess it doesn't really matter if I go up here or take that way. Oh. Those boats, I mean... wonder why they've been left behind like that. You'd assume they'd keep better care of them. Is there somebody else here? Ah, there we go. Sorry about your table, mate. But I needed that. Oh, give me a second. Alright, back to it. Just had to talk to someone real quick about our lunch plans for today. I assumed he would just throw this at me, but nope. There we go. Ah, almost. Wait, it rolls down even further? Holy shit. Okay, it definitely took way longer than what I expected. I thought the rolling ball of fire was going to be way quicker. This is a pretty cool trap, and it's really funny that you can utilize it against them. But yeah, it's somewhat weird. Because I was confused why he didn't... I thought that originally, right, the idea was, okay, this guy standing up here was going to lure you into running this way. And then, you know, without realizing, he would throw the fireball at you. But he only does it when you're on the staircase. But then, obviously, I guess the idea here is that you maybe realize there is like a small thing here that you can hide from the trap. But, you know, they place an enemy in there. Then if you do notice it, you can use it as a means to kill them with their own trap. Which is pretty cool, but... also pretty interesting that this thing is so slow. Wait. Wait. Who's shooting? Somebody else is shooting at me. Oh, shit. Holy fuck. What the hell? Why did that take so much health away? Yeah, I don't think this is how it's supposed to work. Well, there goes my basic grass, I guess. Huh? Does it calculate the damage the same way? Completely independent of whether the thing is still rolling or not? I guess so. That was weird. Seriously though, who the hell shot at me? I don't even see anybody. Strange. I'm sure we'll find them eventually, and just... By the way, gave me a new perspective here. Look at that statue up there. Holy fuck, that looks cool. Really great. Oh! You know what? I'm always forgetting that I'm wearing the thief ring. Maybe they throw the fireball at you quite a bit faster. Well, not faster in terms of actual velocity, but faster in terms of, you know, when you're at the bottom of the staircase, he'll drop it immediately. Maybe my thief ring made it so that they didn't do that. I don't know. Look for path. So somehow we'll be able to enter behind it, maybe? Well, at least it... well, no, this is at a bit of an awkward point, isn't it? Oh well. Let's go back this way. Interesting little place here. Still wondering what's up with the boats. I mean, maybe at some point this was some sort of small harbor in here or something. How weird. It almost sounds as if this guy is still shooting at me, right? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a bugged sound? I've never encountered this type of sound being bugged, right? Because typically, whenever the sound does bug out in a game, it's fairly frequently when, you know, an object, for example, moves. Let's say a bucket or something is rolling through the scene, and it gets stuck on something, and it'll just create a constant sound, even though it's, you know... Oh. I think he's the one that was shooting. Right. What? Why did he kneel down? That was weird. Stealth throwing dagger. What the hell? Wait, there are other types of throwing daggers? Where does it sort them? Somewhere here, right? So these are called throwing knives. Aim and throw to attack. Special dagger thrown horizontally to attack. Special knife made for throwing. Aim and throw horizontally to a target. Known for their inconceivable cruel design, these knives are often employed by spies in service of the king. It is a pretty cruel design, isn't it? I wonder if these cause bleeding, and it just doesn't say. Because you'd kind of assume they would do that. Reminds me of the in Elden Ring, you get these as well, right? You actually get a number of different knives, I think. Also ones that can cause bleeding. Alright, buddy. Your trap didn't work, so let's just fight. I also saw that other... Huh. Almost assumed there would be another guy standing there, but apparently not. Oh. See, now we're opposite of those guys that I saw on top of the roof, I think. Oh. Man, I absolutely... Ooh, there we go. Hello. You're the first thief that actually, you know, works like a thief. Holy shit. Did not expect that at all. Yeah, they have these throwing daggers. They just haven't hit me with it yet, so... What I was going to say before he jumped down... Okay, no. Not another one. Look at the scene. The way the item, the blue light of it, just highlights the door in the background, and how it all bounces off of the walls there. Absolutely beautiful. Dregling shit. Why do you have that? White. Is he a Dregling? Is that his hair, or did his head get cut off? That looks weird. Alright, so I assume those two guys are going to shoot at me. The question being, what else is there going to be? Huh! So the fat official saw me, said, hey, shoot him! And the two guys just, what? What are you pointing at? Oh, well that's not a boss door, I'd assume. Yeah, I think they can't see me because of the Thieves' Ring, I'm fairly certain. Which is kind of funny. Anybody up here? No. Now they're shooting. Do they still... No. Now I think I'm out of their vision again. Oh, hello. I do know you. What? That's not nice. Ooh! Fuck! I want to run. I forgot that it doesn't let you run whenever you are still targeted to an enemy. Okay, he doesn't care anymore, apparently. I also completely forgot that they tend to break your shield stance when you're behind your shield. There we go. Nice. Honestly, this is somewhat of a tough encounter, isn't it? I mean, at least they do let you retreat, but to be honest, this is actually a really, really interesting setup because, yeah, they let you retreat, but fighting him inside this very, you know, enclosed space isn't that great either, so... I don't know, it's just fairly well done, I think. Oh, no. Okay, so now we have this issue again of I can somehow target, or not really target them, but they can target me. Seriously. Okay, I think the fat official didn't like that I'm able to target them and attack them. Oh, for fuck's sake. This is really annoying. Holy shit. Really? Well, he's gone. I'm getting hit here way too many times. Also, yeah, the targeting... I can't believe that they've never really fixed this issue. Oh, for fuck's sake, he's shooting again right away. Stop it! That is probably one of the biggest issues, you know, I had in Dark Souls 2. It's this weird way they've implemented ranged combat. Oh, now I triggered the guy up top for some reason. Oh, for fuck's sake. Just let me hit the guy with this thank you. There we go. At least I handled those three. So they're not going to be an issue anymore. Even though the other guy went down. Huh, the fat official actually does something here that enemies in Elden Ring for some reason tend to do, where you even when they've already spotted you, right? So there are situations in Elden Ring where it can happen that, for example, 3 enemies are walking towards you, right? They've all seen you. You start walking backwards a little bit and then attack one from afar. It also works, you know, when they haven't spotted you, but it's it's even more funnier when they have, because if you kill somebody from a distance, for some reason, enemies in Elden Ring will turn around whenever one of their friends dies, and for some reason they'll be confused about where they died from, or they'll be confused that they die at all, even though they already saw you. And it can be exceptionally funny if because there are these large group of enemies, for example, the ones that follow the carriages around in the open world, and you can like hit 1 or 2 of them, or if you have like a fairly strong spell, you can even hit multiple of them at the same time. And whenever one of them dies, it doesn't matter what else happened. Whenever one dies, everybody else will just turn around and say, "Huh, that guy died. How did they die?" Right? I mean, they don't say that, but they turn around and it looks as if they're sort of saying that to themselves in their mind. And obviously, they'll be turned around for quite a while, and then during that, you can just kill somebody else, and then they'll turn around again towards that person and be confused again. And you can essentially do that over and over, as long as there are enemies there that you can fairly quickly kill from a distance. Obviously, the bigger knights might have to, you know, their HP pool might be a bit too large to accomplish that, so eventually somebody will come up to you and properly attack you. But it just reminded me of that, right? I killed one of the archer guys, and even though the Fed official clearly knew, or should know, that I'm standing here attacking them, he was still somewhat confused and turned around and said, "Well, huh? One of my archers just died." Or crossbow guys, not really archers. I don't know. And then, in general, the ranged combat, I don't know why they never fixed that. So even though this game already has that issue, they never somehow wanted to change it? I don't know. I don't really understand why they don't let you target things from a distance, right? Because, okay, so the weird thing is, and the very thing that I never really understood about this problem, is that they do let me target them, right? I can target them eventually if I'm somewhat close enough. Roughly where they also can target and attack me. So yes, they were able to attack me a little bit earlier than I was able to attack them, which that's weird in the first place. But, you know, on that level, I would understand if the sort of the distance at which enemies can see and attack you with ranged weapons would be roughly the same as what you can do. And obviously, you know, maybe it would also be interesting to have some sort of ranged stat be introduced, right? So maybe you could, although I don't know how well that would work out, but let's just assume maybe there was a stat that would let you target or increase your targeting range, right? That could be interesting. I mean, arguably other RPGs do it. I mean, yeah, sure, a CRPG like Divinity Original Sin can play around with that a bit more, but it's a very, very important feature to have there, honestly. If you're able to hit your enemy, but they won't be able to hit you, so if you extend your range slightly, that can be a huge advantage, right? And it's not really a stat in Souls games at all. And as I said, the weirdest thing is that if they don't make it a stat, why isn't it the same for your enemies and you, right? Why isn't it the same distance? And then, yeah, and then they have this very, very strange thing where they let you target manually with a bow, but not with the crossbow. But through that manual targeting, you're able to hit things that don't even have any clue that you exist yet, because you can hit them from such a far distance away if you target properly. I have no idea why they never changed that. Once again, it's fine that it doesn't work perfectly in Demon's Souls because it's the first game, but it's not fine that they never changed it later on. Honestly, they should have already had a way better system implemented in Dark Souls. But for some reason, they haven't. And it's just very strange, specifically also because you have ranged options, right? You can play as a ranged mage or a bow archer type of deal, and yet the game doesn't really seems to facilitate that for some reason in terms of letting you target stuff from a distance properly. I don't know. It's still to this day very confusing what FromSoft did there. Because it's also not like they, you know... Hello. Oh, whoopsie. Wait, I forgot that I didn't have my shield equipped. It's not like they wouldn't be able to, right? I mean, I feel like that's not much of a change, because I'm pretty sure... Whoa, hello. Where the hell are you? Oh, there you are. I'm fairly certain that the range at which they let you target stuff is just hard-coded into the game, right? So it's probably just a value that they set somewhere. Well, because I'm certain that there is some sort of technical limitation there, right? Because there's probably a threshold at which enemies are loaded in entirely. So I'd imagine that either part of their AI or something isn't always loaded in, right? To keep the resources that they need for enemies as low as possible. So there will be a certain range that you need to get into for enemies to fully activate, right? So in terms of there being a range somewhere, that I understand. But since the enemies can and will shoot at me earlier than I'm able to target them, obviously their AI or whatever needs to load in has already been loaded. So there's no excuse for me not to be able to target them, right? So it has to be some sort of value that they specifically coded in a certain way. And yeah, maybe there are some concerns in terms of game design. Maybe they wanted to have it be a bit more of a challenge for some reason. Maybe they didn't want to completely trivialize certain things because of you being able to target stuff from fairly far away. I can definitely understand that, but it is certainly a bit of a weird thing, right? Once again, if the game was purely melee based, oh, hi, I know you. If the game was purely melee based, but your enemies could shoot at you, then it would be different, right? Because in that case, I would say, well, yeah, they want to make it more difficult or challenging, or you need to somehow find a way to deal with ranged enemies even though you're a melee character. That could be fine, but I don't know. The way it turns out to be is just awkward as fuck. And this, I think, is very much the same guy that we've already met twice in this level.
Ah, we meet again.
We do.
Fancy that. Hope you find something that suits you.
It's actually funny how his sort of getup, the way he's sitting, and also his face, he kind of looks a bit like an undead version of Patches, doesn't he? I think that is not done on purpose.
The king. He's gone mad like the rest of them. Or perhaps he was mad in the first place. I can never tell with those eccentric royal oafs.
Yeah, that's the question, right? Probably already was mad to a certain degree, at least.
It is the end of Great Boletaria as we know it. But hell, at least the demons don't send us to our deaths in battle.
He already commented on that at some point. I think I even talked about that quite a bit. Should I buy some more firebombs? I don't know. They're fun, but not necessarily the most, you know, useful thing ever, I guess. Oh, wait, he sells this thing? Is there a comparison that I can... Shield held by Boletarian Knights, and a symbol of their fealty to the king. Built with Stonefang hard iron, it's heavier and stronger than regular shields. I think my current one has better guard break, but that might also be because I upgraded it. Wait, what was the basic guard break of the shield that I currently have? I think it was it 55 or was it 60? I think 55 might have been the other one. So I think this is worse than what I'm currently using. It might have more fire damage negation though. I need to look that up. So this is 30, 70, and 57 guard break. Night sword. Oh, this looks cool. 20k? What the fuck? Straight sword wielded by Boletarian knights that symbolizes their fealty. Blah blah blah. Okay, it's the same description. They really, you know, back here didn't seem to have, you know, very intricate descriptions. I would say that over the course of FromSoft games, their descriptions that they give to items certainly have upgraded quite a bit. I think in Elden Ring you can find something interesting on pretty much every item except for maybe the consumables that you find in the open world. Whereas I think here, and also in Dark Souls 1, certainly, a lot of items just have sort of a basic description. Hey, this is an axe, this is a sword, right? And they won't really have, you know, super detailed or intricate descriptions of where they stem from or why they exist or whatever. Oh, he's quite a bit more expensive than Patches, right? Plate helm, coat of plates, dragon shield, soldier shield. He's got a bunch of stuff, but nah. Not necessarily what I would be using.
I'm sure you'll turn things around.
Sure, I will. Right, let me take one more look at my shields here. Platinum. Wait, oh, you need to collect all the rings for platinum, don't you? Yeah. I mean, then again, isn't that the fun thing? Ruin your world tendency? Because it does make things more interesting. Okay, so this has 62. I've upgraded it once. I think it started out at 60. Magical and fire damage negation are the exact same. That's unfortunate. So it's more or less the same thing, honestly. Just with more guard break. It weighs a lot more. So in terms of sort of usefulness to weight ratio, I would say that the other one is probably a lot better, but not worth spending 20k souls on. Or was it 10? Oh, I think 20. I really wish that the soldier stuff would have bit more of a significant difference to your standard knight set. Huh. Well, they're not really a threat, are they? Greatsword. I don't think that I can use that. Okay, so I'd imagine that just loops back around. Oh, wait, yeah, sure, I saw these guys earlier on top of this. So now we are on the rooftops alongside the staircase that we went up earlier. It's pretty cool. I honestly also really enjoy how the spaces in Demon Swords are quite a bit tighter and therefore more realistic compared to the other games. I mean, Dark Souls still does that somewhat, and Bloodborne does too, but I feel like they've been getting a bit more generous with that type of spacing in later games. Alright, I'm fairly certain that I did most things here. So let's take a quick look at that Claymore. Or Greatsword, rather. 26 strength. Yeah, didn't I get... Is it the exact same Greatsword that I already had? Bior of the Twin Fangs is known to wield this weapon. Oh, those are the dogs. I was gonna say, it sounded like somebody was fighting, but... Hey, buddy. Oh, hello. I did not realize he had a two-handed weapon. He's going pretty ham with that. That surprised me, honestly. I somehow didn't expect him to have a two-handed weapon. I didn't even realize when he was walking towards me. Or running towards me, rather. I thought it was going to be the same guy than the other one. He also just goes crazy with that, right? Which makes me wonder if they're cheating somewhat with the amount of stamina that enemies have in comparison to you. Or maybe he just has, like, an insane amount. Because he was pretty relentless with those attacks. Okay, there's the fat official. There are two other guys that are attacking me. The other three archers are dead, but... Let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, hello. Wait, did he... I think he threw one of those throwing knife things and then jumped down. That was interesting. Interesting choice. It also looks like they sometimes place these assassin-type characters in places where you actually won't be able to get to. I was going to say there for a second that that is not something that they'll do in other games, but that's not true in the slightest, right? They still do that later on, which is completely fine. I mean, keeps things more interesting, I think. Is there nobody here? There's one guy up there. Oh. God, this looks cool. Especially with those big banner being on top of those. But seriously though, how big is this castle? Oh, it's like a trebuchet sort of deal. Because from a distance, it almost looks like some knight was kneeling there. Yeah, those are weapons. With the mountains in the distance. They've done such a great job with the backgrounds. Holy fuck. It's crazy to me just how much that adds, right? People always talk about the, from a technical perspective, what kind of graphical options and stuff like that are being used, but that's really not that important in terms of having more resources available now that it's a PS5 game. What's way more important compared to the original is just how well you can flesh out the world by adding more detail. And detail just doesn't need to be, you know, putting like another, I don't know, cupboard sort of deal into the environment, but rather mostly about how to flesh out the world itself. Because this makes it seem way, way more interesting and immersive than I remember the original ever being. Specifically also in comparison to Dark Souls. Dark Souls is so bad with that. It just, you know, looking at those low detailed environments, you can't even really call them environments. There's sometimes just a texture. And it takes you out of the world because there's such a stark difference in level of detail from the actual play space in Dark Souls to what's outside of the play space that it just, I don't know, for me it really doesn't work because it just seems as if some godly force has set up the level specifically for you to go through, which, yes, the developers have done that, but yeah, it just, you know, I don't know, it does definitely diminish your immersion somewhat. Whereas here, you know, you could feasibly see yourself running around all the way back there somewhere on the you know, on the towers and on the rooftops, and it could just be part of the level. I mean, I don't think it will be, but it could, and that's the cool thing. Oh wait, did he? Is it coming down here? Why did he start moving? Maybe he hurt me and was confused. Oh, hello. There's a bunch of you guys up here. And another fiery ball trap. They really love those, don't they? Nope. Oh. Yeah, that's not how I was supposed to do this. Somehow I thought I would be able to roll backwards. I do underestimate quite a bit how they can overwhelm you. Oh, fuck. I went back in my body form. I think I'm fairly certain I still have a... What's it called? Oh, I have 4 of those. Well, never mind. I'm going to use one of them then. Now I do need to get back to my souls, though. Anyways, it gives me a chance to quickly go back to the Nexus to take one more break. And then we'll go back. So I need to do that another way. I don't know. Yeah, something about that. I always just completely underestimate how overwhelming they can be. It's not even that they specifically overwhelm you. It's just if 3 or 4 guys attack you, you have way less of a chance of attacking all of them. Because, I don't know, from Elden Ring, for example, I'm just used to being able to hit all the enemies that are around me with one strike of my weapon. And that's just not really possible here. I don't know if it's the distance to enemies that you need to have with a weapon, or maybe my sword in particular is just fairly short, something like that. But it's very, very difficult to hit all of them and stagger all of them, so somebody will always hit you and damage you, and you can just die fairly quickly from that. So you do need to be quite a bit more careful to separate enemies from one another before engaging them fully. But yeah, I falsely assumed that I would be able to quickly go back. But somehow the fact that there was a staircase there prevented me from doing that. Anyways, I'll be right back. Okay, let's do this. Let's get the stone going. I so much appreciate the whole HP setup thing here. It actually makes use of these items. If I compare that to, well, any of the other FromSoft games, the humanity in Dark Souls, I just kept in my inventory. There was never any reason to use it. Nor was there any reason to use the Insight Skulls in Bloodborne. It's so weird seeing that in this direct compare. Oh, you know what? Or before I continue, let's pick up the rest of the grass. Doesn't make sense to buy it all from patches if I don't actually use it, huh? Oh yeah. There's so many interesting
Hello again.
little comparisons that you can make with where Demon Souls for some reason does stuff way better than the later games. I don't really get why or how or what exactly the reason that would be. Oh, wait, I'm carrying too much stuff. I did not realize. Full moon grass, half moon grass. I should probably equip that, right, to get rid of it. And full moon. Let's store the new moon stuff. I definitely don't need those. And then greatsword. Do I have 2 of these? Oh no, I think the other two-handed one was the bastard sword, right? Did that also require... No, that's 18 strength. I could actually use that. Fairly happy with my current one, though. Wooden bowl. Oh, those are arrows. Right. Let's deposit this as well. Alright.
You have a heart of gold.
Don't let them take it from you. There we go. Now I'm ready again. I can't believe the... And it's such a simple change, right? It's really... The only difference here is simply that you lose a significant amount of HP when you're in soul form. And it automatically makes so many things so much more interesting, and so many items that do the exact same thing in later games a lot more worth it. And yeah, I don't know why they went away from that and changed this. I just don't get it. I mean, that's well, I get why they changed it. The weirdest part about it is not that they changed it. The weird part is that they just, for some reason, okay, not for some reason. I'm pretty certain that they changed this mechanic specifically because they felt like it would put people off, or that it's a bit too much of a punishment. Right? Okay. I don't want to get overwhelmed again. Thankfully, they both attacked at the same time. Yeah. I always forget that this one's here, but considering how many of those you can find in the mines, I don't think I really need to get stuff from him. But yeah, I'm pretty certain that they probably changed, you know, the... Oh, wait, he's throwing firebombs? I'm pretty certain that they changed the mechanic because either they felt like it was too punishing, or people during either play tests or some other, I don't know how, but maybe the fact that you lost so much HP when dying was something that was somewhat frequently mentioned, you know, maybe in either reviews or player feedback or something. From the original Demon's Souls, so they felt like they had to change it. But it just seems like such a half-hearted change. That's my issue with it, right? Because it seems like they more or less copied over a lot of stuff from Demon's Souls to Dark Souls. But then they made changes. Namely, the HP loss mechanic, right? Wait. Why are you here all of a sudden? Did I forget to, like, swap back from my free frame or something? Ooh, not run into that. That's the guy that was previously in the, in that little side door area. This is the guy that died, from the fireball last time. Did I... Ooh. Wait, there's another one? Oh, for fuck's sake. I knew that would happen at some point. Okay, now I'm confused. I think I miscounted them somehow. Oh, really? That would have been incredibly annoying if I had landed on the fireball. Also sure it would have almost killed me. Where did the other guy come from? Did I for some reason not trigger the second one last time? Or did I just forget about him? Probably a second one, right? Eh. By the way, the whole deal with the, oh, wait. No, he's still... No, that's not the, because there is that other one that's going to jump at me. Oh, there you are. Oh, he's still here as well. Because I was gonna say, maybe it was that guy, but nope. Oh, there we go. Now the three annoying archers are back. Oh, well. Yeah, I don't know, somehow the... I think what just confused me is that they... I guess if you've triggered them once already, they'll just be down on the ground instead of where they originally were on the rooftop somewhere in hiding position. Yeah, honestly, I think I'm just gonna take them out normally instead of from a distance. I feel like doing it normally might be more fun. Okay, I do need to keep in mind that this guy was a fair bit more aggressive than I originally presumed him to be. Also makes me wonder what exactly the difference there is in terms of him, or enemies in general, bouncing off of my shield. Maybe it's just because he's two-handing? That's the biggest difference? Or maybe there's some sort of other difference there. Okay, I really do need to be careful. Technically, I don't have that many souls, but I do want to get them back. When you know where he jumps down from, it's almost unfair how well you can get him. Okay. So the problem is that the ranged guys will still shoot at me. And probably do it the other way around. Oh, the cool thing is I have another one of these smaller staircases here. How do they work? Yeah, you can't just walk off of them. You can climb back down, but there's no way to roll or walk off of the ledge, which is interesting. Isn't there a ledge jump, though? Ah, there we go. So that's what I should have done then. Also, this guy on the ground here is very interesting. He almost looks like an assassin from somewhere else, right? Possibly an attacker of the castle that they've taken out and just left to die. So he very much doesn't look like the assassins that I've seen. Interesting. Anyways, where the hell are my souls, though? Oh, there they are. Let's see. Let's pick them up. Go back down. It's so funny, right? Wait, why did one of them try to attack? This is another one of the... Yeah, I don't know. One of the weirdest parts of FromSoft's games to me. And it kind of goes back to what I said earlier about the distance at which you can target enemies at. For some reason, they just insist on doing things very differently from what you can do compared to what your enemies can do. And I don't fully understand why. And the main reason, honestly, is that I feel like the most interesting encounters you can have in Souls games is whenever you have a very sort of equal playing field between you and your opponent. Which is also, I think, why I've personally enjoyed the NPC invasions and also the hunters in Bloodborne whenever they appear the most. I feel like that's a very, you know, interesting type of encounter. Okay. Oh, fuck! Are you kidding me with this? How the hell did I forget to equip my shield? Oh, hello. But yeah, coming back to that. So, for some reason, they insist on making your ranged ability very different from what your opponents can do. Typically, for some reason, your opponents can start attacking you quite a bit earlier than you can attack them or target them. Which is weird, but then they give you a bow that allows you to manually target from any distance you want. Very, very strange difference there. And the same situation applies here, right? I can vault back down. So I can, quote unquote, get to safety, but the only reason it's safety is because for some reason the enemies are not allowed to do that. Now, I'm sure that they set that up specifically because of that reason, because they want you to have an out, right? They want you to be able to get to safety if you so choose, which I think is a very interesting and good design decision. The thing is, though, they're already accomplishing that by making you able to just run away from enemies. It took you a whole playthrough to figure that out. Yeah, it's a very weird thing, especially when you come from other other FromSoft games, right? Because it's the only game that allows you to do it. I think the original definitely didn't tell you about that, but this game, I think, has at some point a tutorial prompt that tells you can vault over ledges. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, right, because you have to do it in the very, very first section you do, before even arriving at the Nexus. There is one specific point where you have to vault over a ledge. But I think, I don't know, the way it's set up, I think most people will just forget about it. Because it's such a minor mechanic and it never really comes back up again all that much. I mean, yes, you can utilize it, but it's I just find it interesting. So you always, pretty much, in FromSoft games, have the chance to just run back. Especially if you dealt with all the enemies anyways, right? I would always have the chance to just... Oh, I vault over. I could just run back here, right? I could just run back, and at a certain distance, the enemies will just turn around and resume their original position or patrol area. And therefore, I think, why do you then also have to take away their ability to jump over ledges? Now, there might be another technical reason. I'm sure that maybe they just didn't implement that specific feature into the AI. Maybe there's some sort of pathing issue that they had where the AI needs to somehow realize where it could jump over a ledge and where it can't, and how that connects back to the player position, because they still need to follow you, right? So I'm sure that there is some sort of pathing AI involved that maybe doesn't work as well as they wanted it to, or maybe they just didn't bother implementing it. So I can get why it's not here, but it's just so jarring to me, because just with the distances and the distances where you can target enemies, there is this fundamental divide between your enemy's abilities and your abilities. And going back to what I said about it being the most fun whenever you're on an equal playing field, which is also why, for example, the Red Knight or the Red Eye Guards or Knights are so fun to play against, is because they're very similar to my setup, right? And the Hunters in Bloodborne, definitely the highlight of every level whenever they do appear. So I just find that somewhat awkward. I wonder if FromSoft just, for some reason, either doesn't realize, or maybe they're just... maybe they want something else realized, where, you know... Oh, fucking hell, really? Okay. Need to separate them somewhat. God, that's probably by far the most annoying thing, is when enemies in FromSoft games decide to attack you with different... let me just go back down. At least I got rid of one of them. When they decide to attack you with different intervals, right? Oh, wait, the fat official came. Oh. Stop throwing that at me. Come here. There you go. The way he walks is so ridiculously funny. Oh, he also has... does he have a way bigger halberd than the other guys? I think so. Oh, fucking hell. Did somehow not realize that he was winding up such a big attack. Can I... nah, for fuck's sake. That's not gonna work. I thought that I'd maybe be able to backstab him. Huh. There we go. Iron key ring! Holy shit. Hello. I wonder if that's the ring that I need for... where was it? Somewhere down there where the docks were. The door. It's probably for that, right? Keys? Iron key ring. Ring of iron keys. Maybe it's even for more than just that. A ring of iron keys. They all look the same. Well, I'd have to disagree. They don't all look the same. They're completely different. One of them is heart-shaped, one of them is like pretzel-shaped, and the third one has a diamond. And also their, what's that called? Well, the front piece of the key is very different. Maybe they look the same in the original. Well, the original didn't even have a 3D look at the items, right? Why is the left one reacting to me? Hopefully that top guy there won't be able to... Yeah, he's not able to hit me. Oh, but he's coming down now. Kill me, yeah. Ah, for fuck's sake. But yeah, something else about their AI is certainly, you know, funny. Oh wait, I also completely forgot the other knight. I should probably go back. He drops quite a bit of souls. But let's maybe deal with all of these guys first. Let me go back the other way. Yeah, I always found that the most confusing about these games. Just the weird difference in pathing and targeting that they utilize for some reason. Oh, oops. Ah! Fucking hell. For some reason I forgot my third attack. I don't know, somehow I thought that he would die after the second hit, but clearly that was not the case. Winged Spear, hey. I think I already have that. Okay, so we can go up there, there's a trap there. The place where the other red-eyed knight is standing does not have any sort of progression to it though, I think. Yeah, the targeting is just strange. Sometimes I also wonder if maybe what's happening is that somehow even those small ledges prevent me from sometimes targeting stuff. Yeah, they die in 2 hits. That's what confused me. God, I absolutely love those big knight statues up there. The ones that are, they pretty much look exactly like the blue and red-eyed knights, right? Yeah. Yeah, let's go back to the knight. I want to get those souls. Anything else here? No. Honestly, thinking back to how, I guess, niche and novel this game was when it originally released, this must have been a really, really difficult section, right? I mean, it still can be, or even is. Oh, wait, the other guy? Why does the other guy suddenly... Are you kidding me? I really have trouble understanding why they're, you know, the way they sometimes operate is so different. They sometimes have to seem to have completely different sort of trigger points as to when they attack or don't attack. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I only should have done 2 attacks. Oh well. Although, yeah, it might just be the thief ring that's messing with the AI a little bit, because maybe they sometimes see me, sometimes they don't. There we go. Just waiting for you. Wait, so it wasn't even the guy behind the door that followed me? Okay, sure. Oh, right. I wanted to... I completely forgot about that. I still have these. There we go. That makes more sense. Alrighty. But yeah, playing this in the original must have been quite tough. And honestly, up until this point, you don't really get a checkpoint, right? Now I have the key, so I guess that's the idea. You get sort of to this fat official and he drops a significant item. So even if I were to die now, when I go back to the beginning of the level, I now have the keys and would be able to go another way. So that's a pretty cool setup. But I do think they were challenging players quite a bit back in the day. Which I appreciate, but... God, this looks so cool. That's such a cool courtyard over there. The 4 trees. Almost looks a bit church-like, but I think that's just the overall style of the place. Like, you can definitely see, like, imagine, you know, the kings and sort of the high nobles in this place. They would probably choose that kind of courtyard to have like a big gathering of sorts, or maybe some sort of Sunday service type of deal. Very awesome. Okay, wait, wasn't there another... Yeah, I should probably go upstairs first. Oh no, wait, this does not look like it continues. Unless there's another assassin or something dropping down at me. Nobody else to shoot at me either. Interesting that they pull back the camera though. Might just be because you're close to the staircase. Such an intricate level design. Oh, I need to remember the trap though. I wonder if that's going to roll down. What's making that sound? What the hell? What was that, buddy? See, now he just jumps down for some awkward reason. I have no idea how this works. Why did he decide to jump down instead of taking the rest of the staircase? I didn't even know they were capable of doing that. Oh! Holy shit, these guys have thief rings too! At least I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I wasn't able to see him, he just suddenly appeared on the staircase. That's why... Oh, now I get it. I think that's why I was also so confused back down there somewhere when I said, oh, I hear somebody else, like, attacking me, but I don't know why. It must have been somebody that I just couldn't see. And somehow their AI just didn't decide to jump down, so I had no idea where they were. That's pretty awesome that they have thief rings. I mean, it makes sense, considering who they are, but... Honestly, isn't that also the first time that I've seen this type of deal? I'm not gonna throw it down. I don't think that was ever again the case in the other games. The sort of assassin-type enemies. Although, well... It kind of is an Elden Ring, isn't it? Yeah. In Elden Ring, there are guys that are literally invisible. Even when they're really close to you. Those Bloodhound assassin type characters. They even specifically utilize that in that one village. Where you have to enter this almost dreamlike state, ghost state or something of the city. And you need to light, what was it, 3 or 4 fires? And all the while you're doing that, there are like 3 or 4 of these assassin guys that are completely invisible, following you around. And they're incredibly fast, so there is no chance that you can actually defeat them unless you can somehow, you know, maybe you have something that either one-shots them or maybe you could counter them if you knew their attack patterns very well. But, well, that's not necessarily what you're meant to do, right? You're meant to light the fires and get out of there before anything can kill you. I thought that was a very cool encounter. Not only was it very fun, but it was fairly unique in that the enemies truly were invisible. And stayed invisible as well. Alright. Looks fairly empty up here. God, I can't get over the backgrounds. Holy shit. I think I hear another knight, though. You also wonder what this tower would be, right? Considering that there is this kind of cute-looking courtyard back here. Maybe this was one of the towers where one of the, I don't know, princesses of the castle resided at some point. Why do they pull the camera back so much here? I do appreciate it, I just don't understand why. Oh, you can hear him from quite a while away. He's over there. You can see him walking back and forth. Kind of expected him to be here, honestly, instead of back there. I like the rooftops. Oh, there you are. Hey, buddy. Okay, yeah, he always does. Holy fuck. They're very relentless, aren't they? Because he'll do this, like, 4-hit combo with a big hit at the end. But even though I'm hitting him and he recoils back a bit, he can just pump through that and attack me again. Holy shit. Quite capable, these guys. It makes me wonder what their strength attribute actually is. Interesting gate. And I do hear another fat official. Although maybe it's the guy down there. Oh, wait, wasn't there another... I think I actually missed an item that I would be able to jump down to. Well, it does mean I'd have to jump down, though. Let's continue onward for a bit. Honestly, the level's already been going on quite a bit further than I thought it would, without any particular, you know, shortcut or any type of other cutoff point. Holy shit, this guy lost a lot of blood. What happened here? Yeah, I think the guy that I heard is one down there, right? He's not going to be too happy to see me coming back here. I guess we're going to be opening up the big gate, right? That's probably going to be the big shortcut here. Oh, once again, that big staircase with the statue in the middle, and then up top as well. Oh, hey, still looking at the environment. Stop attacking me out of the blue. Wonder what that was. Almost looks like a city hall type of building, right? Maybe could be some sort of big entrance hall. Maybe where they... It could be the throne room. Definitely a place where you would typically maybe welcome guests, right? Like big, important guests. They would just come up the staircase and then enter the building over there. Got the love. There's another guy back there. Nope. If you attack me from range, are you kidding me? Okay, so my first attack, like, bumped him backwards, which meant that it untargeted him as well. That is something that just shouldn't happen, right? Oh, there's another guy back there. There we go. It's somewhat running out of MP here, though. Yeah, this level is way more intricate than I thought it would be. Or I'm saying intricate, but mainly, I mean, it's way bigger than I thought it would be. I mean, the mines with all their tunnels and stuff was also fairly intricate, but I think overall, once you got through it, it seemed a bit smaller. And then again, I guess the biggest difference here is just that this level pretty much loops back around to where you start out. So you start out on that big staircase, and then it constantly sort of loops you back around, and you get further up with every sort of step you take. Whereas in the mines, even though it does loop back around to some degree, it's certainly a bit of a more linear type of deal. Okay, so if I jump down to the item, I'd have to go back through the entire level, though. Maybe I... Interesting choice here. Well, honestly, considering everybody's dead, it shouldn't be too difficult to just go back up. Yeah. Let's take a look here. I just don't want to forget to pick this up. It's just a soul. Oh, cool. Something else here? Are those the dogs? Holy shit, that's quite a scary effect that they put on the... Because it echoes, I guess it echoes through like multiple different corners. Yeah, I think it was the dogs. Holy hell. It's honestly a very cool sound effect. It's not just an echo, right? It honestly sounded as if it was sort of bouncing back from multiple different walls instead of just being an echo. And I also wonder why. So the big drum in the background only ever appears here. I wonder if it's supposed to sound as if there's some sort of bigger battle going on outside the castle. Because it certainly doesn't really relate to anything that's, you know, that exists within the level at that specific point. Oh, right. Let's take another look back here. Forgot about this. Well, that's an annoying chair. There was another thief here, right? Maybe? Maybe not. Oh no, you were here. I completely forgot about that. Let me take a look at that again.
All right. What'll it be?
18k souls. What is that? About 2.5 levels currently? Still wouldn't allow me to buy the shield. Well, I mean, the thing is, since I'm pretty much not... Or I rather specifically set out to not be able to dodge roll the entire time. I'm actually quite glad that what I'm wearing is fairly heavy. So the one big advantage that this shield has in terms of weight... Well, it's not even that big of an advantage. Wait, wasn't it 3? I thought it had... I thought it only weighed 3. Weighs 5, though. Well, then it's very, very similar to the one that I'm using. I mean, it looks cooler, arguably, but yeah, I'm not going to spend 20k souls on that. The Crescent axe, yeah, not that interesting either, right? Long-handled art axe with a crescent blade of a type wielded by the grinning, rotund officials. I love how they're describing them. Considerably heavy, attesting to the officials' inhuman strength. Not the halberd that the other guy was wielding that I just defeated. I think this is what the fat officials in the mines had. Doesn't really look that interesting. It's essentially just a two-handed axe, right? I like the knight sword, but... 85. I don't remember what the base stat of my current sword was. I think it was pretty similar. DE. Looks like it also scales the exact same. And it weighs 3.
Hard time. I'm sure you'll turn.
And just to double check. This weighs 2. Okay. Now scale C and D. Well, if I were to get that sword up to the same level, I think maybe it would be slightly better. The problem is getting it there, right? 20k souls just to purchase it, and then possibly another... Oh wait, I just noticed. Oh, never mind. And then possibly another... What was it? Aside from the materials as well, but it would probably be up to maybe also 10k to get it up to the same, like to +9. Once again, the upgrade system strikes. Has been a problem since Demon Souls, and even in Elden Ring, I would say, hasn't really fully been alleviated. Although Elden Ring at least works a ton better in that regard compared to Dark Souls and the others. But yeah, they always seem to kind of want you to test out a lot of different weapons. I mean, the games typically give you a lot of choice in that regard, but then they always limit you in how you're able to upgrade them, right? So what's the point of giving me all the weapons if it takes me, you know, a lot of grinding to get them up to the same level? I mean, I could do it, but considering that the sword looks a bit better, but aside from that, could I jump down to him? I should be able to, right? Let's not do that, though. I don't want to miss any sort of other thing that's going on here. Then it's also interesting. So they decided to introduce vaulting over ledges, but you can't jump up to ledges. Yeah. A lot of those awkward choices. I mean, yeah, sure. The less movement options you have, the easier it is to design these levels, because they don't need to think about you potentially being able to jump up here, right? But you could also integrate it into the level design. And once again, the weirdest thing is that they never chose to change that for the later games, right? Because it would be a natural sort of progression, right? Introduce the vaulting over ledges in Demon Souls and then expand on that in Dark Souls by also introducing being able to jump up to ledges. But nope, they just cut one of the things out and never looked back. Okay, seriously, there's a lot more going on here than I thought there would. There is a lot of guys here. Pretty intricate courtyard at that. Okay, no way to get through here though. Oh. That's the guy that I just saw. There we go. Ooh, does this lead down to the, the fuck? Well, he was very angry at that. Does this lead down to the gate? Because if it does, that would be pretty awesome. I think it might be. Still standing there and laughing. I don't think he's going to appreciate us being behind him. What the hell is wrong with him? Does he see me? Is he just... I think he saw me, but it's just... Alright, his decision is... Oh, there's a knight up there. I'm going to show him. I'm just going to destroy the thing that's right next to me for some weird reason. Are you kidding me? He literally walks all the way back to where the staircase begins, but then decides to walk back the wrong staircase? Seriously? Stop it, dude. I he's very confused. I just don't want to fight both of them at once, because it might be really, really annoying. Oh, well, never mind. I guess he doesn't care after all. Okay, buddy. You've been annoying me for far too long. Oh, hello. Ah! Oh, hello. Well, I rescued him and he's just gonna fuck off? What the hell? Help me! Oh, I completely forgot that these guys can heal too. Oh boy. Yeah, that's so scary. They can overwhelm you so quickly with that, because you can very, very quickly lose all your stamina. Oh, for fuck's sake. And then they also deal a not insignificant amount of damage. Ooh, I shouldn't have done the third hit there, but it thankfully did work out. Ah, for fuck's sake. Okay, where did you go? Are you kidding me? Wait, seriously, where did he go? Don't tell me he died after all. Oh, there you are. What the fuck's wrong with you? This is, what, the third time that I rescued you?
You saved my life. This is the third time.
Yeah.
I am truly indebted to you.
You are.
This is all I have. But please accept it. Now I must go. My father, the king, awaits me.
Okay. I was gonna complain about you. Pure clear stone. Wait, is that the thing to upgrade stuff all the way? Yeah, sorry buddy, I'm not letting you through. Well, that explains it. So he's the frickin' son of the king? Well, maybe not the son, but a son? Makes me wonder if he maybe is some sort of long lost son, right? Bastard son? Not. Like, cause... Could also very much be the actual heir to the whole thing, and he didn't really like that his father turned all crazy, and now he wants to kill him. Well, at least that explains why he constantly keeps going back here. Because I was going to complain, why the fuck doesn't he just stay at the Nexus if I constantly have to rescue him? But, well, he certainly seems to have quite the important agenda on his hands, so...
My father.
I like your shield, buddy. Okay, seriously, though, is he going to continue through the level? Because I don't want to constantly have to... Oh, I like his sword as well. No, he just walks back, it seems. Yeah, please do that. I don't want to have to rescue you all the time. I'm actually quite glad that I even realized that he was back there, because I was struggling to kill this guy. Hey, official's cap. Is he just gonna, like, randomly roam around the level again? Like it did previously? Oh, that's the guy that got crushed by the gate. Okay, yeah, so this just... I think he's just gonna randomly roam around the level. That's fine. Pretty cool encounter, though, I have to say. No idea where the knights came from. Seriously, I think he truly is just... I mean... I don't think he'll be able to really get anywhere, because it'll just end up being, or coming back around to where I'm now at. But honestly, that was a pretty cool encounter. I didn't realize, or I wouldn't have thought that they'd do this type of thing. With him being there and you now having to rescue him. You know, gate getting shut in front of your eyes and then you come back here. It was pretty cool. I like that. I also very much appreciate how they actually introduce some agency with these characters. I mean, it's a bit awkward that he now just randomly goes through a level without seeming to have any sort of potential actual target area in mind. But, you know, having these guys actually interact quite a bit more, both with you and the enemies, makes for a much more interesting encounter. Once again, another one of those weird things where I think FromSoft, they realized that maybe this was a bit awkward. I can definitely see maybe a couple of people complaining that this encounter didn't really work, or that he just died anyways, even though you helped him, or that his AI was bugging out and maybe you were accidentally hitting him instead of the enemies. You know, I can see all kinds of ways in which this could go wrong. The biggest thing that I have an issue with personally is that it seems like FromSoft had a lot of really, really cool ideas even back in Demon's Souls. And yeah, they definitely do realize a lot of their visions. Don't get me wrong, these games are still pretty great. But one huge problem that I have with FromSoft is that instead of developing these features, right? Instead of taking this as a baseline and improving on it in their next game, much like the ledge vaulting, right? They seem to have just somehow not been able to do that. I mean, maybe they've tried and realized, oh, you know, this is too difficult with our current engine, or maybe it just won't work out. It will be frustrating for the players or something. As challenging as these games are, they very much seem to be aware of, at least to a certain degree, not introduce super frustrating things into them, right? They're very much aware of not making it too frustrating for the player. But I think, kind of looking at this, maybe they wanted to, I don't know, introduce a wider audience to their games, broaden their audience somewhat, and so they maybe were afraid to make it more challenging than it already was, but yeah. Oh! Wait. The keys that I found are not for this gate? Interesting. Did not expect that to be the case. Yeah, I'm just personally somewhat disappointed that they have so many cool chances of improving on stuff, and yet they never did. But instead are doing things that nobody really asked for. I mean, don't get me wrong. The things that they did do in terms of open world design in Elden Ring are spectacular. Right? Especially with Noxtella, Nokron, and those giant elevators that you take down to them. But also in general, how well they were able to integrate their sort of more traditional levels into a big open world. It's pretty impressive. And I didn't think that they would be able to pull that off that well. But I do wonder why. I mean, well, you know, I'm not the developers. I'm not FromSoft. And they probably just wanted to realize whatever they wanted to do, right? I mean, at the end of the day, it's their game, and they are the ones that need to have fun while developing this stuff, right? So obviously they're going to choose whatever seems to be the most fun to them, which is completely fine. I do find it interesting. Very, very interesting that somehow they always seem to, I don't know, do other stuff, right? Instead of improving on what they have, they keep what they have the same and just introduce other things to it. Nothing wrong with that, of course, but yeah, it's just slightly disappointing for people like me who, you know, enjoy certain aspects about the game and then have to realize that they're never going to be improved. Funnily enough, even though they're completely different game series for obvious reasons, the thing it reminds me the most of is Game Freak's approach to Pokemon games. Because, you know, Pokemon being one of the largest entertainment franchises in history, it's just incredibly strange to me how they've handled the baseline edition games. Why am I always not... I think they're kind of shielding themselves. Interesting. But yeah, with them... My biggest complaint about the Pokemon games has always been just how weird they've been in terms of features. Okay, this is a big staircase. Wow. Holy shit. Imagine what it must have cost and what kind of, you know, hours they had to put into building this castle. This is crazy. Okay, how do I get over there, though? Oh, wait. I have to... Never mind. I think I have to come back around here, right? Where I went down originally. But yeah, one of the biggest complaints that I have about the Pokemon franchise is that they introduce really, really cool features. And they still keep doing that, right? And then they never expand on them. They'll just move on. They just scrap that specific feature for the next game and come up with something else. And you're sitting there going, but I enjoyed that. Can you please develop that further? Yeah. It's a very awkward decision. I mean, thankfully they have developed other things, but then also not really integrate that at all into their games. I don't know. Pokemon is a very weird franchise in that regard. Still forget that I can take these guys out in 2 hits. And Pokemon, more so than any other franchise, I think, also, they definitely have this idea of staying, or you know, remaining the kids' game. Which is also fine, except for the fact that it's gotten easier over the years. Right? And I'm sitting here asking myself, well, have kids gotten dumber over the last 20 years? Or what's the problem? I really don't get it. It's just, you know, from a game design perspective, Pokemon is a really, really weird franchise, honestly. It has so many weird intricacies. And that's why I'm comparing it to FromSoft here, is because Pokemon did develop on certain features that they had, and arguably, if you've ever tried to get into competitive Pokemon, that shit's crazy, right? I mean, sure, a lot of people do employ sort of cheats or cheat engines to get competitive Pokemon into the games, and I can't even, you know, fault them for that, because it's ridiculous. It's absolutely insane, because I tried once in Generation 6 to get into competitive Pokemon, and it is insane the amount of work that you need to put into that, right? Well, to be fair, if you have it set up to a certain degree, right? If you already have, let's say, a bunch of competitive teams ready, it gets easier than breeding other competitive teams, because it'll be easier to get the good stats onto the Pokemon, right? If you already have a couple. But setting that up in the first place is insane. Like, when you think about how, you know, if you were to engage in PvP here in Demon's Souls, let's say, right? I would have 2 options. Either I could just try some stuff and invade other people, or I could look up, you know, a couple of maybe popular builds, right? And try and fuck around with them a little bit and learn the intricacies of PvP. Sure, it's still going to take a while. I mean, you can... Obviously, people have put thousands of hours into this, right? But my point is, you can start out right away and just, you know, train a little bit. Try things out. You know, see what works and what doesn't, and what you enjoy the most in terms of playstyle. And yeah, sure, it's going to take you a couple of hours. It's probably going to take you 20, 30 hours to, you know, get to sort of a decent baseline level of understanding what works, what doesn't, and how to employ maybe certain tactics that are specific to PvP. But overall, after a while, you'll have it figured out. Maybe you're not going to be the best at it, but, you know, the sort of level of entry really isn't all that high. Although it's already quite high compared to other games. I mean, if you look at, let's say, Battlefield, right, Call of Duty, whatever, it's very, very easy to jump into those. And sure, getting good at them still requires work, and understanding what kind of weapons might be good and that kind of stuff, yeah, sure, requires work. Pokemon is a completely different thing. The amount of time, you know, it would take you to come up with, let's say, 10 different builds, including getting to New Game Plus 7 and all that other stuff in a game like Demon's Souls, Elden Ring, whatever, is nothing compared to what you have to do in Pokemon in order to enter the competitive scene, right? I don't know. I don't want to go too much into depth there, but my point is comparing that with, you know, the sort of with how easy they've made the game overall over the last couple of years. Is there somebody to the left here? No. Is honestly insane. It's just insane to see the difference there in how easy it is to play the actual game versus how insanely difficult it is to get into the competitive scene, right? Oh, hello. Did not expect another cutscene here. Wait, that's not the same Fed official, though. I guess they're all just running away. Huh. Honestly, also, quite a bit of interesting lore here. So they can, I assume, both see the fog and also traverse it. Which, again, I think it's way more interesting that in Demon's Souls they decided to make the fog actually be, you know, a proper part of the... Not only the level... Oh. I did not realize you could, like, kneel down to pick up an item and it would just make the arrow fly above my head. That was actually pretty funny. Oh. Okay, there's some sort of heavy item here. Okay, stop shooting at me. I need to send some stuff to storage. Are they gonna follow me? No. Oh, whoopsie. No. Why am I already holding so much stuff again? Okay, let's send this to storage. At least the keys don't weigh anything. Heavy bolts. Oh, I didn't even look at this. Signature hat worn by the king's officials. I have their pants, I think. This honestly looks pretty awesome. It's a bit, you know, broken up there at the front, but reminds me a bit of Bloodborne. Wear it to pass as an official yourself? What is that supposed to mean? Wait, can you somehow wear an official set and make the enemies believe that you're one of them? Is that a thing that you can do? I don't think that the pants had that line of text. The rotund officials of Boletaria appeared just before the Scourge of Demons. Once they ingratiated themselves with the king, they proceeded to mercilessly terrorize the masses. This uniform became a symbol amongst the commoners. Yeah, I've already read that. Which still makes me question on whether or not the king had them brought here to help him with the demons, or if the fat officials were the one that set this all up, right? Because it could be that they were sent here by somebody and somehow convinced the king that he needed to do whatever he did in order to free or wake the old one. Okay, that would be pretty odd. I'm not going to try it now, especially since I also don't own the entire set yet. But it very much makes me wonder if... Oh yeah, send these to storage. Very much makes me wonder if... you can somehow actually pass as them, and the enemies will either not see you or be confused or something else. Okay, these weigh quite a bit, which is a shame. I would kind of like to use them, but at the same time, I guess I could use them as a bit of a way to get through the level whenever I'm out of magic. Oh well. At least I have enough capacity to pick this up now. Oh, it's just an insane amount of healing items. I thought it was... Because it said something along the lines of exceeding by 6.3 or some such thing, so I was wondering if it was a weapon. Sadly, no. Wait, there was... What did I want to do? Oh yeah, let me equip... Because I think they'll actually come in handy here. Let's equip the throwing knives and just deal with those guys that way. Because that... Hopefully I'll be able to avoid the knights running at me. Oh. Well, yeah, that's not going to work. I'm never a fan of these throwing knives. They're a thing in all of these games, I think, and yet they're never really that useful. They're kind of... I think they mainly exist for you to be able to lure enemies towards you, right? So you can make them aware of your presence and they'll come running after you. Okay, these are way better at doing what I want them to do. There we go. Oh, perfect. See, this is what you can do with them. Ah, fuck. Nope, that's... I wanted to get one of them to follow me. Although, you know what? Yeah, might be an idea. Hey, one of you, come here. Actually looks kind of funny how they're all walking back in sync. Come here. Huh? See, it works the exact same as it does in Elden Ring. Seriously? I said come here. So the other two do see that their friend was attacked, but for some reason... Oh, for fuck's sake. They'll look at the point where you have attacked him and don't understand that it's a ranged weapon that injured him, and, you know, it's just so funny to me, because it... Well, okay, I always have to put in brackets that I'm wearing the thief ring, so it might very well be that that's what's confusing them, but since it works the exact same in Elden Ring, I'm gonna assume that it's not the case. I find that so funny. Because it has to have been programmed specifically like that, right? So somehow whenever there is an impact or a... Whenever an enemy is hit, the other enemies will think or will look at them being hit. They're made aware of that's happening. Honestly makes me wonder whether or not maybe they integrated that into their code. So whenever you hit an enemy, it doesn't need to be a ranged attack, the other enemies will look towards what's been happening, right? So even if you manage to sneak up on one enemy, attacking them will automatically attract everybody else to your position. I think that's what that's for. And for some reason, FromSoft did not account for how that would work, or maybe originally didn't account for how that would work with ranged weapons. And then I think either they never were aware of that fact. I don't think that's the case, though. I think they just they were fine with how this is working now and just said, okay, you know, we don't want to bother with implementing a different AI routine for ranged weapons, which in general, ranged weapons just seem to be this weird outlier that just doesn't really work with the systems they implemented here. But yeah, I kind of think that's what happened. They introduced some sort of AI pattern for melee attacks, and then just went, well, it's fine for ranged, you know, it's not exactly realistic or anything or challenging, but it's fine for what it is. And once again, I can just repeat myself. It's funny here in Demon's Souls, it's weird that they never went back and changed it for the other games, right? That it still works the exact same way in Elden Ring for some reason. Because you'd also assume that it wouldn't be too difficult, because you only need to flag whether or not it's a ranged weapon or a melee weapon, right? And if an enemy gets attacked by a ranged weapon, you could just program it that they're not alerted to the position where the weapon hit, but rather to where it was thrown from. Now, obviously, that does introduce a couple of different issues. I'd imagine you'd have to check whether or not the player character is currently... That's probably why they had trouble implementing it, right? Because it's one thing to just alert the enemies to your presence or to the position where you're standing at. That would be the easy way out. The more realistic approach would be that you'd also have to check for whether or not the player character is either behind a corner or too far away, wearing the thieves ring or something like that, right? So you'd also have to check for those kinds of cases. But at the end of the day, yeah, I don't know. It's still very just strange to me that it seems to be so weirdly specific in a way. See, the other guy, once again, is just, huh? My buddy was hit? What happened? And the guy that actually was hit by it, that's the one that, you know, starts following you. He is still confused. He's just looking over. Huh? What happened? Yeah, I don't know. No idea. Alright, come here, buddy. They're sometimes doing very frantic movements, which I do like. I think they're very, not very, but somewhat hard to figure out in terms of their movements. They'll have some attacks that are somewhat easy to deal with, especially if you have a shield and they're bouncing back from it and stuff. But they can also very, very quickly, you know, sort of change their attack pattern, or rather, you know, draw back their weapon and attack again. Things like that. Very interesting. Wait, can I vault over to there? Is that a place where I already was at? This looks incredible. Holy shit. Waterfalls in the distance. So cool. And they have this big building over there. Honestly, sometimes I wish they would just... And obviously this is a remake. This is just... I'm saying just. It's a very, very, very good game, but it's the Demon's Souls remake. So it needs to accomplish that. But, you know, looking at how freaking, amazing this castle is realized, definitely makes me wish that... Okay, you cannot vault over this. Yeah, maybe that's also why they got rid of vaulting. Because it doesn't really make sense that you would be able to vault here. Yeah, it makes me wish that they would just come back and, you know, just take what they already have here. Just build another game around it, right? Just utilizing the same castle. I don't know. I think it was just a sort of an idea off the top of my head because the new Hogwarts game, right? The Harry Potter game that is supposed to come out this year. Its biggest strength seems to be how they've realized, well, the game, right? How they've realized the vision of Hogwarts. The rest of it seems pretty shitty, honestly. The dialogue was awful. The writing seems to be woefully bad, although the only thing that I saw was a side quest, so maybe it's not that bad in the main quest. I don't know. It's just at least from the gameplay they've put out, it looks like they went above and beyond with realizing Hogwarts as a place in a computer game, and then forgot everything else, right? Stuff like interesting gameplay, cool gameplay systems, good dialogue, good story, interesting characters, right? All of that seems to be missing. But then again, the game's not released, so maybe it'll be better than I expected. I don't think so, though. But yeah, that just sort of brought up this idea of, well, maybe they should, you know, take a background like this, which honestly looks equally impressive as Hogwarts in the new game. Well, it's not Hogwarts, but, you know, as I said, equally impressive, and build something else around it. And utilize this entire space as sort of an open world instead of a somewhat linear FromSoft level. Okay, there's definitely a boss behind here. Why is there such a big staircase, though? I feel like I might be missing something here. Welcome to the Sniper's Perch. Whatever that means. Absolutely. I can't get over the amount of detail. Not only in those, like, round shield type of things, that all have, like, different sigils, and then the gold ornaments on the arch. All the different statues that actually all look different as well. So awesome. And one thing that they've accomplished here specifically that, once again, doesn't work that well in the other FromSoft games, I think, is that especially the proportions of stuff seem to be so much more realistic. So somehow the, I guess, size of the assets and just how it all comes together, even though it's very grandiose and probably a lot bigger than what a castle could typically be in real life. I mean, sure, there are big castles out there, but you know, this is definitely a lot more opulent than what you typically see out of 99% of castles out there. I still think that they managed to come up with a level of detail and size for the different objects and stuff in the scene that still makes it seem very believable and realistic compared to what most other games would do, where they kind of make things look a bit too big, honestly. Just a bit inhuman. Though arguably, well, in the case of Elden Ring, for example, the game certainly seems to suggest that at least some of those structures that exist within the game have been built by potentially, you know, fairly big giants or that sort of type of creature, and not necessarily by humans. So especially the sort of big, like the elevator to the Elder's Plateau and the whole entrance portion of Lanedale towards the Erdtree very much seems like it was originally built by some sort of giant race and not by humans. Okay, I have quite a few souls. How difficult would it be to get back here? I mean, I can just try. I'm just gonna go back to the Archstone, spend my souls. Well, the most annoying part here specifically is probably going to be that there are so many archers here. So I feel like I'm going to be hit fairly frequently by projectiles. Let's see. That is so weird, man. That they... You know, honestly, just make him walk back to the Archstone and sit down. Or in general, just make him sit down or something. Why is he walking the entire time? That's a very strange choice, quite honestly. Yeah, with the amount of stamina that it consumes, this run back is going to be tough. But maybe it'll work out. I just don't want to lose all the souls. I feel like that's... Oh god. From this perspective, it looked like the Maiden in Black suddenly was wearing something on her head and her head was on fire. Kind of glad that's not the case. Okay, buddy. So I rescued you for the 3rd time, and your solution to that is just to sit down in the Nexus again? Why not just stay here then?
But perhaps our age will see the rise of new heroes.
And he just has the same dialogue as well. What the hell? Oh, by the way, I could try out whatever that statue does when you are sacrificing 25,000 souls. Something keeps me from it, though. Somehow I have a feeling that maybe it is truly just connected to resetting world tendency or something. I really don't want to... Not at this point in time. Not yet. Especially considering that I seem to be gearing up to fight another boss. I don't really want to spend my stuff on...
I can forge
I don't
weapons
know,
for you.
stuff like that.
You come back alive.
Among them, could these two?
I really, really expected a couple more of these NPCs to change. I don't know what they're specifically waiting for. Especially, you know, since defeating the Dragon God. I thought that they would maybe change a bit. Or have other dialogue, or do other things. I mean, this guy, you know, I've met 3 times in a level now. And even though his dialogue didn't change here, at least he talked to us in the level. All the other guys are just, I don't know, sitting around for some reason. Not really doing anything. It's weird. Anyways. Give me some levels.
Seekest the power of the soul, no?
Indeed I do.
Then touch the deep soul of the mind.
Let's touch her demon then.
Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
Okay. So my endurance is at 25 already.
So the world might be mended. So the world might be mended.
It's honestly a bit of a tough choice. I think the most obvious portion here would probably be to just go for vitality. Especially in my normal body form, I don't think that my HP are too bad. They're quite alright. Sure, if I get overwhelmed, or if the big red-eyed knights with the 2-handed swords hit me, it can be tough sometimes, but for the most part, I think I'm fine in terms of HP. Then again, I would say that I'm just fine, right? So if they do introduce a couple of tougher enemies going forward, or if the boss deals a significant amount of damage, it could be tougher. So maybe it would be a good idea to sort of prevent that from happening and level vitality before it becomes an issue. Not necessarily the worst thing. The reason why I think I want to go for it is because, well, what else am I supposed to do, right? Okay, that's interesting. Leveling up endurance gives me 3 more endurance, which I think is even more than before. So it seems like 25 is not a soft cap in this game. At least not for endurance. Considering my stamina problems, I'm kind of inclined to still go for it. Strength is honestly a bit wasted. Yeah, I'm not the strongest character yet, especially considering the amount of damage that I was dealing to the Flame Lurker. I feel like I'm somewhat underpowered there, but just raising the strength attribute per se is not really doing that much. I think by far the thing that would be more worth it would be to try to level up my weapon further, which I don't know if I can. Maybe. I think I could technically grind for it, especially if I were to go back to the mines, either to the Crystal Lizard Cave or potentially buy something from the merchants there. Don't really need dexterity either. Magic, not the worst thing ever. I am using the soul arrow to a certain degree, but And I can still enchant my weapon as well. Especially in a boss fight, that might be helpful to get a bit more damage out. Maybe I should have looked at the boss, honestly, and at what kind of damage I'm dealing to him, potentially. You know what? I think I'm gonna do this. Bit more endurance, but also don't, you know, skip out on the vitality. And honestly, I could maybe even get another level, because I have so many souls in my inventory now. And looking at this, 50 more HP is honestly pretty good. Yeah, you know what? Let's do this. And then I need 10.4k. Which I'm fairly certain I should be able to get. I'm a little bit concerned with maybe, you know, running into a damage problem here, but honestly, whoa, holy shit, that is 8,000 souls? Okay, I did not expect that. Legendary warrior soul. Wow. Well, then let's get 2 levels. Wait, I can maybe even get 3. Holy fuck. Okay, so I currently need, what, 10.4, so it's gonna move up to around about 11. How much gonna choose these? It's another 8k. What the fuck? I honestly did not realize that it would be this much that I have in souls here. Yeah, let's level up first.
Then touch it. Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
Gonna go to 24 vitality. I think that's quite enough though for now. I mean, that's over 100 HP more compared to before. Technically, it's quote-unquote only about a 10% gain, maybe a bit more, 11-12%, but yeah, it can make quite a bit of a difference. Specifically also because you raise your defense at the same time. Question being, do I want to go for 27 endurance or 21 strength? It's a bit of an awkward choice, honestly. 24 vitality will be quite something. I think... honestly, I think I'm going to go for 28 endurance, and then I'm going to start leveling my offense a bit more. Unless for some reason this boss is going to be really, really annoying to take out with the current level of damage that I'm dealing. Then I might reconsider. But for now... let's do this. 5.8... Okay. How did I not realize how many souls I had? I thought they were worth way less. 11.3. All right. So this was 2 of them were 8k, right? So one is 4k. So let's use one of them. No, wait, 2. Oh, never mind. Another one. 11.3. Yeah, perfect.
Then touch it. Soul of the mind, key to life's ether.
Okay, now it's only 2 stamina,
Soul
not 3.
of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. strength be granted so the world might be
Yeah.
so the
Still,
world
want to
might
do
be
this. You know, to be completely honest, technically investing into endurance will mean that I'll get out more attacks with one sort of combo, right? At least in theory. I mean, obviously the difference between, what was it, 25 and 27 endurance is not going to get me a full additional sword swing. At least I don't think it will. But yeah, in a way, it certainly does add to my potential damage output, more so than increasing my strength would potentially do. Yeah.
art thou, may thy strength
What am I missing anyways, if I want to upgrade my weapon
Train your
further?
souls.
Heartstone shards are the normal ones, right? I now have a pure heartstone. And the heartstone, I'm pretty sure the heartstone chunks I could either buy from the merchant in the mines, although I think it was like 5,000 per piece at least. But I could potentially also farm them from the crystal lizards. So I'm fairly certain that I could farm a plus 10 weapon here. Which, again, probably easier than leveling up strength. Although, considering that I do need the pure heartstone for it, I don't know, makes me wonder if maybe I could... Okay, let me actually...
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch.
Anything that I want to put away? I have 25 of both of them. How do I have... Holy shit, they dropped a lot of healing items in that level. Now I feel bad for purchasing that many. Pretty sure this is very similar to mine, right? Yeah. Great sword, scimitar, mail breaker. And then we have the winged spear twice. Okay, so if I wanted to have a bit of a sword upgrade, then I would have to purchase the knight's sword. That's honestly really... I don't like that at all. I think I'm just going to hold out and hope that maybe that thing's either going to drop or that maybe there are some other swords that I would like to use. Because, I don't know, going back and... well...
You have a heart of gold.
not only paying 20k souls to get the sword in the first place, but then also having to upgrade it all the way. I think that's a bit much right now. I mean, I could, but yeah, for how insignificant the upgrade will be, as much as I would like to have it, yeah, nope. All right, Half Moon Grass. Well, if I do want to do the boss, then just equipping the late Moon Grass will be fine. Considering that I don't know what he's going to use yet, I think I'm just not going to equip anything too specific. I do want to equip the Pine Resin, though, just in case. Even though I could also enchant Weapon. But for now, I mean, since I have the Pine Resin, I kind of want to use it, right? I don't want to keep all the stuff in my inventory for nothing. Oh, yeah, let's just spend the rest of the souls on, well, bolts, I guess. Although he's also selling the fresh spice. Bit short of those, though.
Do come back
All right.
alive.
Let's see how annoying it is to run back to that fog gate. This thing is also when the dogs, for example, are gonna run after me. I don't know. Might even be easier to just... Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Might even be easier to just at least kill a couple of enemies here. Now how long... I don't think that the soldiers are necessarily good. Why are you still here? What the fuck? Okay, yeah, that's gonna be more annoying than I thought it would be. What is wrong with you?
My father, the king, awaits me.
Seriously, buddy, if you're gonna die because you're running around all the time, I'm gonna be very, very mad. What the hell? Okay, yeah, this is... I don't know. Fuck's sake. I also just hadn't really accounted for the fact that there are so many of these barriers here. Yep. Well, at least now I know. Well, this was a wasted thing. Oh boy. Fuck. I don't want to use a stone for this, goddammit. I shouldn't have tried. Why is that so annoying? I mean... I don't want to have to deal with all of them every single time I'm running back. Okay, I don't... Let's just use the stone. I was afraid of that happening. I don't like that at all. Why is the run back this annoying? I mean, sure, I can, you know, the docs I'm fine with. I can deal with you too, right? It's only two, easy enough, dealt with. That's fine. I can run past most of the enemies, I think. Oh my god. Look at that. The problem is, right, the specific sort of pace that you run at is not really capable of truly, you know, passing by their attacks. That's the issue. Especially the ones with the spears here. What the hell is that? I guess I could do this, but that's not going to work for all of them, right? Now they're behind me, too. What the? Oh, that was one of them. Oh! Fucking hell. Okay, the three knights honestly make me wonder if they're specifically set up so that you're not able to run past them. That seems weird, honestly. Okay, let's use that to heal. Great. Okay, to be fair, it wasn't as annoying as I thought it was. The red knights are definitely an issue. Especially because they're also using pikes, right? So they have quite a bit of range, and you just can't really run past them. Unless maybe instead of running towards the edge, running in between them could help? I don't know. It's a very weird run back, because it's fairly easy for the most part, but then introduces one tough spot specifically where there's a lot of other enemies, right? Where they can just overwhelm you. Which I find somewhat confusing. Anyways, let's just hope that the boss isn't going to be too complicated. Oh. I don't think it's going to be him, though. Ah, that's the guy that ran back into the fog, right? Oh. Well, somebody certainly... Hello. You look awesome. I think somebody kind of dislikes the fat officials as much as I do. Okay, Okay, he either induces bleed or he also... Whoa! Okay, that's quite a bit more range than I expected. Penetrator. Interesting. Yeah, I feel that... Whoa! He's got flame as well. I fear that maybe I made a bit of a mistake with my damage. Okay. Although maybe not. Ooh, get lucky there. Whoa! Wait, he did that through my shield. Okay, that honestly looked a bit weird. Okay. Well, somehow I'm somewhat glad that I increased my vitality a little bit, because I do think that I'm going to need it. I don't necessarily think that I'm too bad in terms of damage output, but I'm also... it's not great either. The one thing that I'm already kind of... Honestly, I think I have just chosen the wrong build for this playthrough. Kinda. Yeah. The issue is that most of his attacks just hit for way too much stamina damage whenever you hold up your shield. In that regard, he seems to be somewhat similar to the Flame Lurker. He's just dealing too much stamina damage to me, to where I can only really block 1 or 2 hits and then have to get out of range. The issue being that I'm kind of struggling to output damage if I also need to be careful not to be hit. And I don't think that I'll be able to avoid most of the hits by just running around him. I seem to be able to bait out specifically his sort of jumping at me, which if you go, I think because he holds his weapon, if he doesn't double-handed, I think he holds his weapon in the right hand. So sort of going onto his left side, I think can avoid his attacks. I don't know if I just held up my shield too late, or if that's an attack that is specifically designed to go through your shield. I don't know if I like that. Again, it just seems to me as if shield builds are not really that great, sadly. Unless I'm able to... You think I maybe would be able to sort of shield bash him or something and stagger him that way? I guess I could... Let me see. If I unequip these two... Nope. Still fat rolling. Because going in two-handed and rolling around him would have been fine if I would be capable of getting it to where I could do a normal roll. Which is actually interesting. 57.5. I probably need to... Wait, do I get... Yeah, okay. So it's 50 is the threshold. I could go in like this. Don't know if I want to, though. Honestly, I'm fairly certain that... Okay, yeah. I hate to criticize the game here, but look at how little stamina this costs me. This is insane. Well, the double-handed attack costs me quite a bit, but one jump is about a third or maybe even only a fourth of the stamina that shielding against one of his attacks consumes. And by rolling away, not only do you get iframes, but you'll also set yourself up to be in a way better position than what you are when you shield against one of his attacks. I'm honestly quite bummed out by that. Because I was looking forward to doing sort of a shield run, and now it just seems that it's significantly worse than this. I mean, I can still utilize the shield against normal enemies. It just feels a bit like a... Honestly, if I were to go in like this, I'm fairly certain that I would stand quite a bit of a good chance against dealing with him. It even makes the run back a lot easier. I mean, look at how fast I am. Holy shit, that's ridiculous. Fuck. It just feels like I'm also kind of betraying my own character here. The problem is, I'm thinking back to when I did the Flame Lurker, right? And even though I eventually managed to deal with him with the build that I had, it was more because I was incredibly passive. And while I also did employ sort of ranged damage to a degree with my soul arrows, and well, it just overall didn't feel that great. You know what? I don't know if it still works, because I did level up again. Fuck, I always forget that you can just cycle through the archstones. But let me try once to... I'm just gonna... Because I want to have my body back anyways. I'm just going to go here and try this specific tactic against the Flame Lurker. And if it feels very fun, then I guess I'm just going to use it. Hey, Splasher. Hi. Appreciate it. I mean, I typically do my first playthroughs, well, not entirely alone, but certainly, you know, I want to get through everything on my own. I do, though, fairly frequently want to get my body back, so if you want to utilize my summon sign, sure. Let me actually put it up. Where is the stone? There we go. I hope that people can even still summon me. I honestly don't know how the sort of level ranges for co-op and stuff work. Oh, you're going for platinum. Yeah, I don't know if I'm actually going to do that eventually. Maybe at some point. Thing is, my first playthrough through Elden Ring took so long that I didn't really want to dive into a second one right away. Oh, thanks. I really do appreciate that. I mean, yeah, if we happen to be on the same boss, then sure, feel free to summon me in. I don't know if somebody can still summon me, though. Unless they are maybe in the same level range. It did work earlier, but now I leveled up a bit further. I mean, you can always hang out and stream. If you want to do that. It always feels awkward standing here. I don't know. Maybe they should have put in some sort of feedback. Something along the lines of, you know, oh, your summon sign is at a place where, I don't know. They could have even obscured it a little bit. Could have done some cool sort of message along the lines of, hey, you know, the demons in this area fear your summon sign or something to indicate that you're a bit above where you should be. Although I'm still not sure in terms of the level range, considering that my damage against the Flame Lurker was not that great, I'm still thinking that maybe... Maybe this is a bit more of an appropriate level for it. Well, so far I've streamed all of my Demon's Souls playthrough, if that's what you're asking. I just, you know, I typically like to stream whenever I play games because I've noticed that it just keeps my playthroughs going. I don't know, in the past I've just started playing games and realized that I wasn't really enjoying going through them without being able to, you know, voice my thoughts and ideas about it as well, which is kind of why I started this. And it's very fun, you know, to have people come in and comment and everything, which is why I started doing it. Oh, well, I do appreciate that very much. I don't know if... Well, I'm not really playing this every day, right? Only about twice per week, maybe, right now. And I have a bunch of stuff coming up in other games as well, so I guess I don't really want to disappoint in that regard. Don't know if I would be able to be there all the time. I guess what I'm trying to say. Okay, seriously, I don't know if there's anything going to happen here. Cannot really be the time, though, because you'd assume that there are more people online now compared to about, you know, 3 to 4 hours ago. I don't even know if people are able to summon you in for the Dragon God. I don't know how that would work, since it's sort of a stealth slash gimmick boss. So this is honestly just very strange. But I don't really... Or maybe I should go to one of the other Archstones, but I don't really want to begin another level either. And the Tower Knight would be even lower in level. I guess I could try going back and forth. The problem is I only have 2 Stones of Ephemeral Eyes left. And I really would like to try this build before going in with the other boss. Well, the thing is, I'm incredibly certain that this build would work out better for me because I'm also just more used to this, I think. But I don't know. I just feel like I would be disappointed killing the boss this way instead of doing it quote unquote properly with my shield. Should I just lock out and back in? Try again? I really don't understand the summon stuff sometimes. Because I always feel whenever it doesn't work that it's due to some sort of weird networking issue that the game has rather than nobody being there. Because the difference is just too stark, right? Sometimes it just works immediately without any issue whatsoever. And then sometimes it doesn't work at all. Well, then trying the spider with this build probably doesn't work. Let me quickly put it in front of the Tower Knight. Considering how these archstones are set up. Oh, what? How many times did I die? Wait, I died once to the boss, and then I died... I guess last time when I played, I died a couple more times, but I looked at the world tendency and it was still... I mean, it wasn't what I consider to be pure white anymore, but... Why is it so dark now all of a sudden? I feel like I only died 3 more times or something like that. I mean, I could also try to do, you know, to fight these normal guys. It is quite ridiculous just how much of a difference a fast roll makes, right? Oh, that's the dragon. Let's see. Up the storm now. Maybe I'll get lucky here. Oh, I was gonna say, so there is that gate at the front of the level, right? And somebody put a message there saying that in order for it to open up, it needs to be pure white tendency, I think. Which I still don't understand how that will work. So apparently the tendency you're starting out with, even though it looks pretty pure white to me, is not the one you need. So, but how do you increase your world tendency then? Are you supposed to get through the level without dying and also kill all the bosses without dying? And that would amount to pure white tendency? Because now that the world tendency is dark, it just makes me wonder if anything's changed. Maybe I should go back there for a bit. At least take a quick peek at the gate. Just wish that... It's somewhat unfortunate that there isn't really anything that I can do while waiting. I'm sure I could, I don't know, farm. I mean, he's dying way too quickly anyways. thing is, I neither I neither need the healing items here, nor do I need throwing knives, and I don't even really need souls. That would just exacerbate the issue with the level. But I mean, they allow you to put down the sign. Okay, let me see. I'm just gonna go to the start of the level real quick and just take a sneak peek at the door and whether or not it has opened up. Seriously though, I don't understand how the world tendency can be this far below what it was before. How did that happen so quickly? It's almost as if there is some sort of another... Oh yeah, this is... I think it would probably be very, very easy to avoid it. Oh! If soul tendencies... Wait, what? Okay, so either this message is wrong, or it works both ways. Well, gives me something to do, I guess. Should I be cheeky and put up the... You know what? I'm gonna do that. Oh, missing my helmet too. Is there an even faster roll, though? Oh, maybe I should also put up the... Let's see. Potential. I don't even know. I feel like the providential rank doesn't really help. Either... Okay, so my character's luck stat is really low. So maybe that's why the ring isn't really helping that much. And... I'm still in the back of my mind thinking about how to potentially deal with the boss. But just like with the Flame Lurker, I think the only option that I would really have is to get good. So I would have to be... Well, the problem is, in this particular case, getting good would involve to be certainly more passive than I would want to be, I think. That's kind of my biggest issue there. It's just that I can only really block one attack, so I'd have to learn how far away I can be from him, while at the same time sort of learning what I can block, what I cannot block, and where I can attack. Or potentially walk around him. Yeah, the issue just is that even though I do have a giant shield, I probably end up trying to figure out where I can stand and or move to without shielding so that I can still counterattack with a bunch of stamina without having to resort to blocking. Which arguably is kind of the same thing, it's just unequipping the shield altogether, right? Which honestly, if unequipping the crossbow and the shield would allow me to fast roll, I would do it. But it's not. Unless... do these count too? No. It is strange, though. I didn't consider that at all. So the game... Looking at how fast I can roll makes me wonder if the game only has two different states there. Right? One fast roll and one fat roll. Whereas Dark Souls has three different ones, right? They also change on different equipment loads in Dark Souls. Yeah, I can't really do anything with the shield. That's my biggest issue. I cannot really... I mean, with this shield, I could... you know what? I could maybe swap back to the other one and try just countering the dude. If that works, well, it would be pretty great. Same problem, though. It would probably take quite a bit of time to learn that, and... especially also considering the run back, that would probably be... you know, I guess really the most annoying part of it all is just that I'm fairly confident that I can, you know, because, well, to be perfectly honest, what I saw from his attack patterns, he doesn't necessarily seem to be the most complicated boss ever. He seems to be somewhat similar to Flame Lurker in terms of what he can do, right? He has like 2 or 3 different swipes that he can do. He can follow them up in different ways. He has like a stab attack, right? I'm not saying that it's easy. He certainly still deals a lot of damage, especially if he does hit you. And maybe I would need a couple of attempts, but being able to just fast roll out of most of what he can do, while also at the same time still being able to counterattack, specifically then also with potentially a... Oh. Hello. Okay, so now we have these red guys in here. Why did he... What is going on? Anyways, coming back to what I was talking about. So nothing here, it seems. Yeah, that's what's annoying me the most. I think that just getting accustomed to his different attacks, timings, and whatnot with a fast roll, and then being able to also dish out a fairly significant amount of damage while doing it would probably get me through the fight somewhat quickly. Again, not saying that I would defeat him right away, but I feel fairly confident in that it wouldn't really take me that much in terms of attempts. But with the shields, even if I were to switch to the other one and potentially counter him, it's just that it would take definitely more effort to learn that, without necessarily being more fun. I think that's really, that's what I'm referencing as annoying. Is just I hate that weird shove you sometimes do. Okay, they're a bit tougher, I think, than the guys up there, but not that tough. What I'm confused most about is just, once again, the game kind of throwing a curveball here, in that it's just different to how it worked before. Hey! At least the 6 Hearthstone shards are definitely what I needed. Okay, yeah, so when I was in the mines and the whole state of the world shifted to Dark Tendency, what happened was that some of the miners that were previously normal enemies suddenly turned out to be red enemies, right? They were tougher, they had more HP, and they dropped more souls. But they didn't spawn in like this. They were just there. And then the two, what I would consider to be NPC invaders, even though they didn't have what they later did in Dark Souls with the NPC invasion, message and everything. They were just there. They stood there like normal enemies, but they did not respawn, and they were normal, quote-unquote, humans, but red. And they were there all along. They didn't spawn in whenever the world tendency became black. So now I've seen 3 different types of these red enemies, right? Ones that look like what you would consider to be a typical NPC invasion, where they're there once, and once you deal with them, they stay dead. But they're always there no matter what the world tendency is. So that's kind of the first option that I encountered so far. Then the second one was in the mines when the world tendency turned black, so they're not normally there, but it kind of apparently connected to the black world tendency, and it just makes normal enemies turn red, but also be there the entire time, just be a tougher version of the same one, essentially. And now this kind of third option here, well, obviously I haven't been here before because the door wasn't open. But for some reason, these guys spawning in whenever you get close to their position, instead of being here from the start. Huh. I'm just trying to figure out, so is this some sort of significant difference? Or did they just want to shake things up? Because you'd assume that the way they work, I mean, at least from what I know about, or don't know about, invasions, right? So when you invade another player, you're a Red Phantom 2, correct? And I guess you're sort of considered to be... I don't know if you're considered to be a demon, but you're certainly considered to be some sort of, well, enemy to that world, right? So would the same be true here? Ooh, hello. Ah, that's a very insignificant difference in weight. Interestingly enough, better against bleed. I just made me think, right? If I were to switch to the entire Blue Knight set, considering that it's slightly lighter than what I'm wearing, maybe I could get away with, you know, unequipping the crossbow, unequipping the shield, and then switching over to the other set. Would still be somewhat similar to what I'm currently wearing, but, you know, I don't know. I know that it's not really a role-playing game as such. I honestly just dislike the idea of specifically, you know... Oh, hello. What the... How many of you guys are here? Oh, they have a very weird pattern in their attacks. Like, there's a weird slight delay when they do their flurry rush thing. Okay. Mount Warrior Soul. Interesting little side area. Doesn't really seem to continue beyond this point, though, but... I really like the river running around the castle. Such a neat little detail. But yeah, I don't know. So these just spawn in for some reason. Honestly, I don't really think that they necessarily meant this to be some sort of significant difference lore-wise, but it just, I don't know. It just makes me wonder, I guess, if there is some sort of meaning behind it at all. Oh, okay. Does continue quite a bit further than I thought it would. Is my summon sign still up? It should be, right? I mean, I definitely didn't get a message that it was removed, so I assume it is. Yeah, I guess it must be connected to some sort of level range, right? So I'd have to get lucky, essentially. If I do place it, let's say, in front of the Flame Lurkers boss room, I'd have to get lucky in that somebody would have to summon me in that's also within sort of my general level range, I'd assume. Oh. Who the hell are you? Oh. 32? Okay, this is way more like those weird NPC invader guys in the mines. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? What kind of level are you? Okay, that's a very weird movement. Okay, this is gonna be tough, I feel like. How the hell am I only dealing 32 damage? Are you kidding me? What is this? She's way stronger than all the bosses I've fought so far. I don't even think that I have enough healing items to deal with her. Unless I would be able to... I mean, I can just chug away at her health. What is going on? Why? What? I mean, these other guys here, they were somewhat stronger, right? But this... Oh, shit. Okay, so... Because she was double-handing her weapon, she wasn't bouncing back quite as much as... Ah! That was a one-shot. Holy fuck. I mean, I'm in soul form, so I'm missing... I'm fairly certain that wouldn't be a one-shot with my entire HP active. What the hell was that? Seriously? Why is there just... Well, I'm calling her an NPC invader. I don't really know if that's the case. Why is she so significantly stronger than everything else? She's the... Okay, so I was dealing how much damage to the boss that I attempted? Like... It was around the same that I dealt to Flame Lurker, right? So about 100 damage. 32 against her. So if I'm trying to put that into some sort of level range, I'd assume her to be like a level 70 to 80 player character, potentially? Maybe even more than that? Oh, like, what the hell? I guess... Okay, similar concept here, right? If I feel like I should be able to maybe counter her attacks, but even if I were to do critical hits, you know, if I can't even learn to counter her, considering her HP pool and that my normal attacks do like 32 damage, you know, if I were to counter and stab her or backstab her or something, it would probably only deal around about 100 damage. So I'd probably have to do that 12, 13 times before she's dead. Yeah, no shot. I don't think that I'm gonna do that right now. I'm just... Okay, honestly, once again, the part that I'm most confused by isn't even that she exists. The part that I'm more confused by is why the other guys are so significantly easier. So the couple of... How many were there? About 8 or something of the guys that spawned in before I got to her, right? That were also red. They were what I assumed to be a red sort of black tendency form of these normal guys, right? So I could kill them in 2 hits instead of 1, and they were, you know, slightly stronger, I guess. And then there's suddenly an enemy that is so far above and beyond what you would assume any type of enemy to be in this level. I mean, she's literally 3 times as strong as the boss, right? At least I think so. Obviously she's a bit different in terms of how she works. She's much more like a player character rather than, you know, big baddie boss type of deal, but what's going on? Okay, I am very interested in seeing whether or not the summon sign is still there, though. I'd assume it wouldn't be. Yeah, it's not anymore. Okay. Makes sense, though. Yeah. Honestly, the part that bumps me out the most is just that I do want to attempt the other boss in body form, right? I don't know, something about soul form just doesn't feel right. Something about it is just... I mean, it's not even that much of a disadvantage. Sure, it's a bunch of your HP gone, but aside from that, it's really not that significant. Okay, let me try one more time. If this doesn't work in a couple of minutes, I'm gonna try relogging. And if it still doesn't work, well, I guess I'm just gonna attempt the boss in soul form then. I do still have 2 stones of ephemeral eyes, but... yeah, I don't think that's enough to deal with the boss, unless I were to go for my setup. Oh, right, what I was trying to mention before that strange axe lady attacked me, is that I would be fine with unequipping the shield and the crossbow. Somehow I'm not really fine with unequipping my helmet. I don't know, something about that feels wrong. I know that a lot of people do it. I've seen quite a few people, you know, start, especially their Dark Souls playthroughs, by just unequipping a bunch of stuff so that they can fast roll. And I understand why they're doing it. Like, obviously I would argue that it's more fun in terms of a gameplay style, but it's also easier, straight up, right? It's just easier. Which is unfortunate, I would argue, but yeah, it is what it is. To me, though, I think I don't really want to... I guess for me, it's just a bit unrealistic, right? It's just the concept of taking off your helmet, which should be there to protect you from enemy hits, so that you can in turn do a fast roll that gives you iframes, is this type of weird... I don't know. Yes, it's a game. Yes, it's FromSoft, blah, blah, blah. I get it, but it just seems too counterintuitive to me, right? Or counterintuitive is the wrong word, but just strange, right? It's just... why? No sane person would do that, right? Say, oh, I'm gonna take off my helmet so that I can magically avoid his attacks through rolling. I mean, obviously, iframes are not a thing in the real world. Which brings me to the point of, are iframes even good for these games? I honestly don't know. Maybe, but not for all of them, I would argue. Iframes can be a cool mechanism, right? Because iframes very much reward you for figuring out bosses or enemies' attack patterns, I'd argue, right? And that can be a very cool thing and a very rewarding thing. And it heavily depends on the game, right? Which is why I have an issue with it here, or rather in Dark Souls 2 and in Elden Ring. Is because in Bloodborne, right? The way you move in Bloodborne and Sekiro, although in Sekiro it's a bit of a different thing. So in Bloodborne, you can move very, very quickly, right? And you not only do you get a dodge roll, but the sort of side dodge that you can do when you target an enemy actually looks like you're sort of a, you know, some sort of phantom. Like, it's so quick, and the way the animation plays, it makes it look as if you have some sort of innate hunter ability that allows you to very quickly dodge enemy attacks, right? It looks inhuman and unnatural, but in a way that very much adds to the overall atmosphere of what Bloodborne is, and I like it a lot. So that way, iframes make sense, right? Because you can explain them by saying, well, you're some sort of phantom hunter, right? You're clearly to a certain degree, this almost mist-like creature that can just avoid attacks like that, right? And in Sekiro, I think it kind of works the same. Obviously, it's very different in terms of atmosphere, but it works the same in that you can explain it by saying, well, you're very, very quick, right? You're a shinobi that's, you know, this super talented assassin that has been specifically trained to avoid not only being seen, but, you know, very quickly avoid enemy attacks as well. And just the overall nature of the game with how quick these sword strikes and everything go in Sekiro, I think it makes sense to have iframes on something like that. The problem that I have is that the gameplay, both in Demon's Souls and Dark Souls specifically, but also at least for these sort of normal knight-type characters in Elden Ring, that same logic does not apply. Now, do you always need to explain everything logically? Of course not, right? It's a fantasy world. It doesn't fully need to make sense, but in this particular case, I do think that there is an argument to be made that maybe it should work slightly differently. I don't know. It's just the fact that a dodge roll that consumes less stamina than shielding and potentially requires you to take off armor that is supposed to, you know, make your defense stronger, that then results in you getting invincibility frames is a concept that just I just don't really like. I understand that it exists. I even understand that it can be very fun to execute on, but it just doesn't really work the way I think it would work. Okay, seriously, let me exit the game real quick. I'm gonna try one more time. Let's load in again. I don't even know how this would work specifically. Maybe there are certain server instances? I don't know. The networking definitely has some issues. I don't know if there's necessarily bugs or anything, but whatever it is, it's preventing you from playing with other people quite frequently, I feel like. Yeah. Let's try this one more time. If it doesn't work, well, I honestly don't really know what to do. I might just go into the boss room and try and soul form then. As I mentioned, it shouldn't be, especially with the ring, I don't really need any other ring, so I think, yeah, I would probably be fine. I mean, I could have a look at potentially just changing around my armor in general, making it, you know, a bit lighter. I could certainly try that. It really bums me out that I'd have to do that. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I've only tried the boss once. I could also just go in and soul form and try a bunch more times with my current equipment. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Just try and learn his patterns a bit more and once I'm familiar with them, go back to body form, maybe. Although I do think that at some point the boss is just going to click and I'll kill him. I don't know. It's a bit of a weird one. He looked pretty awesome, though, I have to admit. Very cool design. I like his weapon. He does actually remind me of Maria a little bit from the Bloodborne DLC. Obviously very, very different and not quite as fast, but, you know, this long sword-like weapon with blood around it. It does make me wonder what he even did with the Fat Official. First of all, why did he kill the Fat Official specifically? Because he very much seemed to be luring me towards that knight. So either they're not above sacrificing themselves, which doesn't really seem to fit well with their personality, if you want to argue that they even have one. But well, he was also just, what was he called? The Penetrator, right? Interesting name for a boss. Maybe that's the weapon and not the knight itself. I guess. I was just wanting to speculate if we were facing the actual king here. Specifically also because the knight that we rescued previously mentioned that he was going to go towards the king, but I don't think that's the king. I don't know. Somehow I think that they would highlight the king with its actual name. Maybe. I assume this to be more of a very high-level guard to the royalty of the castle. I think that makes more sense. Sort of a very, very beefed up version of the red-eyed knights that we've already seen. Okay, seriously, I don't think this is really going to work. Man, this really sucks. It's such a cool feature. It would be so, honestly, I would be really, really up for going back and forth, right? Doing a boss attempt, losing my body form, and then just coming back here and helping somebody else get through this. And then attempting the boss again myself. That would be such a cool way of doing it, because it would also keep things interesting, I feel like. And you could even, this is a perfect opportunity not only to try out different tactics potentially, right? Try out whether or not two-handing is better, or unequipping the shield might be better, how effective a fast roll might be compared to my normal setup. And on top of that, if you do win, not only do you get your body back, but I could also spend the souls on more healing items, so that I don't run out of them. It's honestly pretty perfect all the way around, except for the one fact that it seems to be almost impossible to find anybody to play with. I mean, I could honestly try to invade, but looking at this, I feel like I might be waiting for invasions just as long as I am for cooperative play. And as I said, you know, there isn't really anything that you can do while waiting. I think that's kind of the bigger issue here. By the way, it does make me wonder though, would I be able to place the summon sign in front of the knight? Like in front of the boss that it was in front of the penetrator? And try that, but not in my own world? How would that count? Would it still... Because that's why I didn't do it. I was afraid, because I want to do... I want to fight him myself, right? Without help. I wonder how that would count. Technically, I don't think that it should count towards my own playthrough. I don't even know if it's possible to be summoned in there. It's just... Yeah, that way I would be able to learn him. But it would also be weird, right? Yeah, that would feel weird. Getting through him with another person helping you, then returning to my own world to defeat him again. I don't know, something about that's just kind of strange. Okay, one more thing. Even though this would be incredibly weird. What happens if I place the summon sign here? And does that even work? No. Okay. Kind of expected that, to be honest. So this is actually a specific boss, unless maybe you can place it here somewhere? Maybe I had to go to the next area. Oh. Wait, what? You can do this boss in co-op? Okay, seriously, I'm all up for seeing that. How weird! What the hell? How does that even work? Oh, by the way, yeah, So I definitely did this boss while the world tendency was completely black, but it didn't do anything for whatever weird glowing sword type of deal there was when you go around, you know, around the corner to the left. And that also had a message in front of it saying, you know, if world tendency is white, ... Which does make me wonder if maybe that message in the first level is just wrong. But then again, it could be, maybe the door does open up in both cases, world tendency black and pure white, but maybe that weird high-level lady that I fought and who killed me, maybe she just doesn't appear, and the other red guys too, maybe they aren't there if the world tendency is all white. Huh. I'm still very much struggling to understand that tendency thing. Even though I can put down the summon sign here, who really would summon for this boss? I feel like that's way more of a detriment than it is of any help, correct? Because it is a bit of a stealth section. I have absolutely no clue how this boss would even work. Like, what would he do if you're doing this in co-op? Would he just randomly attack one of the two people? I'm also pretty, well, I did increase my HP somewhat by, I wonder if he would one-shot me. Considering how he works, this would have ended up being a very, very strange encounter, I think, in co-op. And I have a feeling I'm not going to get anybody in here anyways. Although, I mean, there's like messages and bloodstains, and you can see these ghostly figures appear all the time. Which does suggest that there are actually people currently here on the same server instance as I am. Whatever that means. It seriously makes me wonder, are they just not summoning me in? Do they not see my summon sign because of level difference? Ah, yeah, this is just... Well, what's the alternative then? Do I just want to try the boss in soul form? I mean, I could. I mean, if it does take me, you know, more attempts than I'd like, I could maybe go back and try to be summoned in. What do I have equipped? Thief ring and... I didn't even notice. Did his weapon cause bleed? I don't think it did. Or at least... I don't think so. Yeah, and this only changes your equipment load. It doesn't change the equip burden for some reason. Honestly, this is quite frustrating. I don't know. Or rather, frustrating is the wrong word, but it's just disappointing. It's such a cool feature. A feature that I would just love to use. And then it's just not possible because apparently nobody's here. I don't... I guess I have to go back to the Nexus if I do want to change up my setup. Although, if I am indeed staying in soul form, then I think I want to at least stick with my setup. I really dislike that.
Hello again. I'm keeping a close watch.
Feeling I'll run out of items real quick. Healing items, that is. I don't really have any options either. I have a couple of the Blue Eye Knight pieces, but not all of them. I could change to something like this, I guess.
You have a heart of gold.
Yeah, no. Let me just... What else do I have? I could try the pine resin. Yeah, instead of speculating so much, let's just try it again. Let's just try it in soul form for a bit, and it doesn't work out. I don't know. But especially with the whole run back and everything. Fuck, you know. Really not the biggest fan of the setup. What the hell was that? Oh, wait. Oh no, never mind. I was gonna say, are the fireballs gone? But nope. Still lying there. Hi, buddy. Oh, you know what? Maybe it would even be... no, never mind. There's another guy up top there, right? Because I was going to say, maybe it's easier to just run up the staircase? Oh, for fuck's sake. This is honestly ridiculous. They're going to kill me again, aren't they? I mean, funnily enough, you can kind of get around him, or around them like this, because... Nope. Never mind. Oh. And the... Seriously, the run back would even be easier. Although, you know what? Okay, that's gonna be even more annoying, but I think, you know, unequipping my stuff, at least for the run back, might be the way to go. Yeah. Anyways, I think this is a good point because, yeah, I'm... I think I need to mentally prepare for the fact that I need to do that run back quite a number of times. Unfortunately. Oh man, why? I was praising the game so much. And now it's feeling like it's kind of stabbing me and my praises in the back. Anyways, I'm gonna take a lunch break here. I think it's kind of a good point to do that. A bit, maybe. And when I'm back, I'm gonna try this. I mean, I got through the Flame Lurker eventually. It didn't even really take me that many tries, I think. It was just... Well, at the end of the day, right? I think it both needs to be fun and therefore engaging, but also you need to feel, you know, this sort of accomplishment whenever you get through a boss. I mean, that's kind of the feeling we're all looking for when playing FromSoft's games, right? Is this elation that you get whenever you counter or overcome a boss threat. And the issue is now, and I actually felt that during Elden Ring quite a number of times, unfortunately, and that is that you don't really get that much accomplishment out of doing things in a way where it feels like you're kind of going back on yourself, sort of on your own idea of what you would like it to be, right? Which is why I'm struggling here with, I do want to do it as a sort of shield-wielding character, but if it's just gonna be annoying, then what's the point, right? And if there is a clear other path that I could take that is potentially way more enjoyable, then, you know, not only is it going to be more enjoyable in the moment, but it's also going to feel like an actual accomplishment overcoming the boss. Whereas, even though I did eventually get through the Flame Lurker, arguably it didn't really feel that much like an accomplishment, because all I really did, I didn't particularly, you know, play in a very fun way. I was somewhat passive and just chipped away at his health, especially also using ranged attacks and stuff, right? And sure, I managed to kill him, and it was a victory in that regard, but at the same time, it didn't really feel like an accomplishment. It felt more like I was sort of somewhat passive and overall just... I don't even really know how to put it, but it's just, the point is, at the end of the day, it didn't really feel like that much of an accomplishment because it wasn't really fun getting through it. Now, I'm over-exaggerating here a little bit to make a point. It was still fun, right? It was fine. Point is, it wasn't all that I had hoped it would be. And I think, specifically, if I were to change up my setup significantly here, it might feel even less of an accomplishment. Especially since this is not the last boss, right? So I'm bound to run into the same issue again. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to think on that a little bit. Going to take a lunch break. I'll be back in, 25 to 30 as always. And then we're just going to attempt him and see if we can penetrate the penetrator, I guess. I'll be back. Alrighty. Finally back. Took a bit longer today. I still had to talk about a couple more important things. And yeah, that helped me up a bit. Sorry, interesting name. I don't know if you're still here. Hi. But yeah, took a bit longer than expected. I apologize for that, but let's return to the issue at hand, shall we? Yeah, so I guess I'm just gonna do this for the runway. It's certainly gonna be a lot more efficient to do it. Quite interesting, right? So I've been commending the game so far a whole lot for the whole HP thing. I'm just beginning to realize it's a bit too dependent on the online functionality to actually work, isn't it? Unless... Wait, is there a way for me to buy these stones, by the way? I forgot if maybe Patches or somebody else sold them. Because... Whoa. Okay, so the online functionality does still work. It doesn't... Like, it's not turned off or anything, which I assume would be the case for the original Demon's Souls, correct? What the hell was that? Why did I... Oh, whatever. Okay. Well... Fuck. Oh boy, really? I thought he was gonna attack way more quickly. They also have way more range than I anticipated. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit of an issue, right? Oh hey, you're still here. Hi. What's up? Okay, yeah. Well, as you can see, since I haven't really utilized the dodge roll at all so far during my playthrough, I feel like this might be a bit more difficult than I had originally assumed it might be. Okay, so if I'm constantly going to churn through my healing items just to go back to the boss, that might turn out to be equally unfortunate. It also doesn't help that they all have, like, different, what's it called? Sort of staggered animations, right? How? Okay, I also really don't understand. Maybe I should just roll through everything like I just did. Like, that might be more beneficial. I don't really see me being able to get through here completely unscathed every time, though, so... Yeah. Weird. No, it's not. I'm pretty familiar with the whole franchise. I've played Dark Souls 1, half of Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, and Sekiro. So, but it is my first time through Demon's Souls. Okay, let me see here. So I want to try it with this setup again. And just see... It's probably going to be more boring than I would like to be, but... Oh well. In terms of the run back, I might just... Maybe it's just really more efficient to roll all the way through instead of stopping or just sprinting through. I just wish that it wouldn't involve also having to take off stuff every time just to be able to fast roll. Depending on how this goes, I might actually two-hand without helmet though. Because otherwise I see this becoming very annoying very, very quickly. It does have really, really cool armor, yeah. I agree with that. Also, very much like the weapon. Anyways, let's see here. Okay. No, I can bait that out. Nope. Yeah, that's gonna be the other issue. I really don't have any room to be trying out different reaction timings and stuff. Why does it take so... I felt like I actually put my shield up correctly there. I don't know why it got through the second time. I guess it must have taken too long, or maybe I was just too... I didn't expect him to get into his... It's just with the Flame Lurker. It is somewhat difficult to figure out when they actually do what. It's weird, because it's really, really easy to avoid about half of his attacks, I feel like, because you just sort of casually walk past his left from my right side. But whenever he does hit me, it is an issue. Fuck, this would be so much easier if I really do start rolling. I don't want to, though. Did they really have to make stamina this difficult to deal with? Ow. I don't even... Since I haven't really used the roll at all, I don't even really understand how the iframes work here. It seems that the roll compared to the rest of FromSoft games seems definitely a bit more... How can I put that? Dependent on where you actually end up rolling. Because I felt like in most other FromSoft titles, that specific roll that I did against the dog would have at least allowed me to iframe through it, or at least iframe through the damage, even though I was rolling into it. Yeah, just like that, for example. It seems there is definitely a difference here in terms of how these rolls work. I don't know, though. I would have expected that to hit me, for example. The spear there? I wonder if there's something else going on here. Because it's Dark Souls 2, right? Where you have that weird stat that gives you more iframes. I wonder what influences it here. I wonder if there's... Because Elden Ring has that incredibly dumb implementation of the roll where if you target an enemy and roll to the left or right, it changes the animation timing and also the iframes you get, which is incredibly annoying. But, it does not necessarily seem to be the case here, but obviously it's fairly difficult to tell without properly testing it, I assume. And also, I feel like I'm lacking... Yeah. Well, obviously I'm lacking quite a significant chunk of my HP, but... Honestly, let's just try. Let's just try and see what happens. Black Goku, hi. No, I'm absolutely fine. Oh yeah. Just need to remember that I'm going to be still needing a couple of... Oh. Oh god. Yeah, okay, maybe two-handing isn't actually the best way to do this. Does he just spam that attack whenever you get away from him? Yeah, it seems very much to be the case. Okay, yeah. Wait, did I? Oh god, that has a significant delay attached to it, and my frickin' reach is still laughable. Did I forget to unequip something? Or is it because I'm targeting him? Okay, wait a second. I feel like that does, in fact, need some testing here. 49.3. Maybe it was just me, but it felt like I was rolling significantly slower when I was targeting him. Or is it... wait. Oh. No, wait, that's the same though, right? Well, what changed then? Let's see. Yeah, okay, that's not gonna work. What the hell? Okay, he died jumping into that. I don't know why I didn't get damaged. I think that was just, I guess AoE damage from the fire. Yeah, I can already see, I don't like the style at all. This fast dodge rolling, it's just... Okay, they seem to be incredibly confused there for some reason. Okay, yeah, that's bullshit. Honestly, would like to see you know, see that repeated. That can't have been more than like 10 frames between him starting his animation and the damage state. Yeah, it doesn't seem right. I mean, I guess you're expected him... You're expected to know that he does it, because otherwise that's not really well designed at all. Man, this run back is boring though. Holy shit. Probably the worst one so far. Especially when they also is... Well, that's the thing, right? Do they expect you to change your armor sometimes for these runbacks? Or do they expect you to potentially deal with these guys every single time? Because either or it doesn't really seem right. Okay, next try. Do I want to get it with the... do I want to try this again? Or the shield? I really do want to stick with my original idea, though. You know what? Let's just keep the crossbow off. Although... Yeah, it seems a bit too fast to try ranged attacks, right? Ah, man. It is a bit of a weird one. I feel like this boss would be really, really fun to fight if you hadn't... or weren't forced to do the run back the entire time. And specifically also if... the thing that I originally planned to do would actually work, which is going back and forth between fight. Because then, honestly, the run back would be even better, right? Because I feel like it would turn out to be this fairly interesting game of doing co-op, getting your body form back, then returning here, and instead of just doing a normal run back like I just did, actually fight a couple of these guys, get a couple more souls, then even if I do die, I can just grab my, you know, the souls off the ground again in the boss room. And over the course of some time, you know, either you deal with them and defeat them, or you're able to buy more healing items, stuff like that. I feel like the sort of gameplay loop that would generate is much more interesting than what I'm doing now, because it's, yeah, just not that engaging constantly running back to him, is it? Also, in terms of balance, I would say, honestly, that you're kind of expected to do most of these bosses in body form instead of soul form. Just feel like that makes more sense to me. Well, anyways. Oh, that staggers him? Doesn't deal any damage whatsoever, though. Yeah. The recovery there is just way too slow on my part. At least that has... The orange sword, whatever you want to call that, doesn't really have that much range. Okay, this way I'm churning to way too many of my healing items though. The problem is his recovery is way too fast after the after most of his attacks. His recovery is faster than me recovering from... What the hell was that? Why did that... That shouldn't have dealt damage to me, I feel like. Oh! Shit. Is that attack doing bleed damage or something? Wait, no, would it be... Bleeding? Oh... Okay, I honestly did not notice that before. Well, fuck. I guess it answers the question of whether or not I want to try to fight him with the shield then. Yeah, he does some sort of magical damage. It might just straight up be magical because, well, bleeding would technically build up something, right? Whatever it is, it definitely goes through my shield though. Well, I don't want to have more souls. That's not the issue here. I want to get my body back. And I was attempting to do co-op earlier. But it just wouldn't connect me. I don't know if I'm too high level. I don't know. There seems to sometimes be level range. Maybe it's also just the networking. Whatever it is, it didn't work as I had hoped it would. But yeah, if he does in fact deal, I guess it's just straight up magic damage, right? At least that would be the best explanation for it. Oh yeah, that kind of... how did I not notice that before? Or is it something with me just putting up a shield too late? But that can't be it. I honestly didn't notice. So he... Well, judging by the damage he typically deals, compared to when I hold up my shield, I would think that it's magic damage, right? Because I seem to take off about 30% of the damage whenever I blocked. But yeah, if 70% goes through, then that does kind of make my shield pretty pointless, does it? Wait, let me go back to the Nexus real quick. I don't think that I have a shield that has higher magic damage absorption. I would like to be able to test that, but most of them have 30%, I'm pretty sure. Maybe the smaller ones have more, but
Hello again. I'm keeping a close
that doesn't really help me either way, does it? I only have 4 different shields, so that really doesn't help either. Yeah, this is 30%, 30%, 46%. Wait, really? That's a weird number. Is it because I upgraded it? Shady Toshi? Did I even? Or did I find it like this? Yeah. Almost, or wait, more than 50% of the damage coming through when I'm in my soul form won't work either. Man, I don't want to... That's unfortunate. I can't believe that I set out to do... Because I've never really done a shield run in Souls games. Which is why specifically I set out and said, well, I'm going to try it this time, right? And so far it has worked out. I mean, yes, the Flame Lurker wasn't the most fun to fight with the sword and shield, but especially utilizing the soul arrow whenever he jumped away from me was still, you know, manageable. I mean, obviously everything's always possible, but again, end question being, is it fun or not? In this particular case, I feel like I'm forced to abandon my shield, unfortunately. As much as it pains me to do so. Yeah. I still feel like whenever I did actually attack him, so double handing isn't really going to work out either. He's just recovering way too quickly, or rather, I wouldn't say way too quickly, but certainly way more quickly than I had anticipated from his sword swings. So whenever he does this swing jump thing at me, I thought that he would stay in that state for quite a bit longer, but it seemed like he very, very quickly recovers from it. So I somehow need to find an opening without being hit in between those hits. And at least so far, although that might also be because he very quickly did hit me every single time, maybe it didn't really look like he had some sort of combo with a big hit at the end that would open him up to be damaged. I guess I'll just have to try a couple more times. Which also means that the best setup will most likely be that I'll just unequip this. Not two-hand, but keep my catalyst in the left hand the entire time. That might also make it possible for me to do the enchanted weapon thing. Well, I've got only 2 eyes left. I don't want to use them. I would like to. As I mentioned, I would really just like to do... It feels like the game is perfectly set up for you to do co-op, defeat a boss, get some souls, buy a couple more healing items, then attempt the boss again. In case you do die, do co-op again, get your body back, and so on and so forth. While true, the eyes are there, they seem to be more of a, quick route to the same, well, a quicker way to get your body back in case you do have them, but... Was he the one that sold them? Somebody sold them, I'm pretty sure. No. Might have been the guy in the mines. Do I want to... Do I want to try to enchant my weapon? Nah, not really. I mean, it does feel like the guy doesn't really have that much in terms of different attacks, right? So the idea is to just... Why doesn't it automatically replenish your moongrass? That is so aggravating. But yeah, the solution is probably just to... I just need to figure out the specific timing that I can utilize between his attacks before he recovers from his attack animation. And as soon as I find, an opening there where I can safely hit him without being hit myself, then it shouldn't be too much of an issue, because I don't really expect him to do much else. He might have some sort of fired up state, like the Flame Lurker later on, where he also deals more damage and or changes up his attack pattern slightly. But... Oh, that is such a weird thing. I don't know what it is about that and why I always run into it. I think it's because it looks like he's not really doing anything. I think typically what they do is they wind up some sort of attack, and with his spear down, it just automatically enters his damage state, which somehow I never really expect. Well, it's also because they don't always do it, right? Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. It's a bit weird. Smithing rounds. Well, where are you there? Are you in front of the first boss? That's the second archstone, right? I mean, that would work out, but it would only help once, right? I guess. My biggest complaint so far is just that I don't know if it's really some networking issue or if the game truly is somewhat empty. I don't really know. It just seems like you should be able to get, you know, matches with co-op summoning signs way more quickly. But yeah, maybe I'm just purely overestimating how many people the game are playing, but then again, yeah, I'm also judging it on how many like bloodstains and messages and stuff are there, so... The first Archstone? Wait, those aren't the smithing grounds though, right? Or are you talking about something else? Because the first Archstone is this one, right? Boletaria. And then, well, I guess... depends on how you count them. But this is the first, like, Boletarian Palace. Well, I guess it's called the Stonefang Tunnel, right? The second one. At least that's what I assume to be the smithing grounds. Although then again... Wait, are they called the smithing grounds? The very first one here? In that case, I just don't remember what they were called. Why? What the hell? I thought I almost dodged there way too early. What is going on with his aimings there? I guess I need to just dodge way earlier than that. Okay, seriously, that's very... He really isn't that easy. Maybe I just completely underestimated him as well. It's really... I thought that it would be quite easy to just dodge roll through his attacks. Maybe not, though. Okay, this run back is... It's honestly even more confusing because so far they've avoided to do really, really annoying runbacks. Well, then again, I've also been able, except for the Flame Lurker, to pretty much deal with everything very easily. So... Okay, yeah, Stonefang Tunnel, so the second Archstone, right? In front of the first boss. I mean, I can try to put up my summon sign there. Don't know if it works. Ooh, that was a sound bug. Oh, every single fucking time! It's so weird. But it's because I'm waiting for him to attack and then don't actually roll. I don't know what is up with his weird pike. I don't even understand why it's dealing damage so quickly. Or rather, why they decided to do that. That is always the biggest issue that I think I have with FromSoft games in general. If you're stuck on something, or not even, I wouldn't say I'm stuck. I mean, I've tried this boss like, what, 4 or 5 times? It's not really stuck. But... as soon as that happens, you suddenly start to notice all kinds of game design issues that only really creep up when you've seen things multiple times. I think... oh, for fuck's sake, that was a lot of damage. I think probably one of the biggest... or one of the things that these games do very, very well is kind of the first impression, right? Whenever you enter an area or a boss fight or whatever else for the first time, that is when these games are at their strongest. But as you can see, whenever you get to places multiple times, it turns out, nope, there are actually a lot of issues there. Although I would argue that that's not really intended either, which brings me back to the question of whether or not they ever really wanted to have boss runbacks in the first place. I always go back and forth on that. I feel like they don't really intend you to actually run through all these enemies. I'm honestly fairly certain that what they want you to do is kill at least a couple of them, because that also gives you some souls. Because only if you do kill a couple of them and actually get souls does it even make sense to have your souls be left behind and able to be picked up again, right? Because that's completely pointless if you always only run back to the boss without ever picking up more souls. Oh, for fuck's sake. Really? I can't believe that they expect you to run through there every single time. That is such a weird setup. Ah, well, anyways. Oh yeah, smithing rounds. That's what the first one was called. Well, let me get back in front of first. I'm just gonna try it. Maybe we'll get it. It would be cool to get at least some connection here in general. Because every single time I put down a summon sign and it just won't work, it always feels like it's just like bugging out or in general not working, right? Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Let's see. Oh, wait, why is this not here? I mean, I could, in theory, maybe that also makes me, yeah, makes me a bit more acquainted with actually dodge rolling in this game. If I were to, wait, this is the first checkpoint though. Or the first boss room, rather. Or you're saying you're all the way at the start of the level, or what are you saying? Because that's not really helping with my body form. You only get the body back if you defeat the boss together, right? I'm just gonna wait here for a couple of minutes. Maybe somebody else will. But I still think that this is just, I don't know. Considering how long it takes every single time, or rather how long it doesn't take whenever it does work, really makes me think that there has to be some sort of other limitation in terms of who can even see the summon sign. Which would make sense, considering that it would be weird to have like a significantly higher level player be summoned in. Although the other way around, it also kind of doesn't really make sense that you're able to put down the summon sign pretty much wherever you like, if it in fact does then have some sort of weird barrier there, right? Which begs the question of, in theory, once I'm, I guess, somewhat towards the end of the game, hey, okay, never mind, it did work. Now I'm even more confused. Unless it doesn't, let's see. Because I had a network error here at some point. No, it seems to work. Hey, buddy. It worked. Okay, now I can actually... Because I killed this the first time around, I still have absolutely no freaking idea how this is supposed to work. Hey, he has a shield too. Oh wait, can I hit it? What is going on with the sound? It's the second time now that it bugged out. Wait, what? Oh, it's put some... I've never seen that happen. I did not even know that can happen. Wait, so it can put some weird webs on you? Okay, this is the part that I still don't understand. I have no idea what you're supposed to do here. Because I'm pretty sure it doesn't really even have a safe zone. And I'm pretty sure that the other guy here also has no idea what he's supposed to do. Okay, this boss without a shield is quite a bit more difficult than I thought it might be. Okay, yeah, something about the dodge roll definitely works differently to what I thought it would. Because it also seems quite slower. Okay. Oh, I always forget. Ah, alright. So you can, in fact, run all the way back. I did not realize that would work. Huh? Okay, now I'm... so strict. Did it hit me? This is seriously the weirdest boss I've ever seen in these games. Because it doesn't really seem to be a gimmick boss. Yet at the same time also doesn't really seem to, you know, have a proper solution either. It's just... what is this boss? Okay, now it hit me. How do you get rid of it other than rolling? And why does that even hit me? So there we go. Well, great. I've done this boss for the second time now and still have absolutely no freaking clue how this is supposed to work. Cool. Oh no, not photo mode. I wanted to the light. It's quite a bit less in terms of souls than what I had hoped for, but okay. Well, it does at least give me, what, like 2 healing items? Great. Okay, so for whatever reason, looking back at this boss, something about it just screams that you're not supposed to do it melee. Although, I can't seem to figure out what the hell they want you to do there. Because clearly, just staying at range and just running away whenever he does his big fire breath attack thing is by far the easiest option. But it does force you into actually having some sort of ranged weapon available that would be capable of hitting him. Which... yeah, to a certain degree does beg the question of whether or not they want you to change up your stuff from time to time or from boss to boss. I don't know. That was... I guess I can just buy this.
Nice stuff.
And then also, considering that this time around it did work, in terms of me being summoned in, I guess it truly is just luck. Quite honestly. It might also still have some weird thing going on with networking, where it's maybe not always displaying your summon sign for whatever reason. But yeah, it does seem to me as if there is some sort of I don't know. You just essentially need to get lucky and know that you know, you have to find somebody. You just need to, yeah, have somebody walk by and say, yeah, I want to summon. Well, it still neither confirms nor denies that it indeed maybe has some sort of level range to it. What level am I? But it also seemed to, if I'm totally honest, it seemed to even de-level me somewhat. Because I personally did that boss at level, what was I? 24, 26, something like that. So significantly lower than what I am now. Yet when I was summoned in, I felt like I was just as powerful or weak when I did it myself. Now, granted, I was in soul form, whereas when I did it myself, I was in body form, but, you know, except for the HP, that's really not that much of a difference. So, yeah, maybe they do just level you down a bit if you're, you know, in front of one of the earlier bosses. I mean, honestly, that's how I would implement it, right? Because otherwise, it simply doesn't make any sense for you to be able to place summon signs in front of earlier bosses if you wouldn't be, if you either would be completely overpowered against them, or the other way around, nobody would ever able to summon you in because of the level difference. So I'd assume that maybe that's what's going on, that they leveled you down. And then I guess, even though I can't really confirm it, I would also assume that it's simply luck of whether or not you can find a player in any given area. Which is unfortunate because it, yeah, means that trying to get your body back every single time after you lose to a boss is just not a proper possibility, or rather not necessarily something that is really fun to do. Okay, seriously, what is up with them not giving me my healing items back though? So they have a system for automatically putting them into storage whenever you get too many, but the other way around apparently doesn't work.
I'm keeping a close watch.
Well, cool. Yeah, these ones, right? Yeah.
You have a heart of gold.
I mean, I do still have quite a bit of healing. So I could, in theory, also use the 2 remaining ephemeral eye stones if I die again. I just really need to figure out a way or a place in between. How am I doing the run back? I can't decide. Nah, that's... I just like the running more. Let's do it this way. It's just that... I mean, I guess I'd need to fight the boss anyways in this state, right? So... Let's see. But this time around... In terms of proper timing here, I felt like this is exactly what I'm used to from dodge rolls, right? In terms of seeing the attack animation and then dodging it. Yeah, I just don't really know what it is that makes me that makes it so difficult to me to determine the proper you know, the proper dodge roll point. Honestly, something else that I think makes it more difficult for me to deal with the knights here and their weird pike attack that they sometimes do is also just that I'm so used to these guys. I'm so used to the normal enemies winding up their attacks so much compared to the knights, right? The knights always, they're very, very quick at just pointing down the pike and immediately attacking you. Whereas the normal pike enemies take actually quite a while for you. Or take quite a while until they hit you. Okay. Sadly, I don't have a magic resistance ring. That would help. I could just put this on and guess at whether or not it might be healing. The thief ring's kind of pointless here, right? But what else am I supposed to equip? Huh. At this point in Dark Souls, you're also able to get fairly potent magic rings, which is another thing that I don't know if it just doesn't exist here. I mean, I've also not been to most of the other Archstones, granted, right? So maybe I should have done that first. Gash resistance. I'm honestly just really curious about the damage type of this boss, because especially with the introduction they give him at the start, with him, you know, literally penetrating the body of that fat official, somehow I had assumed that his weapon would be a bleeding type. But since there is no build-up, unless bleeding works entirely different here than it does in the other games, that might also be the case. No idea, to be honest. Distance poison plague. I don't even think that item discovery is ever important against the boss. I'm pretty sure they just drop what they always drop. Honestly, I'm just gonna equip this. Maybe it helps. Maybe bleeding works different here than it does in the other games. I would be very surprised if that's the case, but I guess you never know. I also still have pine resin. Well, the problem is that I still haven't really figured out a potential window where I can actually hit him, so yeah. It makes it somewhat difficult to effectively use the pine resin. I really have trouble sort of figuring out proper spacing from him. See, that attack is super easy to avoid, but although now he seems to have a bit of a higher wind-up afterwards. Ah, no. Okay, that was on me. Okay. Yeah, so that's where I... Fuck's sake. I think I figured out... Can you please stop it? Hello. Yeah, I think that's... Nope! Holy shit. Okay, this is... Ooh. Oh, that looked like it actually went further than previously. Oh. What? How did that not... Seriously? Okay. I'm kind of a fan of the hitboxes, and at the same time I'm not. Oh god. That is significantly more scary than I thought it would be. Oh god. Okay, seriously though, why am I sometimes just missing him? Honestly, a bit of a weird fight so far. I don't know why that keeps missing. And I don't know why that didn't hit me. Come here. Now, I think I just need to be... yeah. My mistake was that I attacked too quickly after rolling, which seems to be a different animation. I wonder why that doesn't have more range, because he always seems to do it at a place where I would expect him to just have more range. Okay, this is... Let's see if he ever does decide to do anything else. Okay, I don't like that the statues are this close to me. Come here. Don't just walk. Are you serious? God, I hate that so much, that weird shove. Oh, did not expect him to be able to push through that. Ah, fucking cameraman. Hello. Thank you. Honestly, this fight is quite a bit easier when he finally destroys all the statues. Which I guess maybe it's supposed to be sort of a false sense of security. I wish I could punish that more. I also like that I can just jump out of that for some reason. I don't think that should be possible. Then again, how else would you do it, huh? It's just incredibly annoying that you kind of have to be very careful to point your camera in the right direction, because otherwise that can just fuck you up. Come on. You're kind of lucky there. At least you destroyed the statue. Aw, seriously? Lucky there. feel like there are quite a few more punish windows that I could use. I'm just too lazy to learn them. I still wonder why that attack for some reason seems to have, or should have way more range. Or it should have a variant with more range, rather. Oh god, that was slightly dodged into the wrong direction. It's also funny that he tries to avoid that, yet still gets hit every single time. Oh god. I thought he was doing something else there for a second, even though it looked very obvious what he was doing. Okay, I'm out of MP. I could use the pine resin. Oh, for fuck's sake. It's too quick. I hate that I have to wait after every single dodge to redirect my sword instead of being able to immediately attack. Feels like that just takes a whole lot of pacing out of the fight. I don't understand that attack, seriously. Not getting greedy. Almost wanted to do a second hit there, but that would have been bad. Nope, not in that direction. Camera was fucking me up there. Come here. There we go. Well, this was underwhelming. Yeah. Unfortunately, that is kind of what I expected to end up with. I mean, I managed to do it. Yeah. What a strange boss encounter. Okay, first of all, I'm very certain that I could have used or could have, what's the word? I could have punished quite a bit more than what I did. I was trying to play it very safe, mostly because I just didn't want to do the run back again. And since I was in body form now, I also didn't want to have to get my body back again. Same issue with the Flame Lurker, though. The more passive and the more sort of defensive you play, the easier these things get. Because at least so far, it looks like most of these bosses have at least one fairly easy to exploit, very specific punishment window that can be easily repeated, right? I was just always baiting out his swipe jump and hit him once every single time. Another big issue that the Flame Lurker had as well is that oftentimes it seems like you're only ever able to punish with one, maybe two hits, depending, at least with the normal sword. I expect him to maybe be, you know, he could probably get staggered a bit more if you maybe employ like a two-handed sword or something like that. Whenever he winds up his flame sword thing, that's definitely a big opportunity to punish. The only reason I wasn't doing it is because he one-shot me with that the first time. And I, well, just didn't want to face that issue. I think me being in body form probably, I guess, would have avoided me being one-shot if he hit me with it. But again, yeah, just didn't want to take the risk. I honestly expected him to have some sort of bigger stage there at the end. So what the Flame Lurker had was, it wasn't even towards the end, I think, but Flame Lurker sometimes would generate like more fire around his head or something, which made him a bit more aggressive, it seemed, and also I think made him do the overhead two-fist attack more that left behind flames on the ground. This guy didn't seem to have that. Oh, he's your favorite boss in the game. I think, well, he looks awesome. I like his weapon. Generally, I like to fight sort of humanoid enemies like this. And in that regard, I think he's pretty cool. I wish he wouldn't really be that easy to bait out specific attacks. I felt like, I don't know, I felt like the other bosses, specifically Flame Lurker, while you are able to bait out certain things from Flame Lurker, the way, well, it's also because he just is a bit more erratic, right? He jumps around the room way more, so he'll naturally generate different distances between himself and you, and therefore will just, I guess, cycle through his attacks a bit more. Whereas this guy is very sort of, he almost, even though this comparison might be a bit far-fetched, but to a certain degree, he almost reminds me of Malenia. Malenia's first phase in Elden Ring, minus the insane Flurry Rush thing. Because Malenia works somewhat similarly in that she is quite passive. And you can, in fact, except for the Flurry Rush, bait out certain attacks. And she would, except for the Flurry Rush, be very fun to fight. Or rather, is very fun to fight, except for the Flurry Rush. This guy, yeah, I thought he kind of needed a bit more of a wind-up thing. Honestly, what I expected to happen was that later on, whenever he did the flame stab thing, that might also just be because of me knowing Maria from Bloodborne. Somehow, I just expected him to get more range with his weapon eventually. Specifically because of the flame stab, because he sometimes seemed to be doing it when he was out of range, even when he started that attack animation. Or at least he was somewhat out of range. Maybe I also just misjudged that particular attack, but yeah. I think I'd have to fight him quite a couple more times to really judge this boss. What I hated the most was that I just now, you know, I dodge rolled, which is what I wanted to avoid at all costs, is dodge rolling. But yeah, with him being able to do, what I just assumed to be magical damage, there was no way for me to shield against that. And considering that it was also not an insignificant amount of damage, I would say that it would have been very, very difficult not to dodge roll. I think, honestly, looking back at it now, with a couple more tries, I maybe would have been able to well, okay, so that's a bit of a strange thing. If I would have liked to employ this setup with my shield, right? What I would have ended up doing, I think, is that instead of actually shielding, I probably would have tried to learn, because I think you can do that, because I did it a couple of times, and so it should be repeatable if you're very, very particular about your spacing and about your movement. I think there is a way to avoid his attacks without dodge rolling, right? So the same thing that he did now a bunch of times, or rather the attack that I always punished, if you bait that out, but instead of dodge rolling through it, you kind of walk around him, I think that works as well. I think the issue was in my earlier attempts when I in fact did that. What I didn't account for is that you need to leave half a second of space in between you moving and then attacking him. which is even more important when you do the dodge roll, because after the dodge roll, your character will do a different swipe, which will miss him, right? So you need to be careful to wait a tiny amount after your dodge roll so that you can then do like a forward stab or sword attack so that it'll actually connect. And you still have enough time to then dodge roll out. Here's the problem though. If I would try that, or rather I did try that, right, when I still had my shield up and with the fat roll, so I wasn't dodge rolling. If you try that without dodge rolling, what you'll most likely, or rather what you would end up doing is probably you can avoid his first attack, you can punish that, but then you yourself are open. And without the ability to dodge rolling away, I would then have to shield his second attack, which means that I can't avoid damage. So I would have to heal through that, which is, yeah. I don't like that very much. I don't really know, honestly, if there's a way to... That would honestly be really, really interesting to see. I would have to go by. Maybe I could I could look at another couple streamers doing this. I wonder if somebody has done this without, because I would like to know how to do this boss without dodge rolling, if that's possible without taking damage, because it doesn't really seem to be set up that way. But should finish all the other bosses. Why? Don't want me to... I assume King Aland is probably the last boss here. At least that's from what I... Well, I'll attempt it. See what I can do. That actually does bring me back. Considering that I did the Flame Lurker and stuff, now I'm kind of suspecting that what they actually want you to do, or what they expect you to do, is kind of to go through all the Archstones first and sort of, you know, defeat the first boss in the first Archstone, then defeat the first boss in the second one, defeat the first boss on the third one, and, you know, after having been through all of them, then go back to the first one. I kind of get the feeling that that's, at least to a certain degree, what they want you to do. Now, they're giving you the freedom to do whatever you want because they want the player to have that freedom. I mean, that's very obvious, which is also why they even block you once you get through Tower Knight, right? Because they don't want you to continue through this level. Which honestly, I mean, okay, I should probably preface this by saying that I can't really critique that without having played through everything, because I don't know what specific things are dropping in the specific levels. Silver Demon Soul. He doesn't give you anything else? Man, I wanted to have his weapon. Maybe there's another way to get that. So it's a penetrated demon. Yeah, okay. Doesn't really say anything else. Well, why would you spoil me with that? You know, I'm exaggerating a bit. It's very obvious that that seems to be the case. But, yeah, I mean, if they don't want you to kill the last boss of the game before the other ones, then they should do something about that. No, you're fine. As I said, it's... I mean, I don't know. It seems to be somewhat clear to me that that's the case. It's just that it's going to be interesting to see what kind of specific setup they're using here. Because when I think about how I would have designed a game like this, with the different Archstone levels active, you know, when I first saw that, I had kind of the feeling that what they were going to do is that essentially you can find certain things in one Archstone level to make another one easier, right? At least that's sort of the basic idea of what I would presume to be the case, or the basic idea that I would employ here, right? Because that makes perfect sense, and it's goes into the same direction of what they're doing in the other games as well, although I would say that most of them kind of fail at that concept in some form or another. And in terms of failing, I don't mean completely fail, but rather just aren't as great as they could have been in that regard. But because I very much like the idea of getting stuck somewhere, realizing, oh, this is too difficult, going back someplace else, and then finding something that is almost specifically designed to help you with the very issue you had, right? Now, in that regard, I think, for example, the second level does do that with weapon upgrades, right? It seems like the second Archstone more or less contains all the weapon upgrade items you would ever need. So, yeah. Which makes me wonder if the other Archstones are now containing, I don't know, other items to deal with it. What kind of item would you want, though? I mean, in my particular case, I would like 100% magic damage absorption shield, if that even exists. Has that ever existed in their games? I don't know. Trying to think of one. I think I've only ever seen like 70 or maybe 80%. Don't know. It's just such an intriguing setup with these different Archstones. Just seems to scream, hey, by the way, just go somewhere else first. Or whenever you get stuck, go somewhere else. Which isn't a bad idea, except for, well, yeah, the boss design maybe is a bit on the simpler side in this game. Which I still think works pretty well, right? So thinking back to Dark Souls 2, my biggest complaint about that game, even though I played about halfway, what I assume to be halfway through, no idea. The parts of Dark Souls 2 that I have played weren't necessarily bad, except for the fact that every single boss that I encountered in that game was incredibly boring and just overall always felt like it was just a bigger version of a normal enemy that had a big boss HP bar slapped onto it. Which is entirely different to what bosses typically are in these games, and also what bosses were and are in Dark Souls 1, right? Where, yeah, some of them obviously have issues, but I would say for the most part, they're very, very spectacular, right? They don't always work that well, but they always do represent, except for maybe a couple ones, or the ones that have just been copied and pasted, right? But for the most part, I would say that Dark Souls 1 does succeed in making the bosses, you know, something to remember, something special, a big spectacle every time. And then Dark Souls 2 completely breaks with that. I think that in terms of level design, Dark Souls 2 succeeds more in a couple of areas, if you maybe exclude the DLCs from Dark Souls 1 and the first one or two levels, which are really good. But yeah, that was a very weird issue. And I was thinking back, because I had this feeling already about Demon Souls, right? As sort of the first game. They've definitely stepped up their boss design over the years, right? I mean, that's very clear to see. Arguably, they've overdone it a bit in Elden Ring. Because those bosses are more spectacle than actual fight, to a certain degree. But what I find so very interesting here is that this boss, for example, right? It wasn't necessarily, if you compare that to some of the Bloodborne bosses, some of the Elden Ring bosses, right? Certainly the Sekiro bosses. This seems very, well, I don't want to say bland, because I don't think that it is. I'm just saying that if somebody came up to me and said, oh, I think the Demon Souls bosses are very bland, I expected more, you know, they're not what I have come to expect from FromSoft's games, right? Having played through other ones and then getting to this one. And I would say, okay, yeah, I can I can see that. I can see that side of the argument. I would counter, though, that while some of these bosses are on the easier side in terms of how to get through them, or in terms of the gameplay that they have, or the attack patterns, whatever you want to call it, I think they still work very, very, very well. Maybe not all of them. I mean, the spider is still... Maybe I'm just not understanding what you're supposed to be doing there, but most of these still work very well. And they still, you know, as simple as I now had it with getting through this boss, I still thought that his design was really cool. His attack still looked incredible. And he still felt very threatening, right? I mean, I still had to actually be mindful of the spacing between me and the boss. I had to be mindful of the timing of my roll, of the fact that I had to, you know, wait a bit afterwards, the way I then had to roll away from him still. So it's not that it was not without challenge at all, right? And it also still took some time to get through his health. So in that regard, he still very much succeeded. And I don't know, the overall presentation of it just felt really, really good. Just really good. Which is not something that I can say about Dark Souls 2's bosses. At least the 6 or 8 or however it was that I killed. Anyways. Archstone of the Penetrator Demon. The King's Tower, once a symbol of Boletaria, stands ravaged by the claw marks of drakes, while silver-haired old King Aland sits on his crumbling throne, witness to the desolation. Yeah, I kind of get the feeling that maybe King Aland truly is the last boss here, which, is quite interesting. I wonder why they're not really blocking my path again. Although I get the feeling that, so since I killed the dragon god here, maybe the way this game works is that every single one of these archstones probably has one demon god of sorts behind it. And I guess you need to kill one of them to get to King Aland. Which is honestly a cool setup. It somehow reminds me of Breath of the Wild's setup with, you know, you can get the 4 divine beasts, but you don't have to. Although the setup is entirely different because in Breath of the Wild, you don't have to get any of them. You can just run to Ganon right away. I'm trying to remember, wasn't there another game that did something very, very similar here? Where you can already get to the last boss after killing one of the big threats? I guess coming back to what I said earlier with, you know, getting help from the other archstones, the only thing that I would have wanted them to maybe do differently here is that, but again, this is with the, you know, with me not knowing what the other archstones have. So maybe they're actually doing that and I'm just not realizing it. But it would have been very, very cool, right? If this boss, for example, had, I don't know, a specific attack or a specific damage type or something, right? That would be fairly difficult to get through, but still possible just by yourself, right? But in case you were to go to the other archstones, maybe one of them had like a specific item that either negates or significantly, you know, improves your chances of getting through the specific damage type or whatever magical attack that the boss employs, right? Maybe even use it against them. So that would be a very cool design. So there is a dead drake here as well. I wonder what the... Actually, no, wonder what the dragons are about. Ravaged by the claw marks of drakes. Because it could mean several things, right? Either King Aland lost control of the demons, or maybe never had it in the first place, completely went in over his head, and now they decided to, hey, by the way, if that guy wants to control us, we're just gonna ransack his castle. That could be one thing. Could also mean that the drakes are entirely different from the demons. And are kind of on my side in that regard, is that they're fighting the demons as well. Doesn't work though when you consider that I fought a supposed dragon god in the second Archstone. Well, let's go back to the Nexus and see if anything's changed. Ah, okay, Mr. Gold Armor Guy or Gold Smoke Guy is back. Not back. Is gone. That's what I wanted to say. Unless he sits somewhere else, but I presume since we rescued him and he wants to go to the king, I guess he just waited for us to get rid of this penetrator guy so that he'd be able to get through. Just make me think that so far, hopefully I've done his questline correctly.
We've long been acquainted, so I'll give you...
Also find it very interesting that Patches doesn't really seem to be doing anything.
Yes, I'm completely free from vice. Aren't you proud of me too?
I don't know. I wouldn't go that far, Patches. Can't believe how freaking expensive this thing is. It's probably not even that useful. Yeah, okay.
Well,
one thing that I did realize, though, is that my damage output for the current level that I'm at is pretty bad. Because I think, what was it, 71 per hit against the penetrator seemed to be pretty bad, I think. So...
I can forge weapons for you. Do come back alive.
Considering that, at least as far as I can tell, plus 10 seems to be the biggest upgrade that I can do. That really makes me wonder. Oh, man, I don't want to spend the 20,000 souls for that other sword, though. I'd really hope to maybe get another weapon at this point.
Among them, could these two...
Okay. She's still going on about the same thing.
Do you seek the power?
I also like how, well, but that might very well be because I haven't even touched the other Archstones yet. I like how I can still not even cast miracles. Yeah.
I see. I pray we meet again.
Oh, Deep, will you continue to pray?
Interestingly enough, though, nothing in here even changed after I killed the Dragon God.
Are you begging for a magic?
He's just ensure that you win.
Which, granted, you know, maybe I'm too much going off of what I know from Dark Souls and the other FromSoft games, where we kind of expect things to change after, well, not necessarily every boss kill, but certainly, you know, after significant progress has been made. And maybe they haven't even really used that type of design here. God, I love the music in the Nexus. The Nexus truly is one of the best hubs they've ever done. Well, that being said, I'm a big fan of the round table hold too. I just think that it's a bit underutilized, considering how big Elden Ring really is. I mean, there were vast stretches of time throughout Elden Ring where nothing ever changed in the round table hold, and I was slightly confused what was going on, and then 3 or 4 things started happening back to back, and I was even more confused why all of them were happening all at once. Yeah. But, you know, that being said, I still like the round table hold a lot. I think the Dream and Bloodborne obviously works pretty well for the setting. It's just that it's a bit empty at times, right? I mean, the doll is there, sometimes Gehrman, but yeah, for the most part, it's very empty. And well, Bloodborne in general definitely lacks a couple of NPC interactions, I think. So it would have been cool if, you know, some other NPCs maybe would have appeared there as well, which is to say, at that point, I think they would have had to change the design a little bit. Clearly, they wanted it to be a bit more, well, I wouldn't say empty, but, well, it's supposed to be a dream, sort of pocket dimension nightmare thing of your own character, right? Or at least of the hunter's dream, whatever thing. So, yeah, maybe they wanted it to be a bit more, have a bit more this feeling of solitude and stuff. In terms of the other games, yeah, everybody always goes on about Filing Shrine, and I don't dislike it, but I think, well, Filing Shrine's, I guess, uniqueness comes in that it's a hub area within the overworld, right? Not something you magically travel to. And in that regard, it definitely succeeds. But for me, at least, it was still also lacking a couple of sort of things that I would have liked to see them employ. And then somehow in Dark Souls 2, the whole setup just feels a bit off somehow. I don't even... Dark Souls 2 is a weird thing. It honestly is. In certain respects, it just... doesn't really seem to work. And it's actually quite difficult to... Or maybe it's just that you expect more of it. I guess that might be it. And then Sekiro is an entirely different thing, but I already talked about that. I think Sekiro, while it is my favorite, it could have done significantly more in terms of story and character interactions, dialogues, NPC quests, and whatnot. So because of that, well, there isn't really a hub area per se, but the, I guess, safe zone areas that you do have in the game feel a bit basic and lacking a couple of cool ideas, interactions. Just in general, in terms of moving the game forward, I think they're a bit stale. Anyways,
I was worried sick.
now comes the most difficult part, namely deciding what to do next. Let's take this with me. Do I want to store the rest? Oh yeah, another thing is, did he do bleed damage? I mean, I couldn't tell. Whenever he did deal damage to me, it didn't necessarily feel like it was reduced in any sort of significant way, so I would assume no. Which begs the question of why there are even items in the game that are against bleed damage, because so far it hasn't just hasn't been a thing, but I don't know. Maybe I should have used the pine resin. Probably would have shortened the fight, but since I was only really utilizing one specific punishment window anyways, I guess the difference would have been somewhat negligible.
We are indebted.
Okay, did I actually set up my rings correctly again? Thief ring. I guess I can go back to the Providential ring. Now the biggest question of all, what the heck am I even leveling? My damage output was lacking quite severely, I think. Honestly, just going off of my gut feeling, I would say that you probably want to be more along the lines of at least 100, maybe even 120 damage per hit on that boss, right? Because 71, yeah, that does feel pretty... Which maybe that also adds a little bit to, you know, this feeling of, well, I kind of did a good job against him, but it felt a bit stale because I was always just doing the exact same thing over and over. Could be alleviated somewhat by dealing more damage and therefore ending the fight earlier. Yeah, so maybe in that regard, a little bit of a bad setup. You also seem to just have very high magic resistance, to be honest, which makes sense if he's employing a magic weapon himself, right? Some sort of magical knight there. Okay, I could go to 24. I think that's a good idea. Leaves me with 3k. That's maybe...
May thy strength.
Let us maybe... get one more. I was going to say, maybe put another point into vitality, but I think I'm going to go with strength again. These were 4k? Yeah. So both of these, what was it? 13 something, right? So one of these. And then a basic one. Milzy, hi, welcome back. Great, just got through the penetrator. Wait, 13.2, what was it? 13.9, all right. That's pretty... Wait, where is it? What was this? 200, right? So if I use all of them, should be pretty... Yeah, should be pretty perfect. Nice. So let's put this to 25 and just hope that that helps. Okay, in terms of how the game calculates damage, I would assume that every hit now deals 7 damage points more, which is not bad, but also not great. Oh man, I would really like to switch my weapon around, but I just don't know what to switch it to without investing a large amount of souls. Oh, you've completely done Boletaria as well. That's great. Prison of Hope would be the third one, right? I haven't even looked at what it's called. In the Tower of Latria? It's probably the first area there, right? Very much looking forward to starting that. Just really still debating with myself. I definitely also want to check out what's behind where the penetrator was. I'm going to take one more look at my weapons.
Hello again.
I want to change something. Somehow I want to change something, but I don't know what. I mean, it's also... There's also the thing that I could potentially upgrade weapons in different ways, right? Which I haven't really utilized at all so far. I have those upgrade items, so... This deals fire damage. It's a dragon longsword, which is pretty much the same thing, just with, upgraded with, I assume, those dragon stones that you can find. Just 91 on a +1. Ah, yeah, but it removes the scaling, right? At least judging by the other FromSoft games, the removed scaling typically is something you want to get more at the beginning, and then later on gets worse. Apparently of the penetrator, that's supposed to be one of the last areas. Yeah, somebody else mentioned that. But I guess it's... I mean, the only thing that I was slightly scared about is that if I do complete it, I wouldn't be able to get to the other ones, but I guess that's not really an issue. So I'll probably just continue it there then. I find it funny. I still get this feeling that I also just went through areas that wasn't really supposed to be there yet, in terms of my strength, yet, I mean, you're able to get through it, right? So, I don't know. I find that very, very interesting in terms of the design that they came up with. Especially in the current context, right? Because I'm just including me in the, I don't know, Souls community. Point being that, you know, most people nowadays have played these games and therefore just have way, way more experience with how they're set up and how the bosses work and everything. So I'm just trying to gauge how difficult or aggravating this could have been back in the day when nobody really had any idea how everything worked, and, you know, it was the first time that people had to go through this. It's honestly quite hard to sort of gauge it that way. Drangso, yeah, you can tell me. I don't know whether or not I would use it. I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's not bad at all. But the one thing that's keeping me from using it is just that it looks the same as my current one. Oh yeah, I'll oh wait, I can only help you if I'm in soul form, right? Or can you also summon me if I'm in body form? Because otherwise I can just come over real quick. Oh, it staggers them. See, yeah, that's something that I hadn't considered. True. Interesting. Fire certainly does work a bit different here than it does in other games, right? Because they have this specific set on fire animation. Whereas in later games, I think it does deal fire damage, which, you know, obviously interacts with different resistances on different enemies. But it never specifically has this set on fire status effect, I guess. Oh yeah, it's only in soul form, yeah. Well, sure, if you're still there, then if I do die, I can come help you. Yeah, it's got this extra effect added onto it, which I've also been on the receiving end at this point quite a number of times. Which honestly, I like quite a bit, because it adds another layer of impact, right? Sometimes I thought that some of FromSoft's games had problems with sort of depicting this impact of different damage types in a significant sort of way. Elden Ring kind of solves that issue by just straight up being completely insane in terms of the effects and stuff that you can get out of weapons, right? I mean, the magical blast, for example, where you just literally shoot a giant magical laser beam at the enemy. Obviously that has impact and it looks insanely cool. And it's also pretty OP in most cases, but yeah, it's... I always thought that it was a bit weird that weapons can be magical, but also don't really have a, you know, sort of a different effect on enemies. Yeah, sure, the damage will be different, but beyond that, I think it's pretty cool if they have some sort of stagger effect on it. Yeah, it goes to +5. I think I even have, because you get the, when you kill the Dragon God in the second Archstone, I think you get the last upgrade item for it, right? Wait, it should be here somewhere. This one? The Pure Dragonstone. So I could upgrade it all the way if I wanted to. I would also like to experiment with the other stuff, though. The problem is, I really... I'm not such a big fan of a two-handed sword. Although maybe at this point... okay, let me just try this real quick. The Greatsword? Oh, I'm very close to be able to use that. Scimitar I'm not a big fan of. The Mailbreaker is too small. Yeah, the only thing that's keeping me from using this, honestly, is that it's straight up the same sword that I'm using, just in its dragon-up powered form. Not the biggest fan of axes either. Winged Spear might not be bad, but it's a dexterity weapon and I have a strength character. Which is interesting. Is this the only dexterity weapon that I have so far? Or I guess the Mailbreaker would be one as well, right?
You have a heart of gold.
True, yeah, it also has some really, really cool... But in general, yeah, Elden Ring has... It does some really cool stuff with weapons. And what... Just honestly, even though... Well, judging by the size of the game, you would assume that it has a lot of different stuff in it, right? But the sheer amount of different weapons and things that you can get still very much surprised me. Which is probably one of Elden Ring's biggest achievements aside from the open world design. It's just the insane amount of different weapons and effects and whatnot that you can get. And most of them are really, really cool. And usable as well. Oh, really? There is? Oh, that's why you get them there. Because you... the Hands of God you find right next to where the Flame Lurker was. At least I think that's where I found them, right? Just on the other side of that cave, pretty sure. I actually wanted to get them, or I wanted to try them, because I was confused why the damn fire turtles seem to be so difficult to kill. And so I wanted to rank up my strength to be able to use the Hands of God, but then sadly realized that they also required faith. And I just didn't want to bother leveling faith. Because I already stood right in front of the Flame Lurker's boss door, essentially. So I didn't go back, but now I guess I would have almost accidentally gotten that if I had continued. Although I guess I probably would have switched back to my shield and sword for the both Flame Lurker and the Dragon God, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, it definitely makes sense. I somehow just... I guess I didn't realize when I looked at it, and then I just went, oh, it requires 19 strength. Yeah, well, I could maybe get that, and my main weapon required strength as well, so sure, why not? And then, you know, I realized, oh, it needs faith as well. And then I even put 2 points into faith, but as I said, I stood right in front of the boss room, and I just wanted to... you know, go in and try it. And at that point, I didn't really have any incentive to go back to do the fire turtles again, because I had already been through all the tunnels and stuff, so I kind of not used it anymore. Which is honestly a bit of a shame. Should I just wait? I'm on the verge of just buying that 20k sword from the merchant in Boletaria. I'm pretty sure that it's very, very similar to the one I have, but it looks very cool, and I could use it to maybe try out one of the other upgrade paths. I guess I'm just gonna go back here and try to, you know, go a bit further, and if I have the souls to buy it, I'm just gonna do that, I suppose. Ah, they dropped them. True, yeah. I got a couple from them. I was just confused why they took so long to die, right? Especially the ones that completely block your access to the tunnels, because they're not even really threatening. They're just sort of there. You can't get through, yet it takes, I don't know, at least 3-4 minutes per turtle. At least it took me that amount of time. I mean, I didn't stop the time specifically, but it was a very long time. So I was just confused why it took so long, and I thought that maybe those Hands of Gods would be able to get me through there more quickly. I actually did try them out once, but obviously without the faith requirement, I guess it just cuts off the magical damage from them, I would assume. They're very annoying, yeah. Especially when you go back there. The first time around, it's quite fun, right? Because you don't know what's behind them, and, well, you don't even know what kind of enemies they really are. But it's, when you just want to get through to potentially look for the King's Tower. Yeah, this very much seems to be the last part of this level. Yeah, if you're just looking for potential items or something that you've missed. Specifically also, since the tunnels are, you know, not super confusing, but certainly somewhat confusing. It can be quite annoying to have to hit them all the time. And then the camera on top of that, right? The camera is... You just... It's just weird. I don't know. I feel like making them an obstacle is fine. I just don't understand why they didn't opt for maybe cutting their HP at least in half, right? That would be cool, yeah. That's honestly what I thought. Because also, at some point... I don't even remember what it was. At some point, I think I got a dialogue option or something. Maybe it was the merchant that talked about that. But it sounded as if you'd be able to topple them over, right? And hit them from beneath. And that would deal more damage. And there are also these, the little fire turtles, right? Not only the big ones. And when you, like, hit them a number of times, they sometimes sort of topple to the side. So I thought that maybe utilizing the Hands of God, or God Hands? What are they called? Hands of God, I think. Maybe utilizing those, you'd be able to somehow just push them over and then hit them from underneath. And it would deal more damage or something, but I couldn't figure it out. I mean, water damage certainly would help, but I don't think that's even a stat. Wait, where was that? On weapons? Oh. Completely forgot that I took that with me. Yeah, you only have magical or fire, it looks like. Let's see, I just want to... Okay, so this can be used one-handed as well, it's just not really... How does that still look that bad? I mean, I'm certainly able to use it, but... Wow. It's cool, it's just... That certainly leaves a giant opening there at the end. Yeah... Big too heavy for my liking. Maybe not a bad sword. Oh, wait. Send it back to storage. Yeah, honestly, unless I do find something else within the level itself, I'm just gonna go back and try to buy that knight sword or king sword or whatever it was called from the merchant. Oh, why are they all red in the background? I mean, my world tendency is still pretty bad here, right? Might be the issue. So these guys actually took down a dragon, huh? Honestly surprised they managed to do that. Can I even go up there? Oh. There we go. I mean, looking at this corpse, it certainly looks like they had some trouble taking it down. Who are those guys? I should probably unequip the pine resin. Been carrying around with me for so long, yet I never really used it. Ah. Okay, so these look like... I'm not entirely certain, but these very much look like unique NPC enemies. I wonder if they're only here because of the world tendency, or if they'll always be here. But I have a feeling that they stay dead when I deal with them. So I probably want to try to do that one at a time. Poking seems more worth it. That's true as well, yeah. Which, unless you're specifically using a pike, can sometimes be a bit difficult to achieve, I guess. Sorry, Warrior Soul. They do a lot of damage. I honestly assumed that would be the case. Yeah, it looks like... I definitely somehow want to try to pick them off one by one. It's interesting, right? FromSoft does seem to have a soft spot for encounters against 3 enemies. This is very reminiscent of the place in Dark Souls 1 where you invade that world. I don't even know what it was called, but you fight 3 enemies there. Bloodborne has a place where you have 3 hunters that you need to fight all at once. Well, Elden Ring sometimes does other stuff, I feel like. Elden Ring has very... bit too many 1 against 2 encounters. And I don't know, this specific setup just seems very FromSoft to me. Alright. Okay, in terms of... Let's just try to do this. I wonder if they're all gonna come running. Hi. Well, the other 2 are confused. One guy came. And is going back. Come here. There we go. Nope. He does not want to come. Ah, for fuck's sake. No, the other one comes. Ah, there we go. Looks more like it. Okay. Oh, you're a quick one, huh? Oh god. I need to be careful whenever you 2 hands. Okay, the damage still seems to be manageable. Not that much more than the boss. Definitely way less than that crazy chick in the first level. Or in the... I am in the first level. At the first, you know, that gate that opened up because I'm in, I assume, black world tendency. Ooh. Don't run back, please. Oops. That's the wrong thing. That was the wall, buddy. Ooh. Hello. Okay. Yeah, you need to be very careful what he hits you with. Coming back to what you said about poking just now, his poking attack also seems to do significantly more damage than his slicing attack. Come here. There we go. Well, thankfully the others didn't really care. Holy shit. You know what? That's perfect. I'm just gonna go back. Oh, hello. What the fuck? Is that what he was using? Why does some random invader NPC after the boss drop a sword that is called the same thing as what the boss was called? Oh, it's a dexterity weapon? No, not... What? Not really. Yeah, I still have the same problem with the world tendency. I have no idea how to get it to pure white, especially the ones that I've died to enemies multiple times have been so black that, well, I kill a boss and it turns a bit whiter, like it's visually whiter than it was before I killed the boss, but yeah, certainly far away from being what I would call pure white, right? Oh, you need a very specific item to upgrade? Well, I'm missing the dexterity anyways. It's a bit of a weird one, though, because it requires less dexterity in comparison to strength, yet scales better with dexterity, which I find somewhat confusing. So you'd kind of need a dual build in order to wield it properly, I'd assume. Let me see here. You don't have the stance. Yeah, I know. Oh, it is just a normal... Is it just me? That is significantly faster than the other one that I was trying out, right? Oh, I put it away now. What was it called? Bastard Sword? I like it. I like it a lot. Also seems to have a significant amount of range. I just find the scaling certainly fairly confusing. Colorless Demon Soul? What the hell is that? I'm a big fan of the speed. I just don't really... I have what? 10. Oh, fuck. So I'd have to get 6 more dexterity. Well, okay. I have 1 level now. Because I was about to buy the other sword from the merchant guy. I don't know. I mean, I can just farm more souls. It's not the big issue, but... Okay, to be fair, I think I'm still going to go to the merchant because I want to see what other upgrade options I have. And this... yeah, very much seems to be a very specific sword. So I want to get a more generic one to see what kind of upgrade options I might be able to get. You have to kill all the bosses without dying? But how do you do that if you've already killed them, though? That's the thing, right? I mean, very clearly... Yeah, what about after you run out of bosses? That was my issue as well, because, you know... Well, obviously, if you go through it the first time, you'll end up dying a bunch of times, either to the bosses or normal enemies. And it typically, at least so far for me, has ended up that whenever I encountered somewhat of a strong boss, it just turned pure black, or what I was assuming was pure black. And, well, whenever then I killed the boss, it turned a little bit whiter again. But the way it starts out is not even pure white, as far as I understand. So... you have to start with it in basically neutral stance without having ever died, and then have to kill every single boss without dying. But, yeah, how do you do that if you've already been through the level? That's what I really don't understand, unless you have to do it in New Game Plus, which would be weird. And the few times that I've done co-op, it didn't really seem to change. Unless I missed it. I don't know. New players typically are unaware of body form, which I actually like. I think that's very clever because you... Well, naturally, right? Since the soul form drains you of HP, most players would want to get that back, right? So you're kind of putting yourself at, I guess, a bit of a disadvantage when you're constantly returning to body form and then repeatedly dying. So it's a fairly cruel punishment, but still a pretty great idea. And honestly, I don't even mind the world turning black because that will mean that something will change. Even though the one change I encountered in this particular level was a bit crazy. I don't know if you've already been there, but at the first archstone here, right, there is like a gate to the left. And at least in my game, there was a message in front of it saying when tendency is pure white. For some reason, though, the gate also opens when it's pure black. And let me just say, there was a bit of a surprise waiting behind it for me. So I do appreciate that it changes, and I actually don't really mind the world turning all the way black, but yeah, eventually I would like to see what it means to have pure white in the world. I guess it's probably worth it to make it pure black to see what happens. At least so far, or as far as I can tell, it's just fairly easy to make it pure black, right? So I mean, I haven't really observed that many changes. This probably was the most significant one yet, with that gate opening up. Otherwise, the only thing that has really changed, at least in the mines, the only change that I saw was that some enemies became slightly stronger and were red. But yeah, I don't know. I assume there are probably other items to find potentially. Oh, wait, I think I did encounter an NPC invader somewhere where there wasn't one before, I'm pretty sure, somewhere in the mines. Yeah. I don't even remember where, though. A lot of loot. Yeah, I think that's the gate that I'm talking about. It's right to the left of the start, essentially. I was just incredibly confused because even when my world tendency was pure black, it still said in the message that it needs to be white for it to open, yet it was open. So I just assumed that it always opens, no matter if it's black or white, just it needs to be one way or the other. Well, not the loot that you can see. There's just a bunch of, dead enemies there and stuff. And I think it's just, healing items and things. Problem was, I encountered a very specific enemy that I so far haven't been able to get past. Well, I only attempted it once and I kind of went, nope, not for me, not right now at least. And yeah, I didn't progress further. So I assume there's probably something worth it there. Maybe said enemy also dropped something that's pretty cool. But yeah, that was... Let me just say these three guys back here, or the one that I just fought, was fairly easy in comparison. Yeah. That part with the enemies being harder, I think that's only really true for the enemies with a red outline though, right? At least so far, I haven't really observed that the normal quote-unquote enemies are harder. Yeah, the whole pure white deal, I'm actually quite confused about how that's supposed to go. Anyways, I was talking about the merchant. Let me just go back to him. At least now I don't have to rush through these guys anymore, so I can just... deal with them normally, I presume. In terms of the white tendency, I am quite confused, right? Well, I said so multiple times already, but specifically because you'd assume that most new players, especially back in the day, I think it would have been very, very likely for most players attempting this game for the first time to probably reach, not necessarily pure black tendency, but being very, very close to it, right? So I find it strange that they would then have stuff behind white tendency if white tendency is so difficult to achieve. Because it also, I don't know, to me at least, without really knowing what changes, they both seem to be equally interesting, right? Something changes, you don't really know what, you don't really know what you get, but so far I had assumed that both white tendency and black tendency are kind of the same thing in that just something changes, you get more loot or something specific, and that's kind of it. So I thought or presumed that it would be somewhat easy going back and forth between the two. Just that it might be a bit obscure. But if white tendency really is that difficult to achieve... Okay, yeah, co-op doesn't work, which is why or rather what I figured, because the few times that I did it, it didn't really seem to change. So unless I had missed something, it seemed like that is the case. Yeah, neutral tendency doesn't really seem to do anything, as far as I can tell. And the co-op stuff is really, really weird so far. Every single time I've tried to do co-op or place down my summoning sign, either I was summoned in really quickly or not at all. Which yeah, no idea if that's due to how many people are playing the game or not playing the game, or if there's some funky stuff with the networking going on. The only thing, honestly, that's left that I would assume maybe is that world tendency, yeah, New Game Plus, is that it probably keeps the world tendency the same, and you then have to attempt it in New Game Plus. But yeah, that's honestly not a very great design. I don't know. And what do you do if you die in New Game Plus? There isn't really even a way to reload your save, right? Because it's constantly saving. Meaning that if you die even once in any given level, yeah, you have to do it to the new game. Which that seems very insane to me. I honestly would have never thought that it even works that way. But yeah, it kind of had to with what I've tried so far, because there isn't really any other way to do it. But it's very, very strange, yeah. Also very much explains why nobody really knew how this was even working, because how do you... I mean, I guess it's by, you know, just excluding every single option until there's nothing else left other than New Game Plus. Oh, so that's why they play in soul form. Oh, wait a second. So if you kill all the bosses while being in soul form, it still counts towards pure white tendency then. Oh, wait. Okay, so I get it. That means that... But how do you even get into soul form? You'd have to die for that once, right? So you would only be able to get... I guess you have to die in one Archstone that you don't want to be pure white, and then go to all the other ones and kill every single boss in soul form? Is that how it works? What a weird principle. I mean, yeah, new players wouldn't know that in general. The thing is... Okay, I'm on the fence of whether or not they should have changed that for the remake. The one argument for that, though, is this very screen. Because that was not a thing in the original, I'm pretty sure. I don't think there was a way... Oh, you can... Ah, right, you can kill yourself in the Nexus. That's clever. Okay, that makes more sense now. So you just kill yourself in the Nexus and then essentially go through the entire game in soul form. And it automatically will give you pure white tendency without even really trying anything. So it's kind of a reward for playing through the game in soul form, I guess. All right, I can get behind that. Well, to be entirely fair, I think this game, which is why it was so obscure in the beginning, right? And why it became such a phenomenon is because it just has all these different weird things. I think there's a bunch of other stuff that people took a long time to figure out. Honestly, when I think back about what I now know about, you know, soft caps, damage calculation, iframes, right? A lot of that stuff I would never have been aware of had I not read through either articles or watching streamers that know these games very well. And, well, yeah, to a certain degree, it's kind of the appeal of these games, I think, that they are somewhat obscure in what they do sometimes. I just think that the world tendency thing is weird in that regard, because it's so much easier to acquire black tendency than it is to acquire white tendency. And I think that's a bit of a... That in and of itself isn't necessarily the problem. But I think that the way it's communicated is pretty bad. And I don't mean by that they should explain what it does or how it works, but rather you can kind of easily get how to change it to black, because it's very easy to see that it goes blacker the more you die. Even if the screen didn't exist, dying a couple of times and then certain enemies suddenly turning red kind of, points you into the right direction. The other way around, though, not that easy. So making it sort of the same, what's it called? Making it the same gameplay element that can turn one way or the other, but making those two different things so very different to achieve, I think that's kind of the issue here. I honestly, I just wish that they would have innovated. I get why they didn't bring it back, but I really, really wish they would have innovated on that, because I think if it would be clearer, and specifically also if it wouldn't be that strange in that it forces you to go into New Game Plus for one of the tendencies, but not for the other one. Yeah. I feel like you could do really, really cool things with that without having to, get rid of it. It's just kind of FromSoft, where whenever they encounter a problem, they just get rid of it instead of changing it. I don't know. Yeah, 2009. And the craziest part about that is that people played this game in Japanese, right? Because it took, 2 years or something until it got a Western release. And so people had no idea about the stuff. Which is honestly the great thing, right? And, well, going back to the point about the internet, I think generally games should never assume that the internet exists. I think that's a very, very bad game design principle. And unfortunately, a couple of games kind of do assume that, right? There's certainly... And, all right, so maybe I should preface this with something else. I think that you can design your game that way, right? You can design your game in a way where it assumes that a large community figures something out together. I think, Destiny has made a couple of those events, actually, that I personally haven't been part of because I don't play it anymore, but it was interesting to watch, right? And I think it's cool to... There's definitely potential there to do some stuff, but typically games should not really assume that. So you can make really, really obscure things, but there still needs to be something in the game. No matter what it is, no matter how obscure it is, no matter how difficult it is to find, something needs to exist that points you in the right direction, right? That tells you, all right, this is how it works. Not directly, but in a way where you can figure it out for yourself without having to consult the internet or another person. And yeah, they're kind of not really doing that. And yeah, the New Game Plus issue, I think that's also the biggest problem that I have with it. I think that making this incredibly obscure and difficult to figure out, I'm totally fine with. They could require a number of insane things to do, right? I would not care a single bit. I'm fine with shooting a dragon's tail off with 150 bolts and it takes you 45 minutes to do stuff like that. Completely fine with. No, I don't care. There are a number of things in games that I've done over the years that are insane when you really look back at it and you still do it because it's either fun or something you just want to achieve. I don't know. That being said, yeah, New Game Plus is weird. It's a very, very strange design choice. Because it's I don't know, it somehow, I feel like it almost takes you out of the game. As much as I like the idea of having New Game Plus in the game, I still think that you should be able to access both tendencies within a single playthrough, or alternatively, right, they could have kept the entire tendency mechanic to be New Game Plus exclusive, meaning that maybe the game would calculate a world tendency based on what you did in your original playthrough for New Game Plus. I think that would actually be a cool way of doing it, right? So as soon as you enter New Game Plus, it would dynamically change the levels based on how well or badly you did the first time through. I think that would be pretty cool. But yeah, my biggest issue here is definitely that black tendency is so easily achieved, yet white tendency is difficult. Unless, the only way I would count that as a legitimate design choice is if white tendency gives you some insanely good stuff. Which I don't think will be the case, honestly. Wait, Bloodborne does that? Are you counting the trophies? Because how does Bloodborne force you to do New Game Plus? Or are you talking about the Chalice dungeons, maybe? But they don't require that technically either, even though they're kind of designed for it in a weird way. I still, yeah, I definitely get behind the idea of them leaving behind a lot of potential in the remake, but I also think that it's good that they stuck to what the game originally was. I think it's just, I honestly think it wouldn't have been worth it to have the uproar of people that would not have been very happy with them changing it. Oh, because it goes, right, the other games don't do that. Or do they? Well, Elden Ring doesn't. Sekiro, I'm not sure about. Well, I mean, it is somewhat obvious when you're entering the last boss arena, right? So I guess at that point you can kind of figure out, okay, if I still want to do something. But it is very... it's true. It's very... it's not that I want pure white. It's more that eventually I would want it. Yeah, to see what changes. I would really like to see what potential it has. Again, it's just... It comes back to the fact that I can achieve pure black. So I would want to achieve pure white as well, without having New Game Plus. Well, I mean, something changes. It's not, maybe not significant, but something will change, right? Yeah, Dark Souls and Elden Ring, you go into New Game Plus at the bonfires. Yeah. I never really thought about it like that, but... I mean, that's the point, right? I would assume that in pure white, just as much changes as it does in pure black, which means that sometimes it'll open up a gate that otherwise is closed. Sometimes there'll probably be other items at a certain point, I think. For example, where you kill the dragon god, I'd assume it'll give you access to that weird glowing sword that exists there for some reason. So I would consider those somewhat significant changes. Certainly bigger changes than... I mean, well, all the other FromSoft games don't have any changes at all. So, you know, in that regard, it would be pretty specific. But yeah, that's actually a very big issue with Bloodborne. I never really thought about it again like that. But the biggest reason why I think it's an issue in Bloodborne is because of the DLC, right? Because you have to do the DLC, if you want to, before killing the last boss, which makes the last boss... like German or the Moon Presence, whatever it was called, a total pushover once you've been through the DLC, right? Oh, wait, what the it makes the dragons disappear? Well, that's a significant change. Okay. Well, I thought the dragons would disappear once I'm through with this level, but okay. I mean, that still makes sense then. Yeah, I don't know. It's... I think... Can you stop that? I think I just thought that... What the hell is wrong with you? They have such a weird attack with their spear charge thing. Stop it. Okay, you guys are annoying me a little bit. There we go. Oh, fuck. What is going on? Also, why the heck are they suddenly following me? Yeah, it's a bit impossible to deal with them if they're staggering their attacks like that. Okay, that's a huge amount of healing items used completely unnecessarily. Okay, seriously, I want to know how many frames that is between neutral state and damage state, because that seems pretty insane, in all honesty. I don't even really understand how you're even supposed to deal with them if there's two at once. Now that I'm looking at it. Do they really expect you to always separate them? I mean, I'm playing very passively here, but still. Yeah, I definitely disagree with that attack. I had never really noticed that before, but that's not a great design at all. Holy shit, there's like... I would assume that's definitely less than 10 frames between that specific attack that they're doing wasn't in the original? Really? Because that's a very not only like, that's just straight up a bad design. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, seriously? Okay, that was completely... Well, at least it gives me an option to do co-op in front of here. Oh wait, did I completely... That's why I went down there in the first place. What the hell was up with that? They're quite impossible to deal with if there's two at once and they're staggering their attacks, because even if you hit and stagger one of them, the other one's just gonna hit you. That was strange. I also didn't expect them to follow me in here for some reason. Oh, right. I can, certainly. Let me go back to... where was it? In front of the... That also helps us test the... Because I wonder if it's even going to appear. Because they also have different servers and stuff, right? I really don't know how this works. Wait. Oh, there we go. It was in front of the spider, right? Oh, true. There is a password. Let me see. How do I set that up? Is that... Wait, do you have to set that? Or do I have to set that? Or do we both have to have the same one? Let me see. On. 1, 1, 1, 1. Both. Okay. So in theory, this should do it. Where's the stone? There we go. Although I do wonder how many other people in the world right at this moment have set the password to 1111. Would be pretty funny if there's quite a number of people. Restricts network play to users who enter the same password, yeah. Alright. Oh, do we also have to have the same server? Oh my god, that's probably gonna lag a whole lot, right? I would have thought that the password requirement would ignore the servers, though. Do you have to set the same server as well? Okay. Okay. Well, that explains then... Why do they have that many servers, though? Wait, what's my ping? Let me see. 51, 58? I don't believe that 1 single second. That would be crazy good. I don't think that's going to be the case. Or, well... Let's see then. Is the password still set? Oh. I was confused for a second. I thought some people were floating in the air, but... Well, they technically are. It's just that they're suspended. Bluestone. Wait. Network. Okay, password still set. Server seems to be the correct one. There we go. Do I have all my stuff? Yeah. Well, I mean, I need to get some healing items anyway after this. Well, I can definitely say that... Oh, there we go. I can definitely say that this game honestly does a lot of interesting stuff. I do like that they did it, especially in the context of when it was released. I think that, especially at the time, a big reason for why so many people liked Demon's Souls, or why it was considered such a cool game, is because it specifically... oh, there you are. It specifically did some things that were just very unique. And also... Oh god. Calm down. Wait. Holy shit. That was a lot more damage than I was expecting. Honestly, I think I need to be careful not to be one-shot here. I'm still not a fan of this attack. Even though I now know how to avoid it, it's very strange. That goes through the shield as well. Should have equipped some other healing items, I think. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, if it really hits you from above, then... Somehow I think my setup is just very, very bad for this. Now I'm honestly beginning to wonder how I managed to get through here in the first place. But it might also just be because now it's scaled up. And somehow the scaling makes it way worse for me. Oh, at least the fire gets rid of the webs, I guess. I can't even do anything while it's doing that. Why am I not... Oh, I am dealing damage. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Your health is really low. Can we still do this? I feel like it just deals way too much damage to me. I don't even know if I can really avoid that specific attack. Were you out of healing? Because I think I would have to get more... Well, I still have some stuff, but yeah. I feel like that deals way more damage to me than what I thought it would. Well, I don't have that many. That's the problem. I went through most of mine. They can be dropped. Wait, that works the same thing as like in Diablo or something? Yeah, I can give you those, but then I don't have any things left. Let me see, where is it? Well, that being said, I still need to go back to my, or through my stuff anyways. Back to where the merchant was. Oh, wait. Oh, I was gonna say, I just keep my souls. Well, that's good then. I could just pick them up anyways, right? What if I die? Died over 9,000 times. Well, that gets an appraisal from me. This is such a weird boss. I have no idea how you're supposed to do that with a pure melee build. Unless you can iframe roll through the attacks or something? I don't really get it. Certainly not able with to do that with my build here. It's also actually a fairly difficult co-op boss, I would say, for the most part. Because there isn't really that much space to deal damage in the first place, right? Because you sort of awkwardly need to go up to it. So being there with two people, kind of difficult. Unless you alter your attacks, basically. One person doing ranged and the other one doing melee. But then sometimes my soul arrows seem to go through the boss for some reason. You're also really not dealing that much damage, unfortunately. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna purchase that Knight's Sword or whatever it was called that I saw. Okay, let me try that. Where are you? Oh, hey, this has pure white tendency, correct? Probably have to go here, right? Cannot drop currently equipped. Oh. Need to unequip them first. That's weird. Oh, it's just dropped me 10. And then I need to equip them again. Okay, I guess we'll get one more try then. Yeah, this is New Game Plus, right? Maybe... Well, I don't know how it scales me up, though. Does it feel like... Okay, great start. I feel like I'm not gonna be much help here. Chug away a little bit at his health. It never does the big attack right away though, right? It feels like it always does the like the smaller attacks a bit, and then it starts doing its big thing. Well, alright, that's my MP depleted. That was the big attack. It's an even bigger attack. Okay, now at least I've somewhat understood its attack patterns. I think I'm a bit more comfortable with doing melee. Is it gonna shoot the 3 fireballs again? Or just the 1? That's the web thing. Ooh. It's just the stamina consumption there is pretty crazy. God, my range is absolutely horrible for that. Okay, does it do big attack again? There we go. I also... I wonder if they considered that. One thing that I really don't like is that you can't sprint when you're locked on. Which for this boss is particularly bad. Because it requires you to sprint away, more or less, yet doesn't really facilitate that, because, well... Oh, holy shit. Okay, do you wiggle? There we go. Also, does he always have the exact same sort of attack pattern? I was doing the wiggle again, right? And now he's gonna do the fire again? Okay. I don't know if that's just us doing a very specific a combination of attacks, but I feel like he always does the exact same thing, right? Unless I'm misinterpreting that? Which would be, well, once you figure it out, would be pretty boring, honestly. Okay, do that again. Nope. Okay, this time he did it differently. Okay, so it's not the exact same thing every time, but it's very, very similar. Which makes me wonder how to specifically bait out the wiggle then. Oh god. Shit. I wish I still had... There we go. Nicely done. Oops. Cool, cool, cool. Well, thanks for that. Got my body back. 7,000. Alright, so I also get different amounts of souls if I do help a player that's a New Game Plus. successfully, I guess. Very interesting. Which lets me assume that, I would consider the other way around probably works very similar to that. If I help a player that is lower in level than I am, I probably get less. So there's, I guess if I get summoned by somebody who's in new game, but I am significantly above in level to what the boss would typically be set to, or significantly above to the other person, maybe I'll just get less souls at the end. Definitely something to look out for. Well, at least that gives me a lot of souls to buy... No, wait. Yeah, kinda. Gives me some souls to buy new healing items. So let me get, let's see, 10 would be 5,000, so it's 14, yeah.
Nice stuff, eh?
Yeah, no problem. That was very fun, and it got me my body back, so... I'm going to turn the password off again, and then... For now, at least, I'm going to return to my server, because otherwise, I don't know, I don't want things to be weird with ping. I don't know why they require you to go to the menu screen for that. I mean, it... Oh, wait. The fuck was that? Yeah, there we go. What? The fuck was that? Did it just cycle through different servers? That was very weird. I guess it's how it's loading them in. Oh. Well, one thing that I hadn't considered, though, is that this game, I guess, requires you to be online always? Wait, no, that can't be right. Will it disconnect you? Well, I assume so. Dark Souls does so too, right? It just returns you to an offline state of the same level. Yeah. I don't know. Something about that is weird. But maybe they had to go with that because they probably also kept a couple of settings from the original game, I presume. Okay. Gonna equip that. Let's keep the other stuff around. Well, thankfully I did figure it out in the end. How to deal more... Well, that's also cool. So now I've essentially figured out how to do that boss in melee. So you need to mainly, if you don't want to risk too much, you wait for its wiggle, and then you need to be aware of that sometimes after the wiggle, he does his oil attack, and at that particular case, you just need to run back and then run back in. Yeah. I can see it now. I would say that overall, that's still probably not going to be my favorite boss ever. I don't actually mind it that much, but yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. Seriously though, maybe it would be cleverer to go from here, because that way I don't have to get through the 3 red knights. I mean, they would... Guess they would drop a bunch more stuff for me. Oh god. Now the world tendency turned back to black, I think. Ah, well. Whatever. Oh yeah, I can switch back to the other ring as well. I still have no freaking clue how to get through the door back here. Wait, I also have no idea what the keys are for that I got from the fat official. Why is there a door that looks like it could be opened by keys? And then you actually get keys, but it doesn't open up the door. It even says key in front of it. Oh, wait, or do I need to use the keys? Is that a usable item? No, I don't think so. Inventory. No, it's under key items. Ring of iron keys. What? Maybe the lock requires a certain world tendency to function? That's a very strange thing, honestly. Oh, the penetrator. Wait, the penetrator is the weapon, I presume, from the boss, right? Or do you mean that you need to get to the penetrator? Or maybe I should actually employ this sort of... this thing. A bit more. I don't know. Oh, the armor set. Alright. Ooh, I guess I read about that. I think that was... or not read. I think a streamer talked about that. That is something that they added for the remake. Isn't it? Is it that one? Hey, welcome back. Let's see. That was a strange look. He was very confused why I was just standing in front of him. What the actual fuck is that? What the hell? Well, I assume that happens when the world tendency is all black. What the f... Okay, that thing is straight out of Bloodborne. What even is that? What the fuck? Oh, there's a whole... yeah, I presume it's somewhat difficult to figure out how to get it. Wait, where the hell was the merchant? Why is it just sitting there? And why are the soldiers not bothered by it? What the hell? Wait, don't kill... wait. Is it gonna get me back to white? I kinda want to see what it does. I mean, before that, I want to buy that other sword anyways. Why am I not remembering where the heck that merchant was? Wasn't it here somewhere? Wait. This is where you get over to the other side. Oh, now I remember. It's where the other Red Knight is. Is there a way to get there quickly? I think I probably wanna not be here, but rather go the original path. It would take away black points? Okay. Well, I don't necessarily want to stay in pure black. It's not that difficult to get back to it, so... I wouldn't mind necessarily. It's just... I want to see what it does. Hey, guys. Damn. I guess it was a bit of a further path than I had remembered here. They still don't die in 2 hits. At least it does give me a couple more healing items. I just realized the merchant's kind of sitting right smack dab in the middle of the level, huh? No matter which way you really go. Yeah, it kind of is. Specifically because of the Red Knights, correct? Because they're just so... They drop so much. Come here, buddy. Thank you. There we go. Oh. That didn't... Wait. Was that just you? kind of thought that would stagger him, but maybe while they're in their weird dancing animation, they can't really be staggered. Wait, what is this? Late moon grass. No, that's fine. Yeah, it's the correct one. I thought it was the bigger one. Okay, there's one more of these assassin guys here somewhere. Oh, there you are. Shit, I thought you were the other one. I thought the one from the back alley was the one that already attacked me. What was that cute little sidestep that he just did? I don't think I've seen that before. Oh, the door in the very first level? Really? Interesting spot for it. Well, I assume there's still something else there too, right? Because it's... if it is a remake thing, then... Oh, wait. Why is the other guy not staggered? Oh well. So... the silly hat? What kind of silly hat? The ones these guys have? Wait, do they have a hat? No, they have a hood. Okay. Yo, buddy. Hey, that doesn't damage him. That's not fair. Santa's hat. I don't actually remember that name specifically. I would probably remember the how it looks, but oh, why their shield is way more effective than I thought it was. There we go. Thanks for dying. Oh, really tall hat. Wait, and you can get that here somewhere? They're even shooting in here? Seriously? Alright. This is where I wanted to be. Oh, wait. Coming back here just made me realize... I wonder if the merchant was the one who put up all the chairs to keep the others out. Probably,
right.
huh?
What'll it be then?
Really tall hat does sound very fancy, though. I was always a big fan of the fancy hat sets in Bloodborne. Well, Bloodborne just has that, I don't know, Victorian London style anyways. Very, very cool. Alright, let me see. Where the hell is it? Broadsword, Claymore? There we go, Night Sword. That's the one.
Thanks for that.
Gonna see how I can upgrade that. Oh, wait, you're talking about the thing that I've frequently seen in, like, when I clicked on Bloodstains, or what I saw some of the ghosts wear? It's like this weird turban-like thing? Do you mean that? Like, yeah. I think I've seen that, yeah. Do I just want to kill this guy? Guess so. I mean, I do still... Ah, I forgot that he does a 3-part combo at first. It's kind of crazy to me how much more threatening these guys can be when two-handing a weapon compared to the normal guys. Well, I guess the pike-wielding ones are also quite a bit more threatening, because they can just... I still can't believe that they can do an attack that deals damage within a matter of, I don't know, what I assume to be like 5 frames or something. Can I jump down there? Probably not, right? Somehow that doesn't really looks to be part of the level. Although, wait. Oh no, never mind. I can't vault here. Guess I have to run back. Yeah, the place where the merchant's at, it's pretty much exactly in the middle of the level. But I also think that that's probably done on purpose, so that you're forced to go all the way back through it. Well. Monk's head wrapping set? Sounds about right. Means, yeah, that's, I think, what I'm talking about. I sometimes see it in, like, spirits and bloodstains and whatnot that appear. Looks pretty ridiculous. Somewhat reminds me of, even though it's very, very different, obviously, since it's bandages. But, what's that one called in Bloodborne? Mikulash's... Well, it's from the boss Mikulash, right? It's basically a giant tin hat with a cage around it. It's equally ridiculous. Then again, Bloodborne has a bunch of those. Funniest thing probably being the one, like the triangle-shaped metal hat that actually boings off of not staircases, but ladders if you get down them very quickly. It's honestly a very funny addition. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to this smith to see what I can do with the other sword. Monk's head wrappings is called in this game, yeah. Certainly looking forward to getting that, if it's not too rare. Okay, let's see. Ooh. Hi.
If it be a blacksmith.
Been here a while, still don't understand why you exist. Night sword. Alright. So I think I need to get it to +1 to be able to alter it, correct? I'm pretty sure. D, E, C, D. It's more or less the same thing, just with a bit more weight. I assume a bit more attack power behind it. Well, I mean, I can get the other stuff easily, right? Wait, no. Or does it need to... Meltstone. Do I need to apply this? How does that work? Or can I not turn it into something else? I thought I had to get it to +1. Or does this not have any other option available?
All done.
Or do I need to talk to the other smith? Sometimes that's a bit weird. Oh, he also says, do you remember me? All right. Well, then that establishes that he does indeed somehow change locations very, very quickly, doesn't he? Guess he just doesn't want to divulge his secrets, huh? Well, at least that way nobody can follow him. Would be very helpful, though, if he told us how he does that. It's very interesting that they chose to make him apparently be the same person, yet still be at both locations. Human-sized mole tunnel, yeah, something like that, right? It would actually be very funny if you could somehow discover that on your own, but for whatever reason wouldn't be able to go in there yourself. Would be quite funny, I think. But I do find it interesting that the merchant in Boletaria does not go back to his original locations. Even though he also always says, you know, hey, do you remember me? You know, it's been the 3rd time we've met. Yet he never goes back. He always stays where you meet him, or where you've met him the last time. Sindri? Who's that? Okay, wait, let me ask this guy.
I can forge weapons for you.
Nope. Still the same. Okay, these items are... Oh, wait, I'm missing one. Maybe the Night Sword cannot be... Oh, God of War. Yeah, I still haven't played that. I desperately need to do that. Should have known, though. I don't know. Somehow it didn't click that. Obviously, that means God of War. Yeah. I mean, I even have the first one of the new ones. Because it's free on PlayStation Plus, right? But, yeah. Haven't had the time to get around to it yet. But it's definitely on my list. Do I just want to keep the Night Sword then? Do I even have the other one still in my inventory, or did I put that away? Let me see. No, it's still here. I guess it only shows you its upgrade potential when you have the required item then? Because otherwise it should still show me, right? Yeah, honestly, the old games I wouldn't be too interested in. I think, you know, back in the day, I have watched a tiny bit of them when a friend of mine played them, but I was never really into that kind of thing. The newer games, very much so. I mean, not only are they, you know, heavily on story, and I find the characters really intriguing, the setting's pretty cool, and from what I've seen from the gameplay, it also just looks like something that I would like. But yeah, the original ones, I mean, they were definitely regarded to be pretty good games back in the day. But I don't think that I would enjoy going back to them. And yeah, since they are not really required for the newer ones, I don't know. Maybe before starting the new one, I would watch some sort of, I don't know, video about what the story is about. I know a couple of minor things here and there, I think. Not that much. Well, that is certainly a conundrum. So now I have a couple of weapons that I would like to upgrade, but cannot or don't know how to. I think I'm still gonna go, at least for now, I think I'm still gonna go with the with upgrading my dexterity, though, to prepare for being able to wield this. Even though I can't at this specific point in time. 16 dexterity. I mean, technically, it should still somewhat increase my damage output, because this also scales with dexterity. Not great, but at least a bit. And this one, I was really hoping to be able to see other upgrade options, but I guess I just am not able to do that. Yeah, the penetrating thing doesn't even appear. And this thing just does have the same options, unless...
No interest, I can tell you.
I don't think that I need to pick up the specific stones, though. Or is that what I'm missing?
I'm keeping a close watch.
Sometimes the game's a bit weird in that regard. Heartstone, Sharpstone. Let's see. So these are for axes hammers. These are for sword spears, right? Then we have the clear stones. Used to craft quality weapons. Okay. Used to craft weapons that rely on sheer strength. Reinforces straight swords, axes, hammers, and the like. Shouldn't I be able to do that? Or maybe I need one specific item to change it? Undoing reinforcement, restoring a weapon to its original state. Well, that's not really what I would want to do. Do I need to retrieve this before I can do that?
You have a heart of gold.
Let them take it from now.
I can forge weapons for you.
Oh yeah, that is very, very true. There are definitely games that would, you know, a lot of the times it's also really unfortunate when you know, especially when you hear from friends, right, that they've enjoyed something a whole lot and they tell you, oh, this, I don't know, there's a game coming out and it's a follow-up to something that, you know, was out 15, 20 years ago, and then you kind of go back and you want to experience the original, and then obviously also, I mean, you don't have to have played, I guess, the older God of War games, but I do assume that there's probably going to be some stuff in there that will be a pretty cool callback to the older ones, right? So, in a way, typically I always like to, if, you know, possible, go back and play older games as well. I'm planning to do that for Final Fantasy this year, when Square Enix finally decides to bring the pixel remasters to PlayStation. But yeah, it can be quite difficult. Not only because, well, first of all, you have to get the games, which is not always that easy. You have to be able to play them. Again, same story, right? If they haven't received any sort of remaster, remake, whatever, then sometimes it's just difficult to get the specific version or whatever else to get it running. And then some games, honestly, are just fairly jarring to play nowadays, right? There's certainly a number of games that was fairly highly regarded back in the day, but just aged really, really poorly. Now, I don't know if God of War is one of those. I have no idea. Obviously, I haven't played it, but yeah, from what I have seen of the original games, I think it's just not really my kind of gameplay. It's a bit more of a sort of action-oriented platformer type of deal, right? And yeah, I'm typically not into those sort of purely action games if it doesn't have any sort of either RPG element or a very, very cool story to it. And yeah, I don't know, or I don't think that I would really like the original God of War story all that much. It's a bit too focused on violence, I think. But then again, maybe that's also just from outside observations. Without having played it myself, obviously I can't really tell if it would be for me or not. I just, from looking from the outside, I think it wouldn't really be for me, but you never know, I guess. Which is, maybe I'm going to try, but yeah. I would even have to look into it. I think you can get the old ones as remastered versions or something on PlayStation, but I'm not entirely certain if you can get all of them or how that would work. Yeah, definitely moments that feel like they would have a much larger impact. Yeah. That is, it's a bit of a problem, right? I mean, I guess you could argue that it's still very much worth playing them to have experienced it and to get into it. And honestly, sometimes from that, you then go back to the old games and sort of, in retrospect, appreciate what they've done, right? That is certainly a possibility. It's maybe not the same type of deal that you would experience when you played the old ones first and then the new one, but sometimes it still works out in a way. It's not necessarily a bad thing. All right, seriously, I have no idea how to do anything with this beyond just straight up upgrading it normally. Don't know if I'm missing something here, but...
No entry, I can tell you're not going to last.
Okay, 8,000 souls. All right. Just gonna stick with this for now. Let me put the other ones away,
I'm keeping a close
so that I don't block up my inventory. Put these away too. I just need to remind myself that they're there. And I definitely need to remind myself to level dexterity. Why did I put that? Or maybe I never deposited it? Oh well.
You have a heart of gold.
I mean, in terms of moments, right, that you can get out of games when you've played the original, it's a very, I think, intriguing thing. And maybe that's specifically because I've played Final Fantasy XIV so much. But with that game, right, 14 is, as far as I can tell, I've never really played any other Final Fantasy. I did after the fact, right? After I'd already put a bunch of hours into 14. I tried 15, wasn't really a fan. I'm gonna go back to it, but oh god, that game does some pretty horrible things. It also does some pretty intriguing things. And Final Fantasy Remake, I played a little bit, but didn't really get that far either. Which is why I just wanted to go back eventually to just play through all of the Final Fantasies and see what they're all about. But I think Final Fantasy XIV specifically has shown me how cool you can repurpose what was once ideas from other games into a completely different world with a completely different setup, yet make it feel nostalgic at the same time as making it super, super interesting for people who know absolutely nothing about it. I think that's arguably one of 14's biggest strengths is how it manages to be super interesting for people who have no idea about Final Fantasy, because it puts everything into proper context, yet is still a cool callback for those who have played the original, at least going off by what people are saying, right? Since I haven't experienced that myself. I can only attest for it being a pretty cool story, even without knowing anything about Final Fantasy, and how it recontextualizes a lot of those things. That being said, Final Fantasy is a very different franchise, because God of War is a direct sequel, more or less, even though it's kind of a reboot. Whereas, obviously, Final Fantasy is always, as far as I understand, a different thing, right? They're kind of bordering similar elements from one another, but they're distinctly different stories and games and settings. But I still think it's pretty great how that works. It's sort of the same as here with the FromSoft games, where they do repurpose a lot of stuff as well, yet can still not always succeed, but can certainly still make pretty good stuff with concepts from other games and kind of coming up with new ideas and settings around them. Wait, people have told you that they don't like Dragon Age Origins because of the gameplay? I would understand because of how it looks, maybe, or because of how it runs, but because of the gameplay? Wasn't the gameplay really good? Unfortunately, I never played through that either. I did play, well, how long did I play it? It was a really long time ago. The issue was that at the time Dragon Age Origins came out, I didn't really have a PC to play it on, so I got it on console, and unfortunately the control scheme on console was pretty bad and kind of, I would say, definitely made the gameplay less enjoyable than what it otherwise would have been, but it still, well, the gameplay was pretty good. It's just that, yeah, the console version suffered from a number of different things, I think. And then also, it was kind of difficult to return to it because it's on, I have it on PlayStation 3, and yeah, unless I do want to set up my PS3 again, there's no way for me to play it, unfortunately. I mean, I could definitely understand that. Well, Dragon Age Origins, as far as I can tell, is regarded as one of the best RPGs. Well, of all time sounds a bit pretentious, doesn't it? But it definitely is one of the big ones, right? Yeah, that was another thing. It just ran really badly on PS3. It was really cool. I mean, I still to this day regret that I didn't just push through it, but the problem was that it really ends up just, I don't know what specifically they did to the PlayStation version, but, you know, it had horrible loading times. It had, yeah, the control scheme really wasn't all that great, and it ran horribly, and I don't know, at some point I just put it down. Although yeah, it's still, what I did play of it was definitely phenomenal. The dialogue trees in that game and the different options that you had in terms of, especially also how your companions and everybody always chimed in on issues, and you could literally have proper 15 to 20 minute conversations in that game with multiple NPCs, you know, all adding their own opinion to a topic, and that was honestly incredibly stunning to me. And then it had this, it sort of, I guess it took a little bit of the classic, like what we now call CRPG gameplay, and put a little bit of a different spin on it in terms of it being, you know, a bit more 3D and stuff. But yeah, I mean, that type of gameplay in general is just incredibly fun. But it definitely needs, I think, I'm still doing my playthrough of Divinity Original Sin. I need to return to it, but yeah, it's just a very long game. The gameplay is insanely fun in that too. It definitely highlights how it needs proper controller support. Divinity Original Sin does do a fairly good job, I would say, in terms of adding controller support to what would otherwise be definitely more of a PC-focused type of gameplay. Yeah. Origins had way more problems with that because I don't know. Divinity Original Sin also suffers from just not letting, for whatever reason, they always assume that console players don't want flexibility in terms of how the UI is set up, even though it would be great to have that, especially with nowadays, you know, people having different resolutions again, even on console, and different setups, right? Whether you be on a giant TV or a monitor. But yeah, maybe at some point maybe there's going to be another chance for me to enjoy Origins. Really? It tries to log into servers they never, oh my god. Yeah, okay, then would probably be very, very horrible to return to that. That's very unfortunate. That's sort of the thing, right? PS3 games in general, unfortunately, are very difficult to return to. If they didn't receive like a remaster or something, I guess it was just the console itself that was just, I mean, yeah. Might have been difficult to deal with from a developer's point of view, but it hurts going back to some of those games. It's really unfortunate, too, that they still haven't properly found a way to put an emulation on the PlayStation 5, for example, because there are PS3 emulators for PC, right? Don't entirely know their system requirements, but I'd imagine if Sony wanted, they could probably find some sort of emulation solution for PS3 games, at least on PlayStation 5. So I'm still holding out hope that at one point they'll do that, but a significant amount of games have already been ported or remastered as well, so it's I don't know how much interest there would still be for PlayStation 3 games. Beyond maybe, I think Metal Gear 4 is probably one of the big games that still hasn't been ported, but beyond that, I don't know. On your smart refrigerator. Well, I do know one game that the refrigerator will definitely be able to run, and that's Doom. What did I want to do anyways? Oh, right. The 3 red guys. Let me go back there. Yeah, it's only streaming with PS Plus. At least they do have that option. It's better than nothing, I guess, but I haven't tried it myself. I only have the basic PS Plus. Not really that big of a fan of streaming services anymore. I mean, I had Netflix for a number of years and Amazon Prime as well, but nowadays, yeah, really not that much of a fan anymore. I do very much like to own my stuff whenever possible. It can obviously be fairly cheap, depending, but honestly, it's just that it's so weird that they kind of broke, at least the it's a bit different with Game Pass and stuff that Microsoft is doing, but for me, they definitely completely broke the streaming market because, well, now we have so many platforms that it's just not really worth it to pay for any single one unless you want to constantly rotate your sub, right? Which is a possibility. Like you can, you know, just pay for Netflix 1 month, watch everything you want to watch, then next month switch over to Amazon Prime, then switch over to Disney Plus. That's a possibility, although arguably annoying one. Yeah, it's the same for me. I have so many games. I scrolled through, I mean, the catalog for, what's the second stage called? There's Premium. Premium is the biggest one, right? And then Essentials is, no, wait. Essential is the basic one. And Extra is, I think, the middle one, right? The good one, because the Premium one only adds like 20 old games that I don't think anybody is really interested in. The catalog's pretty great on the Extra option, but what I have observed is that, especially for somebody like me who had PlayStation Plus for the last, I think, 10 years now, there is, I think I have like 350 games from the monthly stuff, right? And a lot of those are the ones that are also included in Extra. And then also over the years, I've just bought games that I was interested in whenever they went on sale, right? Because they are doing those frequent sales, and sometimes you can get games for like $10 and stuff. So everything that I was personally interested in, I've more or less already bought. And well, you do have stuff like Demon's Souls, but that's the thing, right? So technically, when you look at it, especially when you buy it, because PS Plus also goes on sale on Black Friday and stuff, right? So the upgraded version would have been, what, $40 for me? Something like that. Which would have included Demon's Souls. But obviously, it's only for a year, right? And it was $30 here in the local electronics store on Blu-ray. So yes, I would have gotten a bunch of other stuff with Extra, but that's for 1 year. And next year, I would have had to pay another $40 without knowing, right? Or 40 euros, not dollars. Without knowing if there is any game that would interest me. So yeah, that's what I really don't like that much about them anymore. I mean, sadly, you do have to pay for PS Plus anyways, but, well, I say sadly, but sometimes there are pretty good games that they give you with the Essentials as well. It's just that I don't like that idea of, well, having to pay for it constantly. And again, the thing, maybe something like Demon's Souls, since it is a PlayStation exclusive, will always be part of it. But I think the thing that has me has me personally put off the most, you know what I'm saying, from streaming services, especially Netflix and stuff, is I've had Netflix over a number of years. And at the end of the day, I just calculated for myself, had I bought everything on Blu-ray that I watched on Netflix, it would have come out to more or less the same thing, with the option for me that I would have to be, or I would be able to now watch it still, right? Which I obviously can't since I don't have Netflix anymore. But the thing that put me off the most is just that over the years, since there have so many other streaming services that have popped up, the Disney titles, for example, have moved to Disney Plus. So, well, Netflix is now worth a lot less than what it was, 5-6 years ago. Because back then, they actually had a pretty substantial library of stuff. Nowadays, it feels like they only really have their own series, and that's it, right? And that feels honestly true for most streaming services. They have their own stuff, and that's it. And yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. I'm not a fan of them constantly, like, it felt like Netflix was taking away more than it was adding. So yeah, it just felt bad paying for it, right? And that's why I'm kind of afraid, and I think that's also, while Xbox Game Pass seems to be an incredible option now, I don't think it's always going to stay that way, right? And if you've played a game that you enjoyed a lot and then want to return to it a number of years down the road and it's not part of the service anymore, that wouldn't be that great. And they've already done that with Game Pass, but also on PlayStation Plus, where they sometimes add games in sort of the basic state and then essentially want you to buy the add-ons, right? And that feels really bad, especially for old games. So yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. Oh wait, I can remove it from your Essentials library as well? Oh my god, I didn't even know that. Well, even more reason never to subscribe to it. Yeah, the big issue is games also leave. And that's just not okay for me. Because, well, the biggest issue is you don't really know which ones, right? Especially in advance. So just like with Netflix, yeah, they notify you if something's going away, next month or something. But I don't want to be forced to play a game within a month or even 2, right? If they would tell me a year in advance, maybe I would be okay with it. But yeah, no way that I just don't want to, because at that point, which is kind of weird, at that point, it's not even about the value for money for me, but suddenly there is this added layer of pressure, right? This thing where you kind of have to be aware of what's in the library, what's potentially leaving the library, and you kind of have to plan your free time around whatever they desire to be worth it to be included, right? And I personally just don't enjoy that feeling. I'd much rather pay, obviously within a certain threshold, but if I can get, 5, 6, 7 games for a very, very cheap price on sale, instead of getting the extra upgrade, then I'd rather take that. I'd rather pay, again, within reason. If it's like $5 to $10 or something, or maybe even 20, I would pay more to own the games, just not to have the hassle to think about, what they may be adding or not adding. That's just not something that I want to ever deal with during my free time, of all things. Yeah, those subscriptions, and they also, it's not even that you have to finish them. I mean, that's an added problem with games. But yeah, I was feeling bad whenever I had a month where I didn't watch anything on Netflix. And let me tell you, there were a lot of months where I didn't watch anything because there wasn't anything to watch, right? And it was sort of, I kept the subscription up because I thought, well, what if they do add something of value? Or what if I do want to watch something that I, enjoyed and want to rewatch it or something? But at some point I realized, nope, that's not going to happen. Bye-bye. And yeah, I just... I don't like it at all. And as long as we still, thankfully, have the opportunity to buy stuff, especially since, it's now really, really cheap as well. I mean, the amount of sales they do and the games that you can get for like really, really cheap prices, that is something for... Is she not going to run after me? Oh, that's not great. Maybe I'm just going to pull the other guy? Hey, buddy. You have a big shield. Is that the same shield that the Tower Knight has? He looks kind of scary. What was that? Feels like they sometimes kind of... Oh, oops. They sometimes kind of know. Yeah, that's crazy to me. So he knows when I'm doing a normal R1 and just immediately counters it. Okay, that might work. I'm getting stuck on the wall. Oh, do that again. Yeah, walking around him that way. Should work out, I think. Holy shit. I don't even know what happened there. I think it was because I accidentally stabbed him. Or not stabbed him, but did the shove. There you go. Do that again. Oh, for fuck's sake. I really like the shove, but it's so awkward that it can come out at moments where you don't want it to. Oh. Hello. How did I do that? Did I somehow get through his poise or something? Oh boy. Feels like he's somehow changed his tactics slightly. Oh, really? Shouldn't that have also been a backstab? Maybe I walked weird or something. It's almost as if he learned not to do that anymore. Yeah, the animation with him getting back into his sort of guarded form is crazy fast after his attack. Oh! Holy fuck. Why does he deal so much damage? I guess it was also because I was in my attack state. Oh. Oh god. You need to be really careful with this guy. Also not to overdo it as well. Oh! Really? Stop doing the shove. I don't want to do the shove. I want to do the normal attack. Oh my gosh, that was a good opportunity right there. Fucking hell. Well, I guess it's a good thing that I bought more healing items. Okay, I think I can bait out his attacks if I don't shield all the time. Okay, that was weird. Oh, I guess he wanted to return to his original position there. It's a bit of a weird fight. Almost feels like a repeat of the... Oh, there we go. Kind of an accidental backstab, but I guess it worked out. Almost felt like a repeat of the boss fight for some reason. Power shield. Hey, there we go. 30? What the fuck? Okay. All right. Well, that definitely exceeds my equip burden. Holy shit. Wait, what kind of stats does it have? Guard break 70. So in that regard, it's not even that much better. Magical damage 60. Well, that's not bad, but not great either. So if I were to utilize this against the Penetrator, for example, he would still deal 40% of damage, right? So, I don't know. As cool as this is, I'm struggling to see the real sort of benefit of big shields in this game. That's the best thing when you see a deal like that. I always like to do that as well, because the pizza companies here also have very frequently have like meal deals, especially sort of lunch menus, where you get 3 for the price of 2, or 2 for a special price, stuff like that. And I also just put 1 to the side and just reheat it, which works surprisingly well, especially if you choose like a, I don't know, pepperoni pizza or something basic like that can be reheated quite easily, and without, stuff like, oh, wait, you have a sword? Interesting. Oh, she can switch back and forth quite easily. Okay, Are you serious? Just wanted to heal. But yeah, if there's like sort of vegetables on it, it sometimes doesn't work that well, but especially with meat, some sort of meat pizza. Alright, I'm kind of running out of healing here. How does she get her shield up so quickly? What the hell? Alright, this is... I might have to run back and equip more healing items. I don't even know if I still have any in my inventory. Okay, I can hit her once after she hit me, though. That's good. I think my mistake previously was that I tried to hit her twice. Honestly, this is kind of a cool fight. See, this is what I would like more, to have fights that where you trade hits like that quite a bit more off of. That should have been a backstep or something. The fuck? Okay. Well, I'm certainly thankful that she did do that twice, or more often even. I did not expect that to happen at all. Holy shit. Also, this is one of the first summon signs that I've seen myself. Wow. Interesting. Well, not right now. Yeah, pizza doesn't really go bad. It's, and even, honestly, I've already had pizza... Because, you know, if you order from chains and stuff, it's not the best pizza anyways, right? But sometimes very cheap. And I feel like it's probably due to the fact that they also need to deliver it, right? So it, sometimes, even though they do obviously have their, like, boxes that keep them warm and stuff, sometimes they just aren't as fresh as they could be. And honestly, putting some pizzas in the fridge and reheating them in the oven at, you know, a very high temperature for a brief period can taste incredibly good, I found out. Again, depends on the pizza and depends on the place that delivers them, but, well, obviously if you already have sort of your preferences sorted and your deals cut out, then you can get some pretty cheap stuff that tastes great, even a day after you got it. Well, that's the thing. If you... I don't know. I don't think that mine has ever gone cold. I just put them pretty much on maximum heat in the oven for a while. You just need to be careful. Like, there is definitely... I typically do, like, 8 minutes. I actually do it for quite long. But I do... you know, I do try to be careful not to add any sort of burnt layer or something. Which is... yeah, something you definitely need to be careful of, right? I feel like it sometimes needs a bit of experimentation. But if you reheat it in the oven, it doesn't really... at least it doesn't... I feel like it doesn't really get cold, you know, too fast. Okay, 2 different paths here. I think I've gotten quite a bit further today. Okay, is there anything here? Looks like there's only this one item. Oh, hey, nice. One of those. Wonder if this is going to be a shortcut. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get to the end here. I actually went like an hour longer than I had originally planned, but oh, that's fine. I managed to do quite a lot, I think. Went through this entire section. Well, looking back for the time that I've played, a lot of people probably would have done way more stuff than me, but anyways, it was really, really fun, so I'm not complaining. 49k. Okay, I think I do want to level, though. Yeah, that's usually what I do. Although, well, depending on the types of pizza you get, I also sometimes eat half and half, right? Because it's just more interesting that way. And then you have another interesting day ahead tomorrow. But it depends. Always what I'm in the mood for. Sometimes I like to eat, you know, the same pizza and keep the other one for the next day. And sometimes it also depends. Sometimes they have, you know, prices or deals on specific pizzas. So in that case, you know, sometimes it's a bit, cannot always get the ones that I would like. Although that's quite rare. Usually you can just choose from whatever. If you get it at lunch, that is. Typically during the evening, unless you have a coupon of sorts, it's significantly more expensive. Alright, so I'm gonna go with dexterity. At least that still adds to my overall weapon damage, thankfully.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
I do feel
So the world might
that considering I've only really went from... Well, I've only really done the inner ward, right, today. It's only one part of the level. But I managed to get... Well, I guess these three guys didn't really count, because they're part of the next part of the level, but... What is it? I think I got 13 levels or something.
may thy
That's a lot.
I can forge weapons for you.
Oh, wait, what? Why are they damaged so much? Holy hell. Wait, did I forget to... Did one of those guys have a weapon that can damage your equipment? Because I feel like I... Oh, you know what? Let's use the sharpening stones. Instead of spending 6k souls. Wait, is that only for the weapon, or how does that work? I don't even know how it works. Oh, yeah, recovers durability of right-hand weapon. So it doesn't recover the durability all the way? Interesting. Okay, now it's... Oh yeah, the white bow. I should look at that. Longbow made of gnawed wood. Actually looks pretty awesome. How cool. It has 2 bowstrings. That's a very unusual design. With its 2 intertwined strings, this legendary weapon is said to be impossible for a human to handle, extremely long range. Which does make me wonder if these guys always drop the same 3 things. Maybe, huh? Okay, now that I've repaired my own weapon... Okay, it's a bit cheaper.
No entrance, I can tell
Didn't
you.
actually, oh well, do that much. That you pick from most of the available. Yeah, that's usually what they do. I think it's just with very specific lunch pizzas that they, you know, change that. Oh, right. Yeah, maybe she can drop the fire attack? That would be pretty cool. Oh, was it 5.7k? I don't really want to use these swords for it, but... Let's just repair. I don't need to repair everything, right?
I can forge weapons for you.
Guess I'm just gonna go with my armor for now. Oh. Well, yeah, that's fine.
You come back alive.
I'm just gonna repair that the next time I get to him. But I should really get to a close here. Because I do need to work tomorrow. And I don't want to be, you know, too tired or anything. It's not even that late, but I do also need to do some, you know, real life stuff. Let's see. It's a cool perspective. I just don't want the other guy shooting at me. There we go. Yeah. Looks pretty awesome. Man, I can't get over how good this game looks. Very, very cool. Honestly, so far Demon's Souls has been incredibly good. I've enjoyed the playthrough a lot more than I thought I would, because, well, it's definitely a lot different than just being a predecessor to Dark Souls, I think. Specifically because of the different ideas that are still present here that they kind of abandoned later on. For good or, you know, bad, depends, I guess. It's also very subjective what you specifically enjoy about these games, but still, it's just very, very interesting to see where it all began. So I think I'm gonna enjoy this a lot. I don't know when I'll be able to get back to it though, because next week is the new Final Fantasy XIV patch. So I don't know how much time I'm going to put into that. I still do want to continue. Maybe I'll just go with next Thursday again for Demon's Souls. Yeah, that might be a good idea. I'll definitely be returning to 14 on Sunday, because that's going to be our last raid session before the new patch. Or rather, the last raid session of that group altogether, because we're all going to be, you know, going our separate ways after it, because everybody sort of has their own plans for the future, I guess. Bit quiet. I wish the quiet to continue, but then again, for an ending scene, not that bad. I like it. Ever since The Witcher 3 had those beautiful landscapes where you could basically pause the game anywhere and it would just look like a fucking painting, I always enjoy just setting up these specific images. It looks great, especially the color choices that they've chosen here. Well, the lighting is always obviously adding a lot to it, but the fact that we have slightly red colored, like actually fairly vibrant red colored, I guess rose petals or leaves on the ground here is adds a lot. Really, really awesome. Could be the wine leaves from the side walls as well, now that I'm looking at it. Anyways, that's going to be it for today. As I said, next stream is going to be on Sunday with more Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know if I can do a Divinity stream on Monday. Sort of depends on how much time I have. Then Tuesday is going to be 6.3 in 14, probably Wednesday as well. I think on Thursday I'm going to be returning to Demon's Souls and have a look at, well, I guess the final boss of this area, potentially, even though it apparently is the final boss of the game, but I guess you can still do the other stuff as well. Anyways, it's been a fun day. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, morning, day, wherever you are. It's been a lot of fun chatting with you guys and playing. And maybe I'll see you on the next one. Until then, bye-bye.